You know, it's been a long journey, you and I. 4 years, 40 disturbing docs, and for what? With season 1 wrapped up, the people inevitably asked, so what really was the worst of the worst? What stuck with you? What were the easier watches? What were the best? And that's not really a simple task. I feel a little less human telling you, well, the one about the kidnapped child was actually a breeze. Goes great with a meal. Everyone's disturbing is different, and they're all still bad. Like the 40th worst NBA player will still dust your ankles. You understand. The easiest way to rank these were splitting them into 4 groups, from least disturbing to most. Individual placements within those groups were my best effort, but at a point, it's just, do you want to get punched in the face at 3 p.m. or 4? I also wanted to mark some of my personal favorites of the bunch, so those will have a little nod as well. We've got a wonderful sponsor to thank first, and then, without further ado, I watched 40 disturbing docs. I'll see you at the end.
So I was in Germany last year, roaming through rainy Oktoberfest grounds. And I didn't know when the rain was gonna stop because my weather app didn't work. Now sure, I could have just asked somebody, but I don't know how to say Van or der Regen off. And I damn sure don't know what their response would be. And you can't just waltz into another country and demand internet, apparently. That's why I used today's sponsor, Saley, and their handy little eSIM. I didn't want to go walk through even more rain to search for a local SIM at the black market, so easy to download, simple to set up. I've done the whole roaming dance before. They will run that bill up, no thank you. Affordable plans for almost everywhere in the world. This was genuinely so much easier and I had data for the entire trip. Get an exclusive 50% discount on Saley eSIM data plans. Download the Saley app and use code MistaGG at checkout or scan the QR code on screen and get started today. And thank you, Saley, for sponsoring this video. Woman who wasn't there. Spoiler alert, if you watch the trailer, it's all given away. If you even vaguely know what this is about, and you read the title, you can take a healthy guess. I feel like certain documentaries really give away too much, even in their descriptions at times. That's why I try to purely do blind watches. So while starting to watch, I learned this documentary was about a woman named Tanya Head, who was a survivor of the 9/11 attacks. I am just hitting demonetization bingo with everything I'm talking about today. Referencing the title and the topic, I kept thinking, maybe this documentary is going to talk about some miracle where Tanya saw a woman that saved her life, but maybe she couldn't prove that she existed, so they did all this research to try and figure out her backstory, who she was, or just end up crediting this miraculous guardian angel. Yeah, I overthought that one. Tanya Head lied about being a 9/11 survivor, amongst other things, and she was freakishly dedicated to that bit. It's funny, when I first started watching the first 15 minutes, I remember vividly feeling like, hey, that's awesome. Super proud of Tanya for what she's done, along with the other survivors mentioned. However, there is no fucking shot that this is gonna be the entire documentary. Who the fuck recommended this? The beginning is a slumber party if you don't know where it's going, so I kinda understand why they didn't try to hide it. So Tanya Head starts off by telling us about her beloved David, her rock, her soulmate, her life, that died on September 11th, 2001 in the tower opposite her. They first randomly met as she hailed a taxi, so she always brings a little toy taxi to the anniversary memorial so he knows that she still remembers him. He was like a real-life The Notebook, which became slightly darker. Tanya Head didn't let tragedy get her down though. She wanted to empower other survivors, working through an online forum and even teaming up with a separate organizer. Testimonial shows that she really comforted fellow survivors. She made them feel comfortable, worthy, and confident in managing their survivor's guilt. We're told that survivors will often share their experiences with each other, and no one had really heard Tanya's story until one night where she dropped her novel, and upon reading it, people were in disbelief. Their experiences just paled in comparison to hers. What's her story, you ask? Well, she was in one of the towers and heard somebody yelling, "There's a plane coming." The plane made impact and she remembers just having her body take flight and slam against the marble wall. She then remembers this immense warmth, apartment back were on fire. Then this man with a red bandana came and patted out the fire with some sort of cloth, and he ended up giving his life to save hers. In comes a firefighter that takes her body and throws her under a fire truck when the tower collapsed. She obviously lived and was in a wheelchair in the hospital for 2.5 months following that tragedy. Crazy story, right? What a brave soul. Amazing. Now let's get saucy. One of the members, Brendan, had this random thought of, what if Tanya's just this nutty serial liar? So he decides to look up this David she talks about so much, and wouldn't you know it, he exists. Every detail's correct. He was a popular guy, enough to have a handful of articles memorialize him. But oddly enough, Tanya's name is never mentioned. There was never this, and he leaves behind his fiancée, Tanya Head. Nothing. Yes, they were engaged, and she has this really cute story of how they did all that. She came home one day and Romeo here had dressed up in a hula skirt, playing Hawaiian music, made some dog shit Hawaiian food, her words not mine.
Disgusting Hawaiian food.
And he had 2 tickets to Hawaii for her in the picture-perfect ceremony where she got escorted by Hawaiian warriors. Sounds fucking insane when you know where I'm going, right? They got unofficially married, but engaged to be married in October of that year. And I want you to hear her tell this story because me telling you is one thing. You hearing it from the source, knowing it's a pack of shit, is a whole nother.
And I found Dave standing there with a coconut bra and a grass skirt, dancing to Hawaiian songs. And I was like, oh my God. I walked outside and there were these 4 huge Hawaiian warriors with torches waiting for me outside. And I'm like, what's going on? And they're like, no, we're just escorting you down. And there was Dave standing in the middle of a circle of orchids. And the next morning, we started calling all our friends and families, telling them we had gotten married. Not married, but married.
It is so banana batshit crazy that she would just gun for this picture-perfect story. Like, you could have just said he proposed in the Bronx one day after dinner. But no.
Hawaiian warriors.
But it's also not that crazy, because you already challenged the biggest guy in the gym. Your lies started at 9/11. Might as well go for the heat check. Brandon is skeptical, but he withholds the information for the meanwhile. And he continues to hold on to it because he picks up on Tanya's manipulative ways. Tanya had a valued member booted from their organization just because he was good at what he did, and Tanya does not like competition. So Brendan kept his mouth shut because he genuinely cared about these people and the group did so much for him. He did not want to be exiled. Fast forward, amongst other crazy shit she did, like lie to another family who thought that their son was the man with the red bandana that saved her, and she just went along with that. In comes the New York Times, reaching out to Tanya to just ask a few questions is all. And the Tanya spiral begins. She begins to complain to her friends constantly, freaking out about this New York Times interview, blowing up their phones, and although some of them sympathize with Tanya, thinking, hey, just leave her alone, it's not easy talking about these things. Others also say, well, what's the big idea? It's just an interview. Answer the questions, call it a day. Tanya was far from level-headed at this point. For example, telling Elia to call the New York Times reporter to leave her alone, which she did as her friend, which Tanya immediately condemned, saying, you probably just made it worse. Through more and more Tanya turmoil, her being frankly fucking annoying as shit, with the 9/11 anniversary nearing, everybody's got their eyebrows raised, but the most supportive person was Linda, Tanya's best friend. And this is one of the saddest aspects of the doc for me. Linda loves Tanya, does so much for her, which by the way gets rewarded with Tanya's nut attitude and slaps to the face. Linda believes that God was there at the Twin Towers that day because of Linda's story and perseverance, and she would eventually have that ripped from her because Tanya Head is a terrible fucking person. So one day, Tanya's going to speak with an attorney to talk about this article coming out that she is deeming as a hit piece because her story is being questioned. She goes with another member, Janice, and in the elevator ride up, Tanya spills the beans. Janice, I can't talk to this reporter because I am not a U.S. citizen. Janice doesn't give a fuck. She says that should be fine, just go talk to the attorney. Which she does, for 2 hours with Janice not in the room. I also don't understand why Janice is even here to begin with, or why she ends up being invited to the room afterwards to discuss the aftermath. It seems like Tanya was just trying to blow open the spot herself, instead of having the reporter do it. I don't know. So while the attorney's speaking to Tanya and referencing earlier portions of their conversation, she says shit like, oh, it doesn't matter that you were only in the tower for that day. It doesn't matter that you only knew David for a few months. And Janice can't believe her ears. The whole operation's been blown open. She begins to call the other members and tell them what she heard. Some in disbelief, some angry, some sad, all the above. The news story finally breaks and Tanya goes MIA. The members share their feeling afterwards and also discuss how, had they cross-referenced some notes and experiences, Tanya's story would have have crumbled much quicker. Whenever she met with people, she always rented office space, even though she claimed to work at Merrill Lynch, which the New York Times called, and they told them they had no Tanya Head on their staff. She would sometimes refer to David as her fiance, and then other times as her husband, saying she had married David posthumously. Posthumously? I just learned this is a thing. Sorry if I can't pronounce it.
Posthumously.
Posthumously. There you go. One of the most pointless stories, but also like that somehow speaks volumes, is Elia said Tanya said she had a dog. And whenever Elia would come over, she'd ask, "Hey, where's your dog?" She's from New York. And Tanya would always say, "Oh, she's getting walked. That's why she's not here." And that kept happening until Elia one day snapped. "Tanya, do you have a dog or not?" And you wanna know what Tanya did? She looked Elia in her eyes and she said, "Yeah." Nothing happens to Tanya, except for obviously her no longer being associated with the organization, because she didn't really do anything illegal. She's just a bottom-feeding sociopath, and most of the people in the doc forgive her. We never get to know why she did it. People hypothesize and drop some of her personality traits and background and maybe paint a picture, but we're not really left with anything solid. We can get a pretty good guess, in all fairness to the doc. It's also cleared up that she didn't make any money doing this. She just gained this very low-key notoriety. And yeah, just like with every weird thing, Rudy Giuliani was somehow a part of it. And lastly, they figured out the arm issue.
But I did notice that her arm looked like it had been, I don't know, it almost looked like skin grafts on her right arm. And I remember thinking that it didn't look like it had been burned.
She was actually on vacation with friends, got in a car accident where her arm was severed and flew out the window, and she had to have it reattached. So, she had trauma, just not the one she was dedicating her life to. And it is very likely that she wasn't even in the towers that day, let alone New York. She was going to school in Spain that year, and she never brought up her random New York vacation that was interrupted by terrorism to her friends. This lady's fucking insane. Disturbing? I mean, what she did is disturbing, but as a watch, it's another walk in the park.
The Imposter centers around missing child Nicholas Barclay. He went missing in 1994 after playing some basketball, calling for a ride home, not getting it, and instead walking home. He was never seen again. Until 1997, when his mother got a call saying, "We have your son Nicholas. He's in Spain." Once again, no matter how skillful you are, you cannot outright reality. Now, you don't need to stew over a hypothesis for too long to guess where this doc goes. Just look at the name. Can I also quickly mention how proud I am that I didn't make the reference in my head the entire time? Didn't even cross my mind until I was confused by a barrage of 1-star reviews on Google that all read something like, "I found this film to be rather sus. Among Us sus win, The Imposter's sus. Very disappointed, where is crew meat?" I will be spoiling, but I do personally recommend this one. I think it's solid, so The Imposter. Instead of building up to a reveal, we are immediately told the child that is supposed to be Nicholas in a children's home in Spain is in fact a random 23-year-old man. Not only that, he himself tells us every little step as to how we got here. He's our main narrator, and I hate to credit him for being a good storyteller because of the whole impersonating a missing child thing, I would say is particularly cruel, if not just a little weird. By the way, if you're already questioning how he possibly even got to this point, oh, just you wait. You're gonna spend a lot of your watch just yelling, "How?" and slowly lose sympathy for everybody involved. So rewind a bit, back in Spain. This man, who they think is a child, is set in a children's home and they need to know who he is. And I guess if he doesn't tell them and prove it somehow, he will be fingerprinted and photographed. Our imposter does not want that, so he tells them, "I'm a runaway from America. I can tell you what you need to know, but let me contact my family first." But trust me, I don't want you guys calling them. You're gonna get me in trouble. But also, the way the time zones are set up, I have to call them at night. So if you wanna just leave me alone in the office at night, give me the keys, I'll take care of everything. And they agree to those terms. How did that work? Was this children's home operated by children? I don't understand why he didn't get fingerprinted and photographed anyway, to have him in the system. I mean, I suppose they need his consent for this type of stuff, but we're giving you shelter and food. This is the least demanding trade-off ever. Also, I don't expect them to know the time zones off the top of their head, but Texas, where Nicholas was from, is 7 hours behind. This could have been like super possible to do in the afternoon, late afternoon. We didn't need to wait till whatever time it is right now, but he was left alone nonetheless. And this is also skipping over how he even got there to begin with. He called the police pretending to come across a scared child in the streets, which would be him once police arrived. And they bought it. The police, who are quite literally trained to pick up on details, facial features, quickly. He told the cops himself, his kid looks 14, 15 years old, 23. He's the same age as Anthony Edwards, but he thinks he looks like fucking Big Justice. So at night, in the office, he calls police stations and eventually gets directed to the Center for Missing and Exploited Children, telling them all, I have a missing child from the States with me, but we don't know anything about him. So he gives them vague descriptions, vague timelines, and they're over there looking at their Rolodex of missing kids they got and tell them, nah, we got a Nicholas Barclay from San Antonio. Send me a fax so I can see what he looks like. And he gets this grainy black and white fax, sees he's been missing for about 3-4 years when he was 13, and decides that's long enough to get away with a moderate change in facial features. So he tells him, yep, it's him. Really? It's it, really? The rep you spoke to must have bought a lotto ticket later, because what a snipe. This somehow gets instantly forwarded to police, to the family, and our imposter is now on the phone with the family, telling them, Nicholas is right here. Traumatized, was a sex slave, he doesn't remember much. All of this apparently happening in the same night, it sounds like. Meanwhile, nobody is bothered to ask for some credentials from this policeman from Spain who just found this child missing for years from the States. Why is he doing this, you might have asked? Apparently, he had a sad upbringing, so he wanted to be cared for and loved, so he pretended to be a child so they could house him and care about him. But now he's a tad too deep and is just kind of going with it. The FBI is alerted. The US Embassy is alerted to try and get the kid out of Spain. The Center for Missing and Exploited Children sent a flyer of the missing child to the imposter's address. He somehow intercepts it, or I guess maybe he had his own little like P.O. box there. I don't know how that works, but he sees it and it's a fully colored photo of the missing child. And he sees, oh, this kid has blonde hair and blue eyes. That may be cause for concern. Someone from the embassy gets sent over, and the imposter decides, I'm gonna run away. He runs away, and they somehow find him. I don't think he tried very hard to escape. Embassy man talks to him, and he sees, oh, this kiddo speaks English. And it checks out, yeah, fly out his family. And here's where they lose me entirely. His sister is now on a flight to Spain. That's when he locks himself in his room and buys product to dye his hair blonde, which he does. And there's a girl in the children's home who has a tattoo gun, I guess, so he gets small tattoos that the kid had on his hand. Then he puts on a hat, sunglasses, gloves, a scarf to meet his sister, because that's the type of attire when you meet siblings. And before we get to the sister's reaction, unless our imposter here has butchered the timeline, how in the world did none of the workers, the embassy agent, anybody, not raise any red flags seeing this Bugs Bunny trench coat getup and sudden hair change where he's fucking B-Rabbit now to meet his sister? So she sees him, and lo and behold, we meet the first person with any sense and eyes. And she says, okay, thank you for introducing me to the groundskeeper with an iron deficiency apparently, but where's my brother? And our imposter gets questioned. The jig is up. Prison. It's a really short doc. Disturbing? At least it should have been a really short doc. She hugs and kisses this man, rubbing his nose. I recognize that nose anywhere. Beep boop. I can never forget that nose. Beep boop. Also, you talk in a funny accent now. You've been through a lot, I get it. So now the stage is set for our imposter to go to the US, but luckily, the judge in Spain is not convinced. Wait one damn minute. Can we please have some sort of legal support that this is Nicholas Barclay? You got an embassy agent who just heard English and then checked all of the boxes, and putting it lightly, traumatized, grieving, maybe even a little desperate sister wanting this senior citizen to be her younger brother. So the judge conducts separate interviews. He's cooked. They show him 5 family photos that only Nicholas would recognize, and he nails the first 4, starts messing up on the 5th, but it doesn't matter. The judge already gives him the green light off the first 4. Our imposter from Spain is going to be documented as a US citizen. So, is he just lucky? Yeah. He is. Because his sister immediately showed him family photos when she met him up, trying to see what he remembered while reminding him of everything and everybody. This motherfucker got the answer key before the pop quiz. He makes it to the US. The family greets him at the airport. No one suspects a thing. It's crazy they have footage of this. They just think this kid's been to hell and back. Who are we to question why he doesn't feel comfortable hugging me or why he doesn't know my name? But once he's back, he starts getting acclimated. He's hanging out with his old friends. He's going to school. But an FBI agent is waiting on them to interview Nicholas. Because if all this crazy shit that happened to him is true, they have to investigate it. So she interviews him, and he tells her this crazy story. High-ranking military officials abducting children, abusing them in every way possible, putting solution in their hair and eyes to permanently change the colors so they would be unrecognizable. And the interview finishes, and she believes everything he said. There are no other hurdles for our imposter to jump. Everybody thinks he's Nicholas, and he has now sent the authorities on this goose chase to nowhere. And it's not like if they don't uncover anything, he's in trouble. They just didn't find it. It's their fault. That's when a television producer hires a private investigator to get a hold of Nicholas because they want to interview him and get his story. And even though the FBI agent highly advised them to stay away from the media, they take the interview. And here's his reasoning for it.
I wanted the media's attention so that I would make Nicholas even more real. People would really believe that I'm Nicholas, and they would love me even more for that.
And this is when I realized, oh, you love this. You don't want to settle down in San Antonio with the Barclays. You don't want to lay low. You love the chase. This is a sick game to you. You want to shovel those toes as close as you can to the cliff. You got problems, because that makes no goddamn sense. Why are you trying to prove to the nation you're Nicholas? You convinced everybody you needed to convince. This is like a Doom speedrunner faking a world record for his stream, being praised by his audience, loved, supported, and then posting it to r/Carl Jobs to legitimize it. By the way, I know you've seen him already, but if you want a closer look and the chance to hear him, see what everybody else saw. Here's a snippet of the interview.
Me? No, because they didn't trap me every night.
He even takes off his glasses during the interview, which doesn't help his case. This dude's dressed like Crocodile Dumb piece of shit. I'd mention one thing that did work in his favor: two similar gaps in their smile. Regardless, during the interview, the private investigator is sat staring at the kid with Nicholas's photos behind him, and he's somehow the first person to be like, I don't think this is the guy. And he decides to look at his ears, which I don't know if this strategy is foolproof, but he compares their ears in Photoshop and is 100% convinced that this man is not Nicholas Barclay. He calls the FBI agent who interviewed him, telling her this. But it's confusing. I hear what you're saying, but how in the hell can I question the entire family that grew up with him? It doesn't make sense if I'm the first one to accuse him of not being him. The PI's mind is not changing. He thinks he's like a straight up terrorist because it doesn't make sense of why he would want to be with this random family otherwise. So then the FBI agent sets up a forensic interview with this qualified man to help Nicholas deal with the trauma while uncovering more information about his story. Her and Nicholas fly out for it. And during, the man instead dials in on the fact that Nicholas cannot speak English without an accent.
Some of them they like more.
And it is highly unlikely that someone who was raised in an English-speaking home for as long as he was could not speak English without an accent at this point. So with that information, the FBI agent is panicked and calls Nicholas's sister, telling her, "This ain't your brother. This guy could be dangerous. When we return to the airport, do not show up to pick him up. I will figure out what to do with him." And this is where the doc really ramps up, because I was on the treadmill watching this, and I was like, started like shadow boxing and shit. I was like, oh shit, what? No. At the airport, his sister's right there and picks up her brother. And the FBI agent is bamboozled, but can't just spring an arrest right there with nothing to back it. So she calls the US attorney to try and work something out. They approach Nicholas's mom, asking for a blood sample so they can prove or disprove that this man is her child. And she vehemently refuses and lays down on the floor, telling her, "That's my son. You're not taking me anywhere." Our imposter then starts to tell us his suspicions. Wait a minute. As soon as we met, you told me everything. You showed me everything. It was like you were prepping me. I don't think you guys actually believe I'm Nicholas, but for some reason, you're more than okay with that. You start to learn about the disarray in the household when Nicholas vanished, the drug abuse, the fighting. Then the PI drops this on us.
I discovered from the police files a couple of months after the disappearance that Jason had called the police and said that his brother had tried to break into the house. People are constantly doing stuff like that to make people think that person's alive.
That's when our imposter tells us the conclusion he reached in the midst of all this. They killed him. The family killed Nicholas, and that's why they're pretending. Because if Nicholas is now alive and well, there's nothing to suspect them for. And when he dropped that line, I was walking, mouth agape, thinking, this is one of the greatest stories ever told. We move quickly. Cops get a warrant and fingerprint our imposter. The PI trails him and they agree to meet with each other. And he also randomly talks about how he cut his face with a razor blade to show he was under a lot of stress. I don't get that part. Nor do I care, my guy. Sorry, you're still terrible, aside from everything else going on. The true identity of our imposter is built up from both sides, and they both get their answer. This man is not Nicholas Barclay. He is Frederick Borden. He's French? Did you not hear his voice the entire talk?
Hamburger.
But he is him, and he is wanted by Interpol. He has pretended to be random children, people, with dozens of aliases over the years. He's a professional con boy. And before I move on, I do want to give you guys this because I think some of us need it.
How could I be so fucking stupid?
Once in jail, Frederick tells the police Nicholas's mother and older brother killed him and hid the body. So they open a homicide investigation. While we talk about that, we catch up with the PI present day going to the Barclays' old house to dig in the backyard because he believes the boy is buried there. They give Nicholas's mom a polygraph test and she passes and they say, give her another. She passes again. They think, I don't know, do it one more time. And she flunks every question on the next test. And they tell her, it seems you know where your son is. And at that point, she gets very agitated and she storms out. The older brother was questioned at one point, but he seemed rather disinterested in the topic. Like he knew, he was just like, I'm not gonna try and get into that. And unfortunately, has since died of a drug overdose, so there was no way to ever follow up with him. And we end the doc with the PI looking down at a pit in the backyard that is empty. Now, let me quickly rewind because it's necessary and also brings us into some criticisms. For starters, taking Frederick's word on anything is an interesting choice. The man going to monumental lengths to pretend to be a 17-year-old may not be the honest Abe that we think he is. So keep in mind, a lot of the things I relate to you are things Frederick told us in the doc, and most of it is backed up by testimony from others as well, but yeah, this man has a problem. For example, once he went to jail, he would call people all day telling them he had information about the missing person in their life, even though he didn't know shit. And he would just do that because he had a payphone in his cell. When asked why he would do that, he just giving families hope while simultaneously crushing them. Frederick sucks. Also, just disconnect the damn phone at that point. I get there's laws, but I don't know, put him in timeout. Frederick was convicted of perjury and fraudulently obtaining a passport, and he got 6 years in prison and deported to France. And 3 months after he was released, he apparently attempted to steal the identity of a missing 14-year-old boy. I don't know what this is. I'll let the experts in the comments take it from here, but Frederick, aside from absolutely bodying this Michael Jackson choreography, he's got a problem. Secondly, the polygraph section is horseshit. For starters, polygraph tests are now more suited for like a Brent Rivera smash or pass video. They have no place in a homicide case, especially when you keep redoing the test to get the results you want. Nicholas's mom also tells us that yes, she did lie, but about something unrelated to the case, but I guess that's what messed it all up. I don't know. So is the family a little sketchy and make questionable decisions? Sure. Does that mean they're murderers? Not necessarily. The investigation was stopped due to lack of evidence, and the PI's side quest was just his own thing, a hunch he had, trying to make the craziest discovery since Hoffa. So the doc did what I just did. Made the family look pretty bad, quasi-incriminate them, and then clean it up. But it still kind of sticks with you, which kind of sucks for them. But I mean, there were weird things that occurred. The build-up is fun, and I was going to be blown away if that was the twist, but it wasn't, proven at least, which wasn't disappointing. I just think morally, staring around the gray area a bit. And the PI digging up the backyard is just plain stupid to me, as if he was going to find anything at the end of the doc. Dumb. But overall, super interesting doc. Disturbing? Not quite. I would say kind of not at all, actually. Definitely not compared to the others in this lineup. Next doc. What can I say? The name drew me in for no specific reason. The definition of voyeur is a person who gains sexual pleasure from watching others when they are naked or engaged in sexual activity. Google gives us the very mature example of he stood transfixed, a voyeur feasting on the swell of her buttocks. Yeah, I'll take fat ass for 200, Alex. Maybe I've just been infected with TikTok brain, but some of these documentaries can get very dull. Let me break you in real quick. Gerald Foos ran a motel for years, and he would watch everybody who stayed and everything they did. And aside from being a Hall of Fame perv, don't argue with me, he's earned it. What's your Mount Rushmore? He's also just kind of a liar. Big boy ego. I'm talking stretchy waistband and all. And also just kind of a dope. The way he speaks about this legacy of his. I mean, he did this for over 3 decades. And this wasn't with cameras. This was some good old-fashioned peeping, like Meemaw and Peepaw used to do. He basically built a space in the roof of this motel and put fake air vents where he can patrol and check what everyone's doing like he's flipping channels. What bothers me, I have no clue how a bed that looked up at a ceiling vent never saw eyes looking back at them? A glimmer in his glasses? Oh, you guys about to fuck? This man never had to sneeze? I also don't know what he did to have people just not hear him moving around. I can hear when there's a squirrel on my roof. Buddy's about 200 squirrels over the minimum detection threshold. I'd like to just call him a liar for the entire story, but that's where Gay Talese comes in. A journalist that finally gets Gerald to tell a story and who admits that he's known about Gerald for decades now. Because Gerald wrote to him back in the day telling him what he was doing. Going so far as to invite Gay to the motel and have him watch along, like a once-removed cuck. So the only binding thing we really got is Gay's word that he saw the setup, and that they watch people have sex together. I do believe the guy did it, but a lot of his claims come into question throughout the doc. Now, why did I say that this was dull when you're probably edging your seat right now, on the edge of your seat right now? This guy's already fucking with my psyche. Well, we focus on Gerald, but we also very much put focus on Gay and the journalism side of it. Looking at stuff, writing about it, incredible. That part's not even bad. The worst part is that we just live with Gerald for a bit, and he's just doing current day Gerald shit at his house. He's bragging to us about stuff he has. He's constantly getting paranoid about the story breaking. Just him and his wife and a quiet, sad home watching the news. You're just sat there like, where are we going with this? Why are we spending all this time with him? To show the type of dude he is? He's weird and a dingus. I thought we all understood that already. Like, this guy's backstory is having his sexy ass, fine ass, thick ass aunt be his sexual awakening. He started peeping in our window and was like, damn, those are some big boobs. I should build a motel in 20 years and do this professionally. He has so many stories, apparently documented everybody he ever watched in this fat ass binder. And just some of his quotes explain the type of dude he is. Like, he viewed himself and the voyeur. He refers to himself in third person as the voyeur. He considers them separate entities, which, brain things aside, that kind of just screams to me that I don't want to take accountability for being a whole ass weirdo committing crimes, but I will take the recognition of being one of the most efficient weirdos at committing crimes. Quotes like, nobody will be able to do what I did. Yeah, I think we would call that ideal. Gerald wanted to tell this story. That's why he reached out to Gay all those years back. My guy was somehow running a flawless operation, and everything was going too well. He was upset that he was gonna get away with it. It's like the meme of the dude in the corner saying, they don't know I spy on people fucking through homemade vents. By the way, his wife knew about everything. She was with him back then. She would bring him snackies while he was doing this shit. You shouldn't be out of this conversation either, but it bothered me how long the doc took to mention masturbation as a part of the equation, which is a crazy sentence to say, but I was sat here listening to everything and had the very sane thought, is he going in or not? Which oddly made it crazier to me, because how's this dude just busting fat nuts in the attic all day? Not to get too crude, because I wouldn't do that. But like, where's he nutting? Does the ground just look like a fucking candle at this point? Like, I was trying to envision the go-to stance to do this. First with him, which I did not like, so I swapped me in there. Fucking Ready Player One, baby. And I can't get anywhere. Like, I know he wasn't just fucking power stance balls over the vent. That nut's unpredictable. Shit's gonna look like Strangers Chapter 1 down there. I tried sitting down with my legs extended, probably felt the most normal, but I need back support for that. That shit hurts. Crisscross applesauce, if that was the case, that man deserves jail time for that alone. I mean, I hate to say it, if I was a betting man, always split sevens, double down on 11, I'd bet he was just on his knees. Maybe a little cushion to fend off the arthritis. Either that or like goblin statue stance, depends how limber he was. Have I talked about this for too long? I'm just trying to match this man's energy because may I inform you, he used to plant dildos and nudie mags in the room so his clientele could hypothetically walk in, see it, and be like, what the heck? Who would use these, right, honey? I mean, come on. Get out of here. He says he put a suitcase in there with $1,000 just to see what happens. This man was DIYing what would you do in his perf perch. This man's insane. He allegedly saw murder, which because of his earlier intervention was kind of indirectly his fault. And he didn't do shit. He just watched it happen. He didn't call the cops. He didn't run out his dungeon and bang on the door. He didn't blow his cover, blow his load. This man's useless. The fucking guy says, I was watching it just thinking, let her go. Come on, man. And he ends with, it made me so sick that I quit observations for the night. Oh no, you poor thing. You saw a murder and gooning just wasn't the same? I could shed a tear. If you're curious about the lies, by the way, apparently his dates were so jacked up in that records book, they couldn't find any evidence of that murder in that hotel, even though the police showed up with the body left there. There should be records of that. And apparently he had sold the hotel so much earlier than what he said. So by the end of it, Gay was getting cooked left and right. Why are you talking to this moron who's lying about everything? Why are you writing a book about him? So much so that Gay publicly disavowed his own book after he was released. Later on, Gay did discover, oh, he sold it to his friend Earl, and Gerald still had full access to it. That's why he still had records for those dates, because it just morphed into a goon sesh. But Gerald left that part out because he didn't want to associate his friend with it, which is like the only lie I kind of understand. It's one thing to reveal yourself to be this, but maybe your homie wasn't looking for that notoriety like you were.
Nobody ever will be able to do what I did.
Gerald's so silly because he's reading stories about himself like, why? They're over here calling me a creep, saying what I did was disgusting. What the hell were you expecting, Gerald? That you would be revered for watching me beat off in my motel bed? I was in a goon sesh and I didn't even know it. That's not cool. Anyway, I think I'm just having too much fun with this story at this point. The dog's fine, rather slow. It is a disturbing thing, right? I know I'm joking about it, but I don't get to do that often in this series. But the doc itself is just not disturbing to me. I think because the guy's such a goof, I'm not sitting here thinking, wow, this guy's disgusting. How could he do such a thing for so long as well? And his wife just encouraging it too? It's more like this fucking weirdo lived a weirdo's dream life and he wants to claim it, yet deny it at the same time. Why are we giving this man the mic? Next up. Finders, keepers, losers, weepers, fame and fortune seekers, amputee tweakers. The hell is this? This was a random suggestion given to me, and spoiler alert, this might be the least disturbing doc in this series. Like, not this episode, the entire series. If not easy bottom 3. I don't really mind getting tossed a palate cleanser, at least a palate cleanser when compared to the other shit I talk about, but this is just a doc. I watched 3 disturbing docs in Finders Keepers, but that's not gonna stop me from talking about it. Shannon Wisnant, Shannon Wisnant, not saying that last name for the rest of his time, bought a smoker from an abandoned storage unit. And once he opened it up at home, he realized, wait a second, this grill's a little dirtier than I expected. It's also housing what looks like the leg of a corpse. There was a dismembered leg inside of the grill he bought. Hey, what did Shannon Wisnant... Damn it, I said I wasn't gonna say it again. Hey, what did Shannon say before his wedding? I think I got cold feet. Here's the problem. This is not a breaking discovery in a cold case. That foot belongs to John Wood, a very much alive man, an amputee that lost his leg in a plane crash. Now, Shannon does call the cops because he obviously doesn't know that, but once the news starts to pick it up and the story starts to spread a bit, Shannon very much likes the attention. In fact, he initially had no plan of getting rid of the leg, but the cops did confiscate it. And even they didn't really know what the hell to do with it. So they gave it to a funeral home to hold on to. Now, I don't know how common it is to keep your amputated limb. Amputees in the comments, feel free to sound off. All I know is John apparently convinced the doctors to keep his. And what he was expecting was just like a rack of bones in return, but instead he got the leg, flesh and all, toenails not cut and shit. And he left this leg in his storage unit that was not being paid for, and here we are. Now, once you get caught up on what this is gonna be about, this is really prime for a steamy 20-minute YouTube video. Yet we get an hour 22 out of this tibia tug of war. But that's because once you really get into it, we start to focus on the two men, their lives, and how this situation affected them. Which sounds kind of insane because the issue is that Shannon feels he has ownership over said leg because he bought the grill and the foot just happened to be in it. Therefore, it's his now. Like, stop thinking about feet for 2 seconds. I know harder than it looks. But imagine you buy a chest at a storage auction that can't be opened. So you buy it, you break it open at home, and there's a $30,000 watch inside of it. Now, this was clearly somebody's watch, but once they stop paying for their storage unit, after the appropriate measures are taken to notify the person and give them a grace period, I'm assuming somewhere in that contract, they relinquish ownership of all that shit in there, and the company can now sell it off to make some of that money back. Don't get me wrong, I think Shannon is crazy for wanting the leg, and I hate to agree, but I think it is technically his property now. Like, what if I put my cock in there? A sentence I say out loud often. It's not mine anymore. I'm the dumbass that left it there. Hashtag not my cock. But the reason why I said this is insane is because once Shannon gives the leg to the cops, it's never in his possession again. And you wouldn't think that watching the doc. John picks it up shortly after. Because meanwhile, Shannon is charging people money to just look at the smoker, leg not included. Which makes sense in other contexts, like here's the window that Lee Harvey Oswald shot out of. Whoa, really? Yeah, makes sense. Like, it's just a fucking window, but it's interesting. But a grill is a grill.
This grill is not a home.
He's making shirts branding himself as Footman. He's got an FT Smoker license plate. What is wrong with this guy? He actually confronts John at one point, interrupting his interview and tries to talk about, working in cahoots to make a couple bucks. Discusses the idea of, quote, split custody. Talk about a stepdad. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm pretty sure I got sole custody. No, but seriously, separate households could actually be quite damaging to one's well-being. This all boils up to, and wow, what a nostalgia hit, a Judge Mathis episode that will legally determine what happens here. I remember staying home from school when I didn't have cable, and you either watched like Judge Mathis or Tiny Toons. Judge Mathis rules in favor of Shannon, but he is only awarded a monetary win. So he gets paid, but Judge Mathis does not grant him the leg because the guy whose leg it is, he's standing right there. And listen, there's so much more. We also dig into the plane crash, John's issues with drug abuse, what that did to his family, the fact he was becoming famous in the midst of all this, and Shannon's dream of holding the spotlight, having all eyes on him. He cries, reminiscing about the attention he had leaving that Judge Mathis set. All this getting him into a Dukes of Haggle episode where after his scene, he felt like, I think these guys are making a mockery of me. Yelling that I am the Footman doesn't hold the credibility that I thought it would. This whole fiasco bringing his life more strain than anything. John ultimately has the good ending. He became sober, he has his leg, he's making amends for his past behavior, he gets married, and I read that he won the lottery. Shannon, on the other hand, speaks to us about what this has all done to his marriage. He throws the smoker away because he thinks it's cursed, and he announces that he's running for president in 2016. And that's how the doc ends. Is it disturbing? No. Is it good? It's an interesting little tale and a pretty honest look at these two fellas' lives. It's not my favorite, but I can't imagine a better covering of this story, so next doc.
Hey, do you like being tickled? Of course you don't. If you're watching this, you're probably a fan of disturbing cinema, and you can't have both. Cause that's weird. 2016's Tickled is bizarre, it can be nerve-wracking, it can even be infuriating, a la most movies also. And I do want to say, this is the type of documentary that I think will hurt from spoilers. So, just in case you're on the fence, I'll start you with a general introduction, no spoilers. David Ferrier comes across a video that has to do with competitive endurance tickling, and its very necessary acronym, CET. It's a silly video, it's a couple of chads on a full-size bed, making the beta chad laugh. David takes an interest in this odd sport, as it's referred to. So David, as a journalist, goes to Jane O'Brien Media, the company who produced the video, on their Facebook page asking for an interview. And then he gets an aggressive and homophobic response telling him to kick rocks from the Jane O'Brien Media page themselves, which prompts David to jump into the rabbit hole of tickle videos, their distribution, and the unknown corners of it all. Ellipses. Pretend it's a title of mine. Are you interested? Last call. We're gonna spoil the shit out of this. Here we go. So I initially thought this was going to turn into like a torture / trafficking ring associated with these tickling videos. And the true path was not as dark, but I would say all the more bizarre. David and co-director Dylan Reeve were just planning on making a doc about this world of tickling as a sport. They were then sent a lawyer's letter, urged to seek legal counsel, and then 3 businessmen are sent from the States all the way to New Zealand just to have a chat with David and Dylan regarding the doc. That's kind of weird. It's nuts because these men talk somewhat tame, but their insinuations are that of modern day mobsters. The guys coming to shake you down. Like, hey, you don't want this. Hey, you guys should probably stop the documentary, or else. And they apparently don't even know who the fuck Jane is, which I'm like 80% sure they're lying. But either way, that's a red flag. David and Dylan do not skimp on the audio or footage, often recording in secret, and it brings a bit of extra tension, because if they get caught, I don't think these geezers are gonna pull a punch, but what message gets delivered to the higher-ups? With all these quasi-threats, what type of punishment is Jane O'Bunion really capable of? One of the men is talking with David about Dylan's pushback for stopping the doc, and just tosses in,
I don't understand why Dylan would not want to, and believe me, it will be really ugly for him. And I would hate to see that too, because I know he has a family, and you know he's probably a good bloke down deep.
What are you getting at, Capone? You guys buy cameras and boom mics and rent out spaces to run tickling competitions. That's like getting a death threat from Project Zorgo. David and Dylan reached out to over 100 guys that participated in these tickle videos, and many are nervous to talk, but TJ here agrees. TJ had his tickle tryout uploaded without his permission, and once he had YouTube take it down, Jane and or Deborah Kuhn, who the emails are all credited to, unleashes all hell and uploads it multiple times to multiple sites, lights up his inbox, promises to put his last name to shame, floods the search results with his video, fully doxes him, and emails the high school that he coaches at, accusing him of being a pedophile. Who the fuck is this lady? And why does she care so much about tickling? David and Dylan, as fearless as they are, fly to the States and stake out the next tickling shoot location. And I'm over here incredibly nervous for them. I'm anxious. Imagine having anxiety as these two guys just sit in a van while dude bros vigorously wiggle their fingers onto other dude bros. They're in the van and they hear giggling through the windows. Shit's intense. Which kinda on that, I don't know why this is even considered or under the guise of a sport, because the competitive aspect of it is never disclosed. Through all the footage I see, I never see a timer or a scoreboard. Are there PRs? Can I bet the over-under? Everyone just wears these flimsy Adidas jerseys and straddles each other for as long as there's camera battery, I don't know. And now that you get the overall gist, let me just condense the rest. The next goal is to find out who the hell is Jane O'Brien and or Deborah Kuhn. So through testimonial from a man who produces tickle fetish films, Jane's old casting agent, more victims, and journalists who had already dug into this story, all the pieces start to fall into place. You ready for this? There is no Jane O'Brien. There is no Deborah Kuhn, and these types of videos have been going on since the 90s. And at the time of the doc, all over the world, the person behind these tickling fetish videos, or whatever the fuck they are, that is extremely mysterious and also super homophobic. David describes that incredibly, by the way.
It was a strange response, especially considering the sport did seem slightly gay.
This mystery woman is actually an old stumpy man by the name of David D'Amato. He's a rich man because his father was an even richer man, and he's an obsessed psycho who hates gay people and really likes tickling, and also like always says like, nah, I'm not gonna jerk off to this. I'm not busting fat nuts to this. I just like tickling. That's all I care about. Anything else? That's gay. He targets these young men across the world, giving them money, cars, accessories, just to record these videos and also recruit others. For example, he takes aim at an impoverished, dangerous city in Detroit because he knows he can wave thousands of dollars around with that much more power. A casting agent he worked with for 7 years had taken issue with him uploading the guy's videos without their permission, so he broke off the relationship. Pretty standard. Makes sense. I'm on the casting agent's side. David disagrees, so David began sending messages to him, his family, and past tickle clients, or I guess the cuter term tickle talent, with all different forms of harassment towards the agent. He would send out these messages to the tickle talent saying, hey, you know that guy you worked with as a casting agent? Yeah, he's the one leaking all of your information. And also, he's gay, which is debatably worse. What is the homophobic spin on this is nuts. David, or I don't know, whoever's working for the guy, I have no clue, would take the time to glue up a card like it's 3rd grade and send it out to the casting agent or his family just to hurt him. He opens up a card on the spot that was sent to his mother, taunting them about the agent's dead brother. And that's kind of amateur hour, right? Let's one up that too. David email bombed the White House, pinning it on that same kid and the Secret Service showed up to his fucking dorm. This is like the boomer version of swatting. After a journalist discovered David's true identity, he turned over his info to the FBI, who actually bagged him in the 90s. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And guess what? We charged him with a whopping two misdemeanors of computer fraud and abuse. How precious. You're so cute and you're so bad at the same time. Get in there. Yeah, get in there. What you doing in my courtroom? Get out. You're bad. Which is insane. Because David, who is clearly targeting young men and harassing them, had also worked at multiple high schools. My man was on feeding grounds daily. Not to mention, he also stole social security numbers from dead people for the fake names he was using. That's a crime, if you're curious. After the sentencing, he didn't even have restricted internet access. My guy could play all the line rider he wanted. No time limit. Also, he was, at first, allowed to serve his sentence in a halfway house while attending law school. This guy was serving time, and they were allowing him to become smarter and stronger. Thankfully, that later changed and he served the rest of his time behind bars. But it didn't really matter because the operation was still moving without him. He was just sending out written letters for instructions. Everything was still smooth sailing. It was probably just a lot less harassment on the talent's end. And these revelations, which David and Dylan publicly shared at the time, obviously turned into a legal hellhouse for the directors, and through it all, they still choose to confront David D'Amato, who's just picking up some Starbucks, maybe a nice little venti, ice shaken espresso with pumpkin foam. Who knows? I'm sure he's a man of good taste. He doesn't say much, but he is very much a twat. He has this really cute knack where he likes to just lob out legal threats and just say shit that he's not even fully confident in.
You're in this country on a tourist visa. By doing anything related to so-called journalism, you're in violation of the federal law here. Back for a long time.
I'm on a journalism visa, so I'm okay to be here.
I don't know how you're capable of doing all these things if you can't even get the fucking basics down. And there's no fairy tale ending here, because David doesn't end up in prison. But crazy enough, through their follow-up doc about Tickled, titled The Tickle King, David D'Amato and company showed up to the premiere of Tickled and watched the entire movie with the audience. And yeah, David, still very twatty. Also, just so randomly homophobic.
David Farrier's, by his own admission now, gay.
You produce videos of sweaty teenage boys in skimpy, dingy jerseys fondling each other. Please take a seat, you melting boulder. Also, David's dead now, so sorry if that comes off as rude. I will not recant it. He's so passive-aggressive, by the way, when they meet up in the theater. Only Dylan's there because David's at another premiere somewhere else, and David's running the whole legal jargon again, saying, hey, you can't be doing this, and once again, he gets fucking dunked on.
Are you aware of the Film LA registration?
We can film in here. This is a private space.
In fact, you can't.
We have permission from the owners.
And while he's saying these things so confidently, he gives Dylan these shoulder pats. They're just asking Dylan to sock him in the face. They're not the regular, oh, hey, good job, sport. They're like, oh, that's what you're saying, huh? Those are fighting pats, David. But Dylan's too smart, and he's not gonna give him the easy lawsuit. What is it about pieces of shit and smugly eating popcorn? Great documentary, would recommend. Is it disturbing? It is tame as shit. We should move on to something terrible.
They called him mostly harmless. They called me mostly bored. This story does not warrant a near hour-and-a-half doc. The doc is about a mystery man that was found deceased, extremely malnourished in a tent off a hiking trail. And the tent had food, and some pages with what appeared to be the scribbles of a madman. No signs of foul play, and no identification on who this man was. And the only other people that seemed to have come across this man in life were fellow hikers on the same trail he was on. So we follow the story, piece everything together, and exhaust every source until we get an answer. And I won't spoil quite yet, give me a second. A lot of people seem to like this one, and I can see why. There's a compelling story in there, but I just caught myself getting more and more frustrated as time went on, audibly saying at one point, who cares? All this made me think was, you know who you should hear this story from? Nexpo, Nick Crowley, Rainbot, Tuv, Wendigoon. I would have rather watched either of them talk about this for 20 to 40 minutes than this bloated sack. I think the problem is that our main storytellers are these two Facebook moderators of groups who were trying to figure out who Mostly Harmless was. That was his trail name. Hikers give themselves nicknames, I guess. Grow up. You're glorified walkers. I'm kidding, but the two moderators don't like each other. So they end up becoming these two beefing Facebook groups. A true modern day dilemma. Beefing Facebook groups, just sending AI images of Jesus to each other to distract the other side. It's like throwing a fucking steak at a dog, a pit bull trying to break in. They're both trying to discover who this dead fella was. And no offense to these two women, the work they did with so little resources is very impressive. It's reminiscent of the amateur detectives in Don't Fuck with Cats. The difference being, these are just not likable people. One of them more likable than the other. I'm not gonna say which is which, but we detour so often to just discuss petty squabbles within the groups. There was a point where I legit thought, have we just stopped talking about the guy entirely? Did I change channels? If you cut out the mods' lives, their battles with one another, and the struggles they personally dealt with trying to uncover this mystery or like being attacked by people on the internet, this is making me sad. We would wrap this up quickie poo pie. And the last thing that I very much disliked was the ending. I'm gonna spoil that now. Through testimony, photos, growing exposure, DNA tests, and much more, they discover our mystery man is a fella named Vance Rodriguez. Now keep in mind, people have been rather enamored with this mystery man and his story. And there was a lot of sympathy there because this poor guy seems to have starved to death when he had food. And he could have also, hypothetically, walked a bit further than where he was and asked for help from the public if he needed it. It was a tale of tragedy. And so many theories flew around. One example being that he had cancer and he didn't want to trouble anyone, so he just went off the grid to walk this extremely long trail and pass away. And pretty much everybody they interviewed who met him on that trail had nothing but nice things to say about him. One of them so touched that they felt like they missed out on this lifelong bond with this man. So they discover who he is. And he's kind of just a dude. Worked in tech, from Louisiana, and apparently was a serial abuser in his relationships. Multiple women came out with similar allegations of him, abusing them, and just not being a very nice person. So we had that now. Then we dug into his childhood a bit, and it's assumed that he had a falling out with his family relatively early, trying to disconnect from the family at 17, apparently shot himself at 16 in the stomach, trying to end it all at one point, but changed his mind after the gun went off and managed to survive. Through the doc, his family really didn't agree to speak on much, so people kind of paired their silence with what appeared to be a man with a fair amount of trauma, and they made their own story from that. And through it all, we really didn't get an answer as to why he chose to hike this trail. Why he died. Was it a decision to end his own life? Was it accidental? None of these questions are answered. It's all just assumptions from the crowd that have been following this story, which isn't that annoying. It's like an Unsolved Mysteries type beat. But what drove me nuts is that, listen, I get allegations are allegations. Multiple women, but allegations nonetheless. If the allegations are true, the ending to this doc just gets a little too cheery for me. A little too, yeah, he beat the shit out of women, but when I dapped him up by that one tree that one time, I was like, that's a good guy. Don't get me wrong, everyone speaks on the allegations, and most people condemn that behavior. One person says something along the lines of, I don't think it's crazy to look at Mostly Harmless and then look at Vance Rodriguez. I think it's one thing to be compelled by the story of this mystery man who befriended every person he came across and who ended up dying in what appears to be a rather tragic death, but then also look at Vance Rodriguez and remember, that guy sucked. He was a bad person. Which, okay, separating the art from the artist, in the darkest way that term has been used, but that was just one guy who said that for like 22 seconds of that ending bit. I obviously don't think Vance should be revered in the slightest if the allegations are true, which we can do about fuck all at this point to confirm them, but finishing the doc, we hear a damn song dedicated to him that one of the hikers who met him wrote, and he's playing and he's like, "Whoa, hiking." Everyone's giving their sign off, throwing Vance some compliments. A nice old lady says, I bet he's looking down at us right now. I think I would take the under on that one. And the doc touches on this parasocial relationship, building up this person to be something he's not. And even the people who outright just didn't believe the women's allegations because they were just so dialed into this guy and his story. Nobody wanted the bad ending, obviously, but we end happy and cozy. And that bothers me. I get it's traditionally nice to end on a high note. I think you still could have done that, but it's okay to have the story end in a bittersweet fashion because that is the reality. Allegedly. And if anyone gives a damn about what I think happened based on the doc, I think this was a very troubled guy who faced himself at one point, struggling with his family issues and also with the things he had done beyond that, so he just wanted to walk away from it all, disconnect as much as he physically could, and let life guide him for a bit. And I think he knew he would never return to his regular life when he started that walk. This was his escape, but also his penance. So it's not shocking to me that everybody who met him on that trail had a positive interaction with him. And eventually, as difficult as it sounds, he ended up starving himself. Also, imagine just trying to anonymously die because he apparently purposely avoided leaving a paper trail and then having the world hyper-focus on you for a bit and everything associated with you. That's gotta kinda suck. I don't recommend this doc to anybody, and it is far from disturbing. After watching it, there's no way I wasn't gonna talk about it. Next doc. Cropsey? Now that's a phenomenal and bone-chilling documentary. Would recommend. Next doc. Okay, are all the Cropsey fans gone? Listen, this documentary did do something very important. It taught me about something I knew absolutely nothing about. I did learn something. However, the best way I can describe Cropsey is frustrating. We're built up with the urban legend of Cropsey, the one-handed serial killer from Staten Island. And then they hit you with what happens when you discover that this boogeyman that your parents have scared you with turns out to be real. Great premise. I'm locked in. Talk to me, Staten Islanders. It is then we learn about the many missing children of Staten Island and the strange details and coincidences in all the cases. And our boogeyman in the middle of all of this is a homeless man named Andre Rand. In these strange disappearances, there are alleged ways to link back to Rand, such as one of his campsites being awfully close to the area where a child was last seen. There are witnesses that apparently saw Rand with said child or meandering about the area right around that time. The problem is that there is almost never really any hard evidence. It's pretty much all witness testimony. And some might argue it's also a little bit of, yeah, look at the guy. Now, Andre Rand is also not the Soup Kitchen's Volunteer of the Month. 1969, Rand was arrested for kidnapping and attempting to rape a 9-year-old girl. He denies this crime as well, but he pled guilty and spent 16 months in prison for that. So this wasn't a completely random person. They didn't just pick up fucking Bagger Vance and say, well, you look like you like little girls. In 1988, once they discovered the body of Jennifer Schweiger, Rand is charged with the kidnapping and murder of her. However, the jury cannot pin the murder on him and just convict him of the kidnapping. And once again, to many, a relief, but to others, Andre is just the fall guy. Either wrongly convicted or just one leg of the operation. Because specifically in that case, it's odd that the police and multiple search parties combed through so much of the suspected areas where she might have been, and then once Andre was in custody, they went back, found an odd looking spot, and there was Jennifer. So we spend the doc learning more and more about Andre, his past, the several cases that are supposedly linked to him, and the worst part, in my opinion, is Satanism. Let me say this. We don't get the truth by the end of the doc. We get a lot of stories, a lot of guesses, a lot of opinions, and the rest is kind of up to us. And we don't shy away from the urban legend aspect attached to Andre Rand. So we'll talk about really bizarre shit and then go back to trial. And even though I understand that, I couldn't help but roll my eyes into my ass through this section because there's a lot of words going out from reputable people that have me perplexed. One fella who's a part of the Civilian Observation Patrol has the filmmakers driving out to a cemetery and they ask him, oh, so Andre had a campsite out here, huh? And he replies, yeah, we think it was his. Then he says, yeah, we think he was selling the children for cult activities. They ask him, cults? Think that's legit? Well, you know, we had the Son of Sam out here. Fuck's that got to do with this? Is that even proven in that case? I don't think so. Retired detective. Yeah, we found places that looked like a church for Satanists where they would hold their ceremonies. We think Andre and his crew were involved. Okay, I'm listening. If you had to convince me that they were a part of it, what would you say? Well, I'd say if you gather some of Andre's friends and you talk to them for a bit, you'll see how bad it is. What does that mean, detective? Are you telling me the people fighting with the squirrels for scraps aren't engaging in thoughtful conversation? Are you Jaden Smithing the homeless right now?
Yeah. Oh my God, like, can we talk about like the political and economic state of the world right now?
Then we're told about the letter that was sent to the Schweiger family telling them that their child was sacrificed to the Church of the Process. They trace that letter back to someone named Veronica Lucan, who has her own religious following, and we get some background and they tell us that Veronica had visions of human sacrifices on a table and satanic high priests sticking knives into her, and that she was on a hit list because she was releasing information that the satanic high priest didn't want her to release. And that's it. I'm glad that was included. Another retired detective, he actually tells us they didn't find Andre Rand with that type of crowd. And even though this detective seems a bit weird, he makes the most sense to me, because he says satanic worshippers are just that, satanic worshippers. Like, I know what everyone is thinking when this guy says that's where they held their ceremonies. What if it's just as boring as regular church? I'm sorry, unless this doc can show me an ounce of proof of Andre involved in this Satanist gathering and whatever they did, I cannot even attempt to care about this section. To me, it's such a corny scare tactic. Andre Rand was the leader of a Satanist cult that would sacrifice children. Guys, with all due respect, you just told us you couldn't even pin a fucking murder charge on him. How am I supposed to take this part seriously? It sucks because I'm not even talking about the main thing here, the case itself, along with the resurgence of another case many years later, because of the majority of the things that I'm forced to listen to. At the end, we do get this quasi-reveal of Andre's motive for doing all of this. You see, a reverend that took him in back in the day, with the cops secretly directing all of that to lure Andre and gather evidence, I suppose, tells us, Andre told me that he took Jennifer because he, I guess, wanted to get rid of these children who had disabilities, because that was a pattern with the children discussed in this doc. And also, Andre's backstory kind of clicks with this, with his mother having a past with mental disabilities, and Andre worked in an area surrounded by that. And then we hear multiple other people kind of reiterate that thought, that that was his motive. My only issue is right before the Reverend tells us that, he also tells us the police bugged his entire house and had a surveillance van outside day and night. So if Andre told you this, do we not have that confession as evidence? Or was the bugging of the house not properly authorized so they weren't able to use that or some shit? Or is this guy lying? Why do we not build on that at all? Because nobody else directly mentions that confession. They just kind of agree with that same train of thought. Like, maybe this stuff exists, but it's just not in the doc. And there are more instances where you scratch your head and think, how did you guys win court cases with that testimony? I don't even think Andre is innocent, but all of this clumped together is just a bit of a mess to me. I know we're exploring everything, and part of an urban legend are the different stories people have about the same thing, the different descriptions, the different interpretations. I understand that. I just didn't love this one. Is it disturbing? Yeah. Ignoring 60% of the testimony on camera, these are still parents that lost their little one and or never got any form of closure because their child is still missing to this day. But do I recommend it? No. The Emperor's Naked Army marches on is probably the left field doc in this lineup. I sat trying to figure out what I should be doing for like 25 minutes. Not to say the doc is bad, but as a blind watch, I thought I was just watching this maniac live his day to day, and I didn't really know if there was a point. But here's the story. Kenzo Okazaki is a World War II veteran, a part of the 36th Division. If you know your history, I sure as hell don't. Don't let me, of all people, tell you. But the invasion of New Guinea resulted in terrible loss for Japanese soldiers. Surrounded and cut off in a blockade, disease and starvation ran rampant. The Japanese would eventually surrender, and Okazaki would be one of the quote-unquote lucky ones to return home. And Okazaki is a very complicated man to follow through the doc. He actually served 13 plus years in prison post-war for killing a man, shooting a sling of 4 lead pellets at the Emperor, and spreading pornographic flyers of the Emperor. He heavily mourns those who senselessly lost their lives at the behest of the Emperor, and now he just kind of despises authority. He damn sure doesn't fear them, I'll tell you that. The main goal at one point ends up being to uncover the truth of what happened to Private Yoshizawa and Private Nomura, rumored to be shot and killed by their own captain, Captain Koshimizu, on the charges of being deserters, after the Japanese had already surrendered, painting more of a murder than a lawful execution. So this man travels Japan and confronts ex-sergeants, corporals, medics, doctors, and Captain Koshimizu himself, trying to piece together what happened. Even at one point bringing along the siblings of the fallen soldiers to join him in uncovering the truth. Now, Okazaki isn't a journalist. He isn't penciling in appointments with everybody. He's just showing up to their houses with a film crew and begins interrogating them. And my guy's stern. He is going to speak to you. And not only that, if you refuse to answer his questions, he will fight you. He does not care. The police are called multiple times, and I obviously am not familiar with Japanese customs in the 1980s, but Okazaki just spends all of his time hoeing the officers. Yeah, we called you, but get the fuck out. Nosy. Look at him, just yelling at them. Do something, I dare you guys. As he's slapping the truck's ass. Try me, you bots. Like, it's a noble thing that he's doing, right? But he definitely toes the line on morals. Like, this man walks into a hospital room of a man who just had an operation. It doesn't look like he can move all that much. And Okazaki is just like, just so you know, this is divine punishment because of your post-war life. You deserve this. I'll hopefully talk to you again soon. Keep in touch. And he does. Post-op. My guy can't even control his bladder right now, but I don't care. You're pissing me off. He's a legit scary man because he has nothing to lose. He's ready to go back to prison. He'll resort to violence as long as he believes the end result is good. But then it's weird because he's randomly funny. He's a bit of a smartass. With the siblings of the fallen soldiers by him, he's demanding this family restaurant let them talk to their grandpa who was a medic. And they're like, nah, but his back is hurting. And he replies, nah, it's better than being dead. This is a 2-hour doc, and I can't really complain about the runtime. You have to see just how relentless Okazaki really is. If you drastically shorten these conversations, you lose that. And listen, if I'm to tell you the conclusion and how we got there, I am going to dump detail after detail after detail. This is the most notes I had to take, and it was not close. I've watched this twice, and I've barely started grasping who is who and why it matters. It's just too much lore and not enough for me to add to it. I'm not even saying this like, oh, you gotta watch it, I guess. Is it interesting? Absolutely. Do I think a lot of you will like it? Not really, but if you demand a summary from me, we'll leave here disappointed without one, might even tussle with me if I don't. I'll tell you a very bare bones version of the ending. It's clearly more impactful in the documentary, but here it is. It seems that the answer Okazaki was looking for was cannibalism. Some said the two soldiers were accused of being deserters, but at the end of the day, as their groups became smaller, starvation, disease, desperate times called for desperate measures, and everyone was on the chopping block. Apparently, troublemakers and selfish soldiers were in danger more than others. So there was a firing squad gathered by Koshimizu with the doctor on scene, and Okazaki actually speaks to everyone involved. Some of them initially lying to him that they were not a part of it. Koshimizu telling him that he wasn't even there. Even though many others said that the firing squad shot, the men did not instantly die, so the captain walked up and shot them both again. Keep in mind, these executions occurred 23 days after the war ended. The siblings didn't even see this out with him, although their guesses at what happened weren't far off, as they both believed their siblings were cannibalized simply because of hierarchy, the privates the first to go. But they didn't see this out because of not being able to see eye to eye with Okazaki. Hell, the director had issues too. Stopped filming multiple times. This was apparently not an easy man to work with. And as we wrap up, we get the headline, Okazaki opens fire. Ex-officer's son wounded. At the end of all this, Okazaki went to kill Koshimizu. However, because of circumstance, or maybe who just happened to open the door, Okazaki shot his son instead, although he wouldn't die. But Okazaki would head back to prison for another 10 years. Is this disturbing? No. A bizarre entry, but welcome. And we have arrived at our fork in the road. I don't really know how to feel about this one. I chose it for the name because I like bears. Polar bears are my favorite. Devin Hester was pretty sick. Grizzly Man, to me, is a boring story about an interesting guy. I don't think the doc sucks. I just think it's a little too long for my taste. Hour 44. I wouldn't have missed shit with an hour 20. I solely care about Timothy Treadwell, the man who would spend 13 seasons in Katmai National Park in Alaska, living amongst grizzly bears, because he thought they were misunderstood, and he wanted to protect them from poachers. He named them all, they were his friends and family, and I don't think there's a need for a spoiler alert here, because what ended up happening to Timothy is not really the point of this documentary. I mean, if anything, it was just the catalyst, because it's not this epic build up to his death, it's just about Timothy. His life, what he did, the 100+ hours of footage he recorded in Alaska, his mindset on things, what he was trying to accomplish, and the controversy it drew. I love the introduction to the doc. It's Timothy telling us that he would die for these bears, but never die at the hands of them. He was confident that he had established a connection with them, and anytime he felt he was in danger, he would never show weakness or back down, thus assuring his safety.
If I show weakness, if I retreat, I may be hurt, I may be killed.
Quick facts about grizzly bears. They're bigger than you, faster than you, and they will fucking decapitate you. With ease. Befriend, behead. Easy to mix up for a fucking tank. The first scene is then quickly followed by some of the most up-close shots Timothy had, and because I know something goes wrong at some point going into it, I am cringing at the start of this. Because grizzlies are just tiptoeing over, Timothy's putting his finger by their mouths and shit. Shh, 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 shh. And you see bears challenge Timothy. And he does exactly what he tells you. He stands his ground. He scolds them like they're 2-year-olds in his light voice. He even pops one with a left at one point. It's incredible to watch.
Don't you do that. Don't you do that.
Some of the footage he gets is beautiful, some of it's terrifying, and I don't think we'll ever see too many reciprocations of it. No one's just posting up with their back turned to grizzlies. Timothy was indeed built different. The interviews in this doc are not interesting. I said it! I know these are just dude bros that are here simply because of proximity, but man, I just want to hear Timothy talk. Timothy talks about religion, his love life, he even records potential poachers. He plays with foxes, he sleeps through storms that break down his tent. He marvels over bear poop. Why would I want anything else besides Timothy?
Sergeant Brown went to the bathroom, did a number 2 during his fight. There's your poop. It just came out of her butt.
Everybody else's interesting factor compared to fucking Timothy is embarrassing. And the majority of the other interviews are dedicated to his ex. And then just guys where it's like, why the fuck did they leave this in? Listen to this.
The bears probably thought there was something wrong with him, like he was mentally retarded or something.
What? Excuse me, sir? What? Okay. I don't get how you're in a fucking documentary with Timothy Treadwell, and somehow you said the craziest shit in this entire, like, 2-hour runtime. The controversy surrounding Timothy and what he does is also very interesting. People saying the threat of poachers is not even that present for Timothy to be risking his life year after year. And my favorite counterpoint to Timothy's actions is a man who says that he is accustoming these bears to humans, but that trust being formed will do more harm than good, because they will believe every human approaching them means well, a la poachers. The very thing Timothy is against. Now, obviously, his death is a considerable portion, and I'm sure you're curious by now. Timothy would always leave the park by the end of the summer. He would get picked up in a plane. And turns out, an undefined amount of times, Timothy had actually been dropped off with his girlfriend, although she was never directly a part of the footage, because it seemed like Timothy always wanted to keep the illusion that he was there completely alone. And the final time he'd be there, he was with her. He had decided to stay later this time around, which was a dangerous game to play because at this point, the bears are much more hell-bent on eating as much food as winter approaches. The camera was rolling when this all happened, but it is believed that the camera was just turned on somewhere with the lens cap on, because you see nothing. Why it was on, I don't know. I don't even remember if they addressed that. And there's no telling how it started. The audio has never been released and has only been listened to by the director and the coroner, I believe. It's described to us sounding like the bear approached their camp. You hear screams, Timothy telling his girl to get out of here, and at one point it very much sounds like his girl got the bear to go away. But unfortunately, the bear does not back down entirely. He comes back, Timothy tells her to hit him with a frying pan, and she does, and once he realizes this is going to be a done deal, he tells her to go away and get out of here. She doesn't, even though it sounds as if the bear pulls his body away, once again leaving the battle, but at some point he comes back for her. And the mauling is described to us as best as it can be by the coroner with the remains and the audio. It sounds as gruesome as can be, and it also sounds like Timothy was alive for most of it. And unfortunately for his girl, Timothy had documented in his diary that she had had enough of his shenanigans and no longer wanted to be a part of this, because she believed Timothy would keep on until he got himself killed, that he was reckless. And that's what we're left with. So is it disturbing? I don't think I can give it that title. To me, more so just interesting with tragedy sprinkled in. And listen, I can already hear some of you, because I thought the same thing. Where the fuck did I find these disturbing docs? Google. You let me down, Googs. Cult documentaries do a phenomenal job of thoroughly upsetting you. Like, I think of Keep Sweet, Pray, and Obey. That's a documentary that will not only piss you off, but if you make it to the end, yeah. That doc is far more disturbing than this doc. Because Holy Hell is a bit different. I do think it's an interesting documentary, made by an ex-member of this very cult, and the footage he has is incredible. I think that alone does wonders for this, right? We're often subjugated to just photos and testimony for stuff like this, but Will Allen has damn near everything that's discussed recorded, aside from the crimes. Well, actually, not entirely. So in the 80s, Will finds a group called the Buddha Field, filled with these happy, joyous buckos finding there is a tornado warning outside / severe. Can you hear that? If I end my career talking about this stupid fucking doc, I'm gonna be very upset. Anyway, filled with happy, joyous buckos finding spirituality, dropping their egos. They were hippies without the drugs and sex. Boring. So this group was led by Michelle. That was his name, one word, like Bono, Seal. I don't know how else to describe him except look at him. Oddly enough, by the end of the doc, my feelings on the guy were not about how despicable and disgusting he was, but more so that he was a fucking loser, a dweeby bum. And I honestly think that hurts him more than calling him out for his crimes. We get our testimony from ex-members of the cult, and let me try and describe what this is. Michelle eventually got everyone to live together, and they would attend these weekly meetings where he'd be like, people with egos? Fuck that. They would attend weekly hypnotherapy sessions with Michelle. Michelle loved ballet and would have them do that and do it right. And there would be these ceremonies where he would give people the direct experience of God. They'd meet him and he'd be like, God. And then they would be drunk off life. And we see the footage for this. They're all there loopy and shit, giggly gooses being like, wow, I can't believe God's inside of me right now. I don't know what other way to put it. Michelle would be fed, massaged, praised. Like most of the people actually hated ballet, especially because Michelle was an asshole. He would shit down anybody's throat that was messing up the choreography. He was a dick. And they like acknowledge that. They're like, this guy sucks, but even though they'd be crying during ballet practice, something they don't care about at all, they still loved him because cult. He would make fun of sex a lot. He claimed it was a low energy. So he told everybody in the group to abstain from it. He would talk about it like, have you seen people having sex? Blah, blah, blah. Am I right? Shut the fuck up, Michelle. This man wears a Speedo to brunch. Everybody in the group like rubs each other for good energy. He gets massaged in Speedos. He takes piggyback rides from big, strong men. You can't convince me this horny ass dude is anti-sex. Like everybody in the group is in great shape, good looking. I didn't get picked, did you? Like when I first started watching the doc and they're all on this beach frolicking and rubbing each other and hugging each other, I was gonna be like, man, there's gonna be a lot of fucking going on. And then they said that, and I was like, no, something's incorrect. They ended up telling us, like, there was secretly a lot of fucking going on. Sorry, Michelle. Fucking spoiler alert, dude. Don't know if you got that far. Anyway, the curtain is being slowly raised, right? And even with everyone in the palm of his hand, I just kept thinking that it had to be sex for him. Right? Is that not always the base for shit like this? It's sex. And right on cue, we discover what Michelle would do during his hypnotherapy sessions. He would talk to them, help them receive these breakthroughs, cry about their childhood, realize why they feel the way they feel, and then be like, get naked. How are you supposed to be vulnerable in front of God if you can't even take off your undies in front of me? And then he'd tell them, like, you know, just do what feels natural. Like, come over here. Get on your knees. Do whatever comes to mind, totally up to you. He did this to multiple men in the group. So yes, he was assaulting members of the cult, even though some of them made it very clear that they didn't want to do that. And when they would say shit like that, he'd go back to hypnotherapy, make them feel something again, and then be like, all right, let's try again. Keep in mind, they would pay for these sessions. Michelle had moved, changed his name, and his followers would continue to follow. He encouraged everyone to detach from their families. No TV, no radio. Someone would buy a dog, and he was like, dogs, that's low energy shit, return it. I don't know what was wrong with pets. One of the members got pregnant, but kids, low energy, and he forced one of them to get an abortion, forced another member to encourage her to do so, or else they would be kicked out too. He told one of the girls to tell everyone that she had cancer so he could pretend to cure it. Michelle was a real piece of shit, and get this, he used to want to be an actor. He had a small role in Rosemary's Baby, and guess what? He was a failed bum-ass bum actor.
Every man is a possible guy.
In fact, rumors started to float around that he used to be a gay porn star. What? This guy? Tell me a failed actor decided to do porn. It's impossible. Ugh! Jesus Christ, you didn't have to show me the clips. I would have believed you. He was absolutely a gay porn star, and they showed him dipping his hog in a mouth like gerbil water. This went on for 21 years. And he tried his hardest to hold on to the group. Controversy after controversy, people started writing letters, people started coming forward about what was happening to them, and he just kept trying to sniff out who was still down for him. People eventually threatened to press charges unless he stopped what he was doing, and for some stupid reason, they helped him relocate to Hawaii, being like, "You're not gonna do this anymore, right?" And he was like, "Promise, Scout's honor." 5 years later, Michelle, who changed his name to Andreas, and then he was now going by Ragey, had a following again. Some of the people were OG members who never left, and some people were newly recruited in Hawaii, and they looked like a bummy tourist group, but that's not my business. They confront him in the dock, and it's not confrontational, I guess. They approach him, and I think Michelle is fearful of what may happen in this moment, but he doesn't like start yelling to the group about what Michelle did or what he's doing, because frankly, that's not gonna do anything. He knows these people were all brainwashed already. Some of them are, he recognizes them, you know, they used to be friends. He doesn't sock Michelle in the jaw, which would do something, but that would be temporary, might catch a charge. But that's where we end. We get some updates, and that's that. No criminal charges. I'm almost positive he's still doing this. Fucking the end. That's it. So if you're in the Hawaii area and you see this man walking around with his mini army, I don't know. Nothing's happened to him since. So the unfortunate reality for cults is, what can you do? Different groups tried getting involved. People tried speaking up, and even with all of that, you could tell that a lot of people just didn't want to leave because, I mean, they didn't really know much outside of it. The people that did leave felt like they'd been lied to all their lives. Like they had to start anew, like they didn't know what this was. They just felt fish out of water. I'm assuming the people in the cult probably didn't want to feel that. Disturbing? Yes. Once you watch enough cult documentaries, though, nothing really surprises you anymore. I would really just recommend this documentary if you wanted to be a fly on the wall for something like this because of all the footage that he has. But other than that, I just kind of fucking hate this guy. Into the Deep was honestly, am I wearing black in front of a fucking black screen? This is the type of production quality you can expect from a Mista Juju channel. This looks fucking stupid. Does the denim jacket change anything? No, I just look like a fucking West Side Story stand-in now. Okay, never mind. Into the Deep was honestly a breath of fresh air, which I'm sure sounds as bad as I think it does. But this documentary was concise, presented the story in an interesting way, had a lot of valuable footage. Got me in, got me out. If you're looking for a murder doc while you eat your dinner, this is the one. Copenhagen, Denmark. Peter Madsen was an entrepreneur, inventor, daredevil. He would build things with a group of highly competent interns and volunteers, and then he would test him, oftentimes with himself. And the next goal on hand was to, in fact, launch himself into space. His team, although unpaid, love him, are inspired by him. He's all about living life the way he wants to live it. We're all gonna die, but at least he'll be able to look back and be like, but I did all this crazy shit that I wanted to do. We both met the same fate. Now, the teensy-weensy problems we can point to as of right now are minimal. Like, for example, Peter's got ops. And you know what they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Peter's sworn enemies are literally the next building over. Just old men on their lawns yelling at each other. This was a company he used to work with where they basically started to minimize his position and push him back from the front lines on the experiments, but that's not how he rolls. These were apparently his ideas. He wanted to be the pilot as well. So he dipped out and started his own gig. Like, you know the US-Russia space race? That's this, but like 100 feet away from each other. I'm not kidding. Look how close they are. They're both just out together. Just fucking mid-wrench turn. One of the tests go well. Let's talk about Emma Sullivan, the director. She has to join Peter and document everything for a project. And at one point through the documentation, Peter is declared missing as they lose contact with his submarine. But Peter is not alone. Journalist Kim Wall is also missing. Last seen joining Peter in his submarine to interview him. And we get the live reaction of his crew hearing the news, the very people who saw him last. Now this starts to look like a terrible submarine incident that took 2 lives until Peter is spotted and picked up, telling authorities the submarine sank, but that no one was on board with him. According to him, he had dropped Kim off earlier before the sub sank. However, with Kim's boyfriend and family not hearing from her, after Peter is picked up, he is taken straight into custody. And immediately, the crew kind of puts the cope in Copenhagen, because this is their guy. Some of them 100% confident he would never do such a thing. Some confused as to why the authorities are even looking at him, which, who the hell else are we supposed to ask? Now, what did you see? But also, credit to them, they're trying to find Kim in the location that Peter said he dropped her off at. They're trying to find find her and therefore help clear Peter. But as soon as more details start to come out, they are loyal, but not foolish. Peter started by saying he dropped her off. The sub then had an issue, sank, and he made it out alive. Then they had actually recovered the submarine, and it had nobody inside of it, and they continued to search for Kim's body. However, Peter now said that Kim died in a terrible accident on board, and he buried her at sea, which I think one of his crew members asked a very important question to that claim. Why? Why bury her at sea? That doesn't make any sense, Peter. One of his mates actually looking at the recovered sub, telling us how obvious it was, just by looking at the outside, that the sub was purposely sunk. Kim's torso was found right around the same area where Peter was picked up. The torso was stabbed, seemed like someone attempted to take the air out of the lungs, along with strapping metal to the body to help it sink. Luckily, the ocean had other plans. Peter changes his story again. He says while lifting the hatch for Kim, it slips and hits her head. And although he is changing his story, this claim cannot be verified at the time. Obviously, from our perspective, Peter is guilty. He has clearly dismembered her body, attempted to hide the evidence, but we don't know how she exactly died. And we don't know why Peter might have done it. Because of that, I guess he can technically walk away from all of this somewhat scot-free, with perhaps only the charge of desecration of a corpse. And Peter must know this, because here he is, continuously changing his story, attempting to send the authorities on a goose chase. They eventually recover Kim's head, and after examination, they discover no blunt force trauma to the skull, quickly destroying that whole hatch story, which sounded stupid to begin with. So Peter finally owns up to it and says, all right, she died of carbon monoxide poisoning. Stop interrogating him. Cut his mic. You guys got better luck just figuring out the rest on your own. This guy's a fucking idiot. And thankfully now, the real details start to seep in. They find snuff films on Peter's computer. Videos of women being choked, cut up. In fact, the day before the murder, Peter was randomly asking another crew member if he had ever seen videos like that, where he could watch them if he wanted to. Seemed to be something he was into, which started to paint more of a motive. But why Kim Wall specifically? The unfortunate answer to that seems to be purely chance. Peter had actually messaged another woman in his crew to join him on the submarine the next day because it was riding so well, as he says. Apparently, he even asked the director to also join him on the sub right around the same time. Kim Wall just happened to be the person that agreed to do it earlier, so she could get her interview and attend her going away party that night, as she was planning to move to Beijing. And as you can tell, no men were invited at the time. It seems like whatever woman was the first to join Peter in that sub would lose their life in a similar terrifying fashion. Peter would also bring tools on board, including a wood saw, which he would obviously have zero reason to bring on board. All of these details helped paint the picture and would hopefully help solidify a conviction. Now, before we get there, I have to tell you my small conundrum, if you will. And we'll start with this. This woman, who was one of the women invited on the sub, who fully trusted Peter, one day texted him that, oh, I'm working so slow, I need some motivation. You gotta send me some death threats, Peter, to keep me in line, haha. So he does, and describes having her bound in the submarine, stabbing her, his murder plan fully ready. Clearly, he has given this thought, but at the time it just seemed like a joke. At least that's what she says, because me reading that shit, even if it was pre-arrest, like if a friend of mine showed me these texts from her boss, her friend, and was like, haha, isn't he so funny? No, I'm looking at your throat, ellipses, where is the pulse? But you asked for a jokey death threat, not snuffy fan fiction. There's no lulz, no emojis. It wouldn't even help that much, but this man is sick. And here's my problem, which is gonna sound weird. There are so many examples like this where Peter says something, which in hindsight sounds like foreshadowing. Saying things like, oh, I'm gonna kill somebody in many different ways. We will go down as the greatest criminals. I've had practice with spoofing authorities. Why would I be honest with someone who's interrogating me? The doc even ends with him randomly discussing human predators living among us. Psychopaths, who are great speakers. He's a great speaker. Who are persuasive. He's quite persuasive. No regard for others. I would assume so at this point. And does the psychopath know that they're a psychopath? So you look at all of that in one of two ways. Either he's speaking out loud. These are his thoughts. It's funny to joke about killing other people because I'm actually capable of it. You see this in other docs where they'll find the one scene in old family footage of the dad joking about killing the mother, where he jokingly holds a knife up to her or some shit. And you can look at this as as him unraveling, starting to be consumed by these thoughts, this addiction, sexual addiction, whatever way you want to phrase it, and he's just starting to slowly tell on himself, maybe without even realizing it. And finally, it all builds up to the day he cracks and commits a horrible crime. Then you could look at it in this way, where he knows exactly what he's doing. And this is really all a game to him, because he knows this is being documented. He knows this will all be published. He knows the attention this will garner. He is trying to make a film. And this one's a bit more out there, I realize that. But that's how I started to feel at times. It could just be because the director got so much footage that she was able to reference these moments a lot more than the average documentary can. Or maybe he didn't think about this at the very beginning, but at some point discovered his endgame and patiently moved towards it, giving away clues so this could all be a part of it. This theory specifically just made me feel gross while watching it because it felt like this is what he wanted. Like, I understand, it sounds silly, it was just a thought, I had to bring it up because I've never really gotten this feeling in any other doc. Anyway, plenty of his crewmates ended up testifying against him, which really helped the case, and Peter was charged with murder, indecent handling of a corpse, and sexual assault, sentenced to life. The buildup is great in this doc because as we uncover all the gruesome details, we finally arrive at the footage recorded the day of the murder, which is insane. You're looking at him, thinking, this man will do the most heinous shit later this evening. In fact, just this morning, before the film crew shows up, Googling the words beheading, girl, agony, rewatching a video of a girl getting her throat cut. You don't have to believe the second theory I said, that he had known this end goal for a while, but he 1000% knew it right here, being interviewed by one of his potential victims. Seeing him randomly grip this metal pipe, even knowing the eventual outcome, it's terrifying to watch. Is it disturbing? It's hard to say no. It's really much more gripping than anything. Worth a watch in my opinion. And also, I guess he attempted to escape prison in 2020 and actually kind of got away from the prison, but then got caught. Next doc. 3 Identical Strangers. What a fun and wholesome doc. That definitely didn't make me cry while reinforcing the fact that there are secret supreme overlords that we shouldn't bother nor name. This is Robert. He's referred to as Bobby in the doc, and that bothered me a lot during my note-taking, because it was hard enough trying to keep track of these guys. Let me get you caught up. Bobby went to community college and was mistaken for a fella named Eddie, because they looked awfully similar. Obligatory, everybody's thinking that you're me. And I'm you. With the help of a friend, Bobby and Eddie get in contact, discover that they have the same birthday, and were both adopted through the Louis Weiss agency. And then they meet up. And it's a crazy story in the paper. There wasn't shit else going on back then. It was the talk of the town. But that's when David came across her story in the paper and had the thought, these two guys, born on my birthday, who are also adopted, look a lot like me. And it was actually kind of an insane story at this point. Triplets, separated at birth. 3 different adopted families, and here they were meeting each other. I suppose again, for the first time in 19 years. And it was fireworks. Like they've known each other all their lives. And look! They got all this shit in common. They all like Chinese food, they smoke the same brand of cigarettes, they all wrestled, like the same colors, and they all like older women. Heyo! Huh? They also all grew up with an older adopted sister. The doc definitely catches you in the excitement of it all, because these brothers reunite and become a sensation. In the papers, they go to all the talk shows, the people love them. They're so goofy and so alike. 3 young, famous, handsome studs hitting the New York streets in the 80s? Forget about it. Not enough Panucci to go around. Journalists were following these guys, hitting the club. They all got an apartment together, the bachelor pad of all bachelor pads. Liquor stores were delivering the booze to the apartment. Like they could just shout out their window, calling for a bottle, like, hey Arnold. Hey Luigi, give me 3 shots. No, Luigi, no! That was the high. But the families had to ask about the low. Why were you 3 separated at birth? And why were none of us informed that you were 1/3 of triplets? David and Robert telling us that they used to bang their heads on walls and the inside of cribs when they were little, blaming it on separation anxiety that they couldn't have even known they had back then. The parents set up a meeting with Louis Weiss agency and demanded some answers. The answers given? Yes, we separated those triplets. Why? Because it'd be hard to find a home for triplets. It's a much larger ask that not many people are looking for. And the parents said, well, I mean, we would have took them had you told us. Then the parents are pissed. and don't like the answers they're getting and leave. But Bobby's father forgets his umbrella in the room after he goes outside, so he goes back inside and he sees all the people they were talking to popping champagne like the ball just dropped, like they just avoided a potential problem. And when you're not satisfied, well, what's the next logical thing to do? Punch these geezers in the face? Could be fun, but that's more suited for a sitcom. Let's get legal, baby. The parents talked to some of the prestigious law firms in New York, and they were foaming at the mouth. Oh, we got a case here, baby. Then as time would pass, they would change their tune. Actually, there's a conflict. We can't proceed. Well, the thing is, we have a number of associates trying to adopt through Louis Weiss, and we don't want to ruin their chances. Huh? All of you have associates looking to adopt? Or are you all talking about the same people that connect you? Ooh, this is dark web. It was at this point in the doc where I thought, where the hell is this going? What kind of Monsters Inc. baby factory are we about to uncover? And that's when writer and journalist Lawrence Wright came across a twin study that was referenced in text, and it was an experiment of separating twins at birth at the Louis Weiss agency, which was interesting. Coincidence, maybe. And that's when the brothers recall having people come to their house when they were growing up, giving them tests, IQ tests, ink block tests, filming them. The parents obviously remember this too, but they were told it was just a part of a normal study of adopted children. Turns out it may have been something a little more that was orchestrated by Dr. Peter Neubauer, one of the many great men of psychiatry, who may or may have not conducted a rather unethical study of separating twins at birth. The triplets were in fact not the only ones. And although another set of twins is shown in the doc, it is estimated that there are still more people out there that do not know they have a twin. And kind of the most frustrating part about all of this is that this study was never published. They did this rather terrible shit, documented it for years, and we didn't even get results. Why? What are you keeping from us? At this point, the triplets have run into some issues surrounding a family business they started, and these problems have hit Eddie specifically rather hard. Up until this point in the doc, we've seen Bobby and David have testimonials. We have not seen Eddie. And it was right around this point when Eddie was starting to be described as the most outgoing and loving of the three that I realized that there was going to be another dark turn in this story. I believe Eddie was diagnosed with manic depression and he was to spend time in a psych ward, which apparently his brothers were already familiar with because they too spent time in psych wards when they were kids. Their birth mother apparently had some issues of her own. The other pair of twins in the doc suffered from depression and their birth mother was schizophrenic. And that's when the next question was presented. Is this the actual reason we're being researched? Because a lot of people in this study apparently had dysfunctional childhoods and mental illness. Was Dr. Peter Neubauer trying to answer the question, is mental illness heritable? After spending some time in the psych ward, Eddie would return to work, but later not show up. And that's because Eddie shit himself in his home. The family was obviously devastated, the brothers devastated, and apparently there had been more than one suicide in this study. In an interview that Lawrence managed to set up with Peter, Peter was very reluctant to talk about the study, but told him the study should be published in a year or two and that his funding came from private charity foundations in Washington, if I heard that correctly, unless he said in Washington. Either way, who? Although never published, everything recorded in the study is not lost to time. Peter passed in 2008 and his research was sealed at Yale University, but it's restricted until 2066. Mark your calendars. 66 boxes filled with information about the triplets and all the other twins in the study. To view it prior to 2066, you need authorization from the Jewish Board of Family Services, who apparently have some powerful connections, and also deny all their requests. Go figure. We do actually speak with some people that were involved in the study. Peter's research assistant, Natasha Josefowitz, invites us into her humble abode, and she tells us that Peter wanted to put the rest of the debate of nature versus nurture forever. And although nothing was published, she says she would hear some of the results, and they were that it was much more hereditary than she believed. That we, in fact, have very little free will. Those boys were going to be drawn to this and that, and it didn't really matter their upbringing. But people don't like to hear that, do they? And she's right. I heard that, and in my mind I said, my ass. I can go punch my neighbor in the face right now and fuck this whole timeline up. Say I won't, pussy. But anyway, that's Natasha's word, right? But what about another research assistant involved in the study? Lawrence Perlman talks to us, and when asked about the mental illness, he says, as far as he knows, they were not interested in that. Keep in mind, Both of these people left the study after quite some time, but Lauren says they were much more interested in the family dynamics and how the triplets would fit into that. But if that's the study you're conducting, why are you gambling on what those family dynamics might be for each triplet? You're not. You are in fact more than familiar with that family dynamic before those triplets step foot in those homes. Because if you remember, they all grew up with an older adopted sister, and they're all the same age as well. And the adoption agency that brought those girls to those homes, Louise Weiss. They set the stage for this study. Each family was different in its own way. Bobby's family was rather wealthy. His dad wasn't around that often, but he was still devoted to Bobby. Eddie's father was rather strict, military-like, and considered middle class. David had immigrant parents who were more blue-collar, and David's father loved him and loved those boys like they were his own. And regardless of what happiness they found in life, it had to be hard to shake not even the feeling, but reality that they were treated like lab rats. And also, I think some people can get to this part and maybe blame what happened to Eddie on his upbringing. Some comments in the doc kind of lean in that direction, but I don't really think that's entirely fair. It's hard listening to Eddie's dad talk about what happened to Eddie and his feelings on it. He talks about how, yeah, they were a quiet family and never really talked about their problems to each other, which, in my experience, I don't think that's a healthy environment, but I can't make any bold claims past that. And his segment ends with him saying this.
Maybe I didn't teach him something, how to live life or something. That bothers me occasionally.
Which to the majority of you may sound cold or ignorant, which I get that. But to me, this is sad. As disconnected as he may be from the mental health conversation, it does sound like he blames himself, like he didn't do enough. He could have done more. He could have somehow prevented that. We start to wrap up the doc challenging the earlier confident claim of nature mattering much more. Because although we started with all this hoopla about, oh my god, these triplets are reuniting and they are exactly the same. They weren't. But of course everybody wanted to think that. Everybody wanted to pinpoint every similarity. And even the brothers admit they wanted the same. Because realistically, you smoke the same brand of cigarettes? Oh my god, buy a lotto ticket. I thought the most interesting thing was probably that they all wrestled, but they also all got some big DK hands, so maybe that was just a layout for them, I don't know. Oddly, and not oddly enough, as a result of the film, the Jewish Board of Family and Children's Services provided David and Robert with the study records they requested. More than 10,000 pages have been released since the completion of filming. However, the records contain no formal conclusions and have been heavily redacted to protect the identity of the other subjects in the study. So there's probably at least 4 twins that still don't know why they have a twin thanks to this study. Love that they protected their privacy, even though, you know, fuck the ethics before that. And we actually get what I assume is real footage of the triplets when they were young, which is bonkers to look at because it makes it that much more real and creepy. Disturbing? Yeah, no shit. Who let Peter cook on this? Who wanted Peter to cook on this? How insane and infuriating this must be for those involved. This is crazy unethical, and it's not like anyone's gonna pay for it either. It is a phenomenal story, and I left a handful out as well, so I do recommend this doc personally, but ugh. Next doc.
Hell House 2001. This film might hurt some people in the audience. I don't like this doc. Not even because of the subject matter. I just struggle to care this much about the haunted house and all the people in it. I read the positive reviews, and although I understand some of their points, there's no way in hell I'd recommend this to any of you. It's about this bizarre Halloween attraction titled Hell House, created and supported by Trinity Church in Cedar Hill, Texas, to essentially convert people to the church. So instead of trying to jump scare you every 15 seconds or so to justify charging you $200 on a Groupon, haunted houses are a scam. Hell House depicts real life scenarios where people sin and then go to hell, aka the room covered with foil where the kinky guy yells, AIDS! You fool! So they basically set up mini plays of suicide, rape, abortion, domestic violence, and worst of all, homosexuality. I know, you can go your whole life with not hurting a soul. But you suck up Jeremy on a Tuesday night, it is over! What are you, attracted to another consenting adult? Sorry, that's TOS. I'm joking. Obviously. It's just anytime I see lunatics like this lumping homosexuality with the worst shit ever, I just want to gobble a hog to spite them, but I digress. Hell House was getting news coverage because of the crazy shit they were doing. For example, one year they reenacted Columbine, because Jesus. And this doc goes much further than the attraction itself. You get an in-depth look into the people setting this up, their lives, their personalities. It is a well-rounded documentary. I just don't like it. Shut up. Personally, I just rather listen to like Jay Albury talk about this for 30 minutes instead of this hour-and-a-half doc. But let's talk about some highlights. Trinity Church will have a lot of kids from Trinity Christian School audition to play in Hell House. Same way any other auditions would work. The kid goes up, to be or not to be. Or in this case, and when the kids see they got a role, they're hyped. Yo, I'm Hellbound Abortion Girl number 4. Let's fucking go, Stacy. It's a peek into a whole nother world. And randomly in the mix is just the complete disregard for safety. This is a police officer that they have on staff. He helps hold it down along with providing gun safety protocol. For example,
about a 2-foot range.
Shut up, okay? Don't pretend to know what you're talking about. You're not an officer of the law. So what? He shot at a piece of cardboard that was 2 feet away from him that was held by a human. So what? He shot a live round in a church filled with people. So what? He was a fucking blink away from no-scoping this shot. So as you all can see, there he is 2 feet away. Don't worry, don't worry. All that happened was that he got a little bit scared, okay? That's it, I promise. I'll check right now. James! You see, it's not just stupid and careless and holy shit, you're fucking stupid. I see no logical reason for you to have to shoot at anything in this scenario to teach gun safety. I think we could all take a fair guess what happens after fucking that. And listen, I get it, hahaha, Texas. And I'm no expert. But there is no shot that is needed. They have multiple guns lying around the sets, by the way, that are accessible. You want to know why they're accessible? For the kids. In one of the sections, one of the kids pulls one out of his bag to set up offing himself, but not before he points it at the class without looking. One overlook from Lieutenant Dingo, and this haunted house is home to a tragedy. Not to mention, religion aside, most of these people here have a drop of dingo in them. Like you're watching this dark documentary, and then you see an interaction that looks like it's right out of The Office.
You also need red paint, don't you, for the pentagram and all that stuff that goes there?
You gonna use red? I said white.
White? They don't do white.
Black and white? Why not?
They just don't, I don't think.
Yeah, they do. White?
Black and red?
Yeah.
That warlock that came through a few years ago, he
Not everything is like
he complained because we had white stuff in this. We had 2 or 3 white candles, and he was walking through saying there's no white in any occult scene. It's like occult situation.
I don't know what I'm thinking anymore. Get me out of here.
Is that why you bought the white paint there?
No, that is not why. I don't know. That was an accident. See,
I thought you said. I'm getting to know where the white paint comes from.
No, that's not it at all. That is not it at all.
Okay. That's okay.
There's this guy who plays the DJ at a rave, which sets up a roofie scene, and it was his idea. I swear this is a skit.
The rave scene, that whole image wasn't being portrayed, and it took a while to convince Tim that because he didn't know. And I'm actually thinking about renting a water tank, you know, have someone underwater dancing or something neat every year. Crucifixion's gonna be right here. Coffins are gonna end right here. End over here by the lights.
And I got 2 different roles here, and I'm just a little confused. I didn't get the script.
For the people who have no idea what happens in the rave scene, this is just to give them an idea. We're not gonna go like exactly word for word by it, because if we did, no one would buy it. This is just someone who wrote it. It didn't, you know, I didn't get to sit down with them, they didn't sit down with me, so.
And he's talking to us about the rave idea because of this date rape drug that's hitting the rave scene. And when the interviewer asks the name of it, he doesn't know.
There have been times when I've left a rave and literally just, you know, you'd have to drag a couple dozen bodies out, you know, maybe not that many, I exaggerate a little bit, but maybe, you know, 8 to 10 bodies a rave. At more dangerous ones, you would see. Maybe not that many, I exaggerate a little bit, but maybe. And you could see the drug paraphernalia all over the floor. In this in particular scene, it's a date rape drug. That's found everywhere.
What is the drug?
By the way, doesn't the interviewer sound like critical?
That's found everywhere.
What is the drug?
How do you think they wrapped up the shoot? All right, and that's it. See you.
I don't know. I can't remember the name of it. Tim knows what it is, which. And to be honest with you, I don't know if it's the phrase itself, the name of it's going to be said in the script. I haven't seen the new script written yet. I haven't had a chance to go over it, but I do know that the date rape drug itself, it's considered, I guess you could say, technically, officially, scientifically in society, it is going to be an official date rape drug.
Imagine making this huge deal. An entire set dedicated to this sinful problem that you can barely fucking identify. He just fumbles around saying, I'm not sure, but trust me, this is officially being labeled as the date rape drug. You gotta trust me, okay? Is that your wife, your girlfriend, or just your main bitch? Ludicrous. Underground guy. You wouldn't understand.
Yeah, what's the name of the... Does anybody here remember the name of the drug? The actual name that we're going to be using?
How is this not a parody?
Well, it says...
Ecstasy.
Over there on that wall, I only have one thing there. It says Groovelistic Quick Fix Machine, which actually is the name of my website, so...
This guy, I don't agree with this man on, frankly, anything. And I know nothing more than what I see. I feel for him. I wish his family well. I don't understand how this is real. This guy mentioned how his wife actually ended up cheating on him in an internet affair. They are no longer together. He seems to have kept all the kids. I'm not sure. There is a section in the haunted house of that exact scenario of a husband discovering a wife's online infidelity, where he's manhandling her and choking her for what she did, and she leaves. And he's watching it all with this face. Hell House ends in a regular room with one of the staff members addressing the group. And he has the utter nerve to start this by saying, this is not a scare tactic, this is not a guilt trip. Right now you will have the choice to go one of two ways. You can either step into door number 1, where you have church members ready to pray with you, and pray on you, or you can take door number 2 and go home. But let me ask you this, if you die tonight, do you know where you're going? Are you going to heaven or hell? Don't lie to yourself. Think about it. Those who want to step through the hypothetically correct door, you have 6 seconds. And he stares them all down while continuing to badger them through the 6 seconds, and 1,000,000,000% makes them feel like bad people if they don't. Fuck you guys. The entire purpose of this Hell House is to either scare people into converting or guilt people into converting. And good news, Hell House is no longer open. I checked, but their last run was actually in 2019. They discontinued Hell House in 2020 indefinitely. I found some footage of Hell House 2017 and the formula is the exact same, but you can tell the budget is taking a dive. The patron secretly recording complains about structural hazards, poor organization, and just a setup for disaster. And they still pull the 2-door tactic at the end of it. Pathetic. And if you think this all sounds interesting, you might like the doc. I think it sounds interesting, but you know where I stand. Disturbing? Yeah, it's fucked up to hear some of these people's thoughts. Even how their little section originated in the early 1900s, high-key just rooted in racism, which their spokesman just glosses over. These kids are treated like pawns, and I hope they all move out as soon as possible. Let's move on.
The best way I can describe this documentary is, pretend you awake to see a spider crawling on the ground outside. It's a Brazilian crawling spider, one of the most venomous on earth. You then start to look around, take in your surroundings, and realize you're in the middle of the Amazon. That spider is a concern, but only one cogwheel of a massive operation, because around every corner there is something equally or more dangerous. A lot of them difficult to see, let alone be touched. And there is, realistically, little to nothing you can do about it. Who Took Johnny? 2014. Johnny Gosh is a kid that vanished on the morning of September 5th, 1982 in West Des Moines, Iowa. This documentary looks into that fateful day and also the bizarre timeline that followed. This is one of those documentaries where they present you with all the evidence. And even with or without the documentary slant, you're sat there thinking, you know, I'm starting to come around to this whole, there's terrible people out there thing. That have a fuck ton of power, and the more and more you hear, you just sat there yelling at the monitor. It seems pretty clear cut to me. Why aren't we doing anything about this? Oh, because we can't? Fuck, that sucks. Now, multiple people saw Johnny that morning. He was a paperboy hitting his route, and I guess I should say, apparently, this is the story. Early in his route, a car had slightly passed Johnny, backed up, and asked for directions. That car goes away and then later comes back. At this point, Johnny is right by one of his neighbors who's outside. The man describes the driver appearing to be mad, and as this charming old man puts it, caffeinated. Coked out of his mind. The car goes away. As Johnny leaves, the neighbor sees a tall man appear from some trees and start to follow Johnny. Johnny passes 2 of his fellow paperboys, gives him a wave, and then we lose any eyes from that point. A neighbor at home right by the site of Johnny's disappearance remembers hearing a car door slam and a car speed off, and he sees him blow the stop sign. And they were actually able to identify what the car looked like, but no license plate. Shortly after, the other paperboys came up to an empty wagon, and it was Johnny's. The cops were called. Also, we later learned that Johnny was walking his dog at the time, and the dog was still there when they found the wagon. So you would think, had Johnny gone somewhere of his own volition, the dog would have presumably followed. And everything I just told you is a combination of testimony from multiple neighbors as well as the paperboys. So, using our skills of deduction, someone kidnapped Johnny, right?
Nobody saw anything that, to us, was an explanation for the boy's disappearance. He just vanished.
He just vanished. The Chris Angel of his time.
So you want to know how to scam your friends so that you can make $9?
Who even is this guy? Oh, that's the police captain during Johnny's disappearance? Huh. Yeah, I doubt he'd be that informed on the case anyway. So Who Took Johnny is about a missing child, Johnny, but it slowly transforms into a prod at institutional corruption. The cops didn't do shit for Johnny. They chalked him up as a runaway, and you can hear it from their own mouths. They act like they had nothing to go off of. The public was the one searching for Johnny, while the cops sat back. And at that time, they couldn't even determine that a kid was missing until 72 hours had passed. Imagine. So as time passed, the attention toward the case obviously started to dwindle, but the Goshes kept on, especially Johnny's mother, Noreen Gosh. She was on the police nonstop, so much so that there were cops asking to be taken off the case because they couldn't deal with her. Which, if you're taking that as her being painted in a negative light, like who are we to judge? Her child is gone, and the people sworn to protect and serve are doing dick all about it.
He just vanished.
They aren't even considering it a crime scene. Chief Orville Cooney called it a frustrating investigation and even publicly went against Noreen, saying he doesn't give a shit what she says, he's just here to find the kid. And completely unrelated, that chief would later have nearly 20 officers file complaints against him for racial discrimination, working after drinking, fixing tickets for relatives and friends. He resigned 6 months later. Now, aside from lousy policing, we also got two more glaring problems here. One, back then, there was just no infrastructure to track missing kids. I can't imagine how many kids were just getting chalked up as runaways, because what else are we supposed to do right now? Assess a crime? Second, Noreen Gosh just wasn't aware of human trafficking. She didn't even know what a pedophile was. This little town they were in never stopped to think that people would target little kids for sexual reasons. They just didn't know. We go to school, we work, and we die. What the fuck is lolly? And even worse than just being unaware, the people didn't want to believe that there was an organized ring of pedophiles engaging in sex trafficking. It's kind of insane to think about, but that whole concept was foreign to them. So they were treating it like we were talking about fish people. 2 years later, Eugene Martin, another paperboy in West Des Moines, vanished. Witnesses say they last saw him talking to a man in a car. September 1984, they had the idea to start placing kids on milk cartons. Johnny Gosh and Eugene Martin being the catalyst for that. Multiple people, including Noreen, also helped start the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in 1984, and the Johnny Gosh bill was also signed that year to have the proper authorities immediately jump into action when a minor is reported missing. 1986, another 14-year-old from Des Moines goes missing, Mark Allen. Law enforcement deemed there was no connection between the three boys' disappearances. It is a very, very frustrating doc. And I think as far as criticism, there's just, I guess, some moments where there's a lack of information for some reason. Like later on, Noreen tells a story about Johnny, and until I read up on it beyond the doc, I realized how many details were missing that altered that scenario in my head and just had me look at it from a completely different viewpoint. And I'm not sure why those details weren't put in there. So ultimately, Noreen chose to fight, and that did provide a lot of good in the world, but never brought back her baby boy. At least not permanently. We get a fucking bombshell later in the doc that Johnny showed up to her door, they talked, and then he left. And Noreen says she can sleep well knowing that whatever Johnny's doing is working for him and keeping him alive. And she didn't even give up that information willingly. It was extracted from her in court in a case that didn't center around Johnny. And she hadn't told anybody because she told Johnny she wouldn't. And she didn't. For 2 years. That court case actually centered around Paul Bonacci, a man who came forward claiming he was trafficked and forced to be a part of Johnny's kidnapping, who had details about Johnny in certain locations that the general public couldn't have known. And you know who never spoke to Paul? The FBI. Thought they had no reason to. Paul had multiple personality disorder because he was sexually abused since he was 6. So I can understand some hesitation there, but not even hearing him out once? Paul spoke to Noreen, and she believed everything he said with her heart and soul. She 100% believed that he had helped kidnapper's son. Didn't talk to him once. The rabbit hole continues throughout the doc. We end up digging into Omaha's elites, which sounds like an oxymoron, but it just gets darker and darker and darker, and by the end of it all, I just can't help but think of that fucking Wendy Good meme.
And remember, kids, the next time that somebody tells you the government wouldn't do that, oh yes they would.
This doc is living proof that fiction cannot outright reality. I say it always, I go into everything blind, and I encourage that. I love being thrown for a loop, but I understand some of you need a bit more persuasion to dedicate your precious time. Tell Me Who I Am is a complicated mash of emotions. I was expecting sadness, which I got. My eyes got watery. Not one tear fell out, because fuck I look like. Just inhaled that shit via iris. But I noticed I was often putting myself in the shoes of our narrators and relating their struggles to my life during my watch, which rarely happens for me. But it just got me that much more involved in the story. I'll give you a blurb here. I do recommend this doc. I have one tiny complaint, and it is disturbing, and it belongs on this list. Alex gets into a motorcycle accident and loses his memory. I believe he's just 18 at the time, and once he wakes from his coma, everything and everyone is foreign to him, except his twin brother, Marcus, and we move from there. I will now begin to spoil. You've been warned. So I love the way they broke this doc up into 3 acts. In the first act, we focus on Alex, what it was like awaking from his coma, how strange the world was to him. He had the mind of a child. He had to relearn damn near everything. And not just people's names and locations, it was, hey Alex, this is how you make toast. The fact that he somehow and only remembered Marcus is remarkable. But he, along with Marcus, guide us through this period of trying to adjust and become himself again. And Marcus obviously plays a pivotal role because, sure, Alex's mom can talk his ear off and tell him about his own life, but I don't know you. I know my brother, so that's all I trust right now. And I'm letting him fill in all these blanks for me. And he does. This is your mom. This is your dad. He's a bit of a hard ass. We're pretty privileged. We often have people over at the house, and these are your friends, etc. But also, we live in the shed outside of the house, and we actually don't have a key to the house. We're not allowed in certain rooms of the house without permission. This is just how our family is. Act 2 then focuses on Marcus and the dilemma he faced throughout all this. Here I am telling my twin brother about our lives, how we grew up, how things are, and it's all a lie. I like the editing in this portion as we watch the wall start to crumble with the passing of their father and the passing of their mother. Alex had already felt a bit odd with some of the things Marcus would do or brush off, but it all boiled up to this moment when they would clean out their house after their mother's passing. And for example, finding a closet full of sex toys. Random, but ignore that. It's nothing. Then finding every birthday and Christmas present that has ever been given to them stacked up in the attic, unopened. They had never opened presents when they were kids. It appeared that their parents would receive the gifts for the twins and from other family members, friends, and stow them away, and just never give them any of it. Then, after shuffling through some of their mom's hidden furniture, Alex found a photo of him and Marcus when they were kids, I think around 10, and they were both naked in the photo, and their heads had been cut off in that photo, just leaving their exposed bodies. Kind of a weird fucking photo for mom to have. Marcus, thoughts? Their mom was a straight up, not like there's a fucking roundabout, but she abused Alex and Marcus for years until they were 14 years old. So obviously, Alex's world is shattered. He learns that everything is a lie. They never went on family vacations. Living in a damn shed isn't normal. Their father was a piece of shit and their mother was somehow worse. So why did Marcus lie? To protect Alex. Marcus is traumatized to hell and back. And now here's Alex, a blank slate, asking what life was like before the accident. What would you tell him? This is where my tiny complaint comes into play. The middle portion feels a little bit repetitive. We really drag on the same point and keep just reiterating it. Could have tightened that up very easily. I got taken out a bit here because I just got annoyed, but that's it. We move on. So the final act is Alex and Marcus. Because Marcus just told Alex, yes, our mother abused us. And that was it. He gave no more information about how, when, any other details about their mom. Alex went digging for all that himself, and he just kept hitting a brick wall. It was driving him mad that his world was taken from him again, by his own brother of all people. And he was desperate to at least finalize that reality of what she did. What did she do? It happened to me too. You have no right to play God and keep that from me. I suffered as well. Tell me what happened to me. But Marcus couldn't give that to him. He didn't want to talk about it. Marcus, to a certain extent, was protecting himself. If he had to tell everything to Alex, he would have to relive it himself and accept it as reality, even though he had been trying to wire himself to believe that it isn't. This entire time while he was convincing Alex of this ideal life growing up, he attached himself to it. He wanted to believe it too. So they have a proper sit down, discuss their feelings, and even then, Marcus still can't tell him to his face. Keep in mind, for this sit down, They're 50 plus years old now. They have families. And even now, Alex needs Marcus to tell him for his own sanity. Marcus shows him a recording he did for the doc because that's the only way he feels comfortable doing it, and Alex watches. This part's tough to listen to, but this is what he said. Their mother would make the twins do stuff together. She would be involved as well, and she would also basically traffic her own children. She would drop them off individually at a friend's house, and then that person would violate the twin that was left alone overnight. And then their mom would pick them up in the morning, rinse and repeat. Apparently, the only reason she stopped was because Marcus broke away one time, escaped the house he was left in, and returned home. His mom was obviously shocked to see him that morning, and there was never any discussion about any of it. It just stopped. And we essentially end on that. You question yourself a lot through this doc. Would you have done the same thing Marcus did and withheld this terrible childhood from the person you will forever be most connected to, your twin? Was it also unfair of Marcus to then withhold the details for, 20 years? It may not jump out at you, but that really left Alex in the dark. He contemplated taking his own life after that, and he desperately craved that closure from Marcus. We do dive a bit into the mom's background, but I do wish we took a bit more time on her and dad. What type of life they were living exactly, what other secrets were withheld. Marcus doesn't even know if his dad knew about all this. I would be fucking shocked if he didn't. You guys were left overnight at other people's houses where I don't know if any of them even had kids so you could lie about them staying with their friends or some shit. But then again, I don't even think the dad cared if they were gone. That man did not go to the hospital to visit Alex once. His own son, who almost died and whose life was flipped in the blink of an eye. Not once. It's gross. It's sad. It's disturbing to hear about this wealthy family in the UK who somehow knows this many other fucking... I hate it. Next doc.
So first off, I just want to say, Mr. Gigi, thank you so much for inviting me to be on this because I have been a fan of this series for God knows how long now. But the doc that I want to recommend to you is called West of Memphis, and the reasoning why is because it's one that I have been obsessed with for a really long time now. I'm freaking old, probably 15 years or so that I've been thinking about this case ever since I first heard it. I watched the original HBO docuseries as well, of course, as the doc that I'm recommending to you here today. And yeah, I'm just super curious about, what you're going to think about it, what your community's going to think about it. And of course, I am dying to see what other recommendations are made here today by other creators. So yeah, enjoy as much as it's possible to enjoy this thing anyway.
Today we focus on the timeline of the West Memphis 3, a story I was completely unfamiliar with, although it may ring a bell for you, especially if you watched any amount of the Paradise Lost trilogy, focusing on the same story with releases between 1996 and 2011. West of Memphis is a standalone doc that will bring you up to speed on the initial case and all of the fallout, and I incorrectly assumed what the point of this doc would be. If you're just as out of the loop as I was, on June 3rd, 1993, Jesse Miskelly, Jason Baldwin, and Damien Eccles would be arrested and charged with the murders of Stevie Branch, Michael Moore, and Christopher Byers, 3 8-year-old boys who went missing one afternoon, and would later be found dead in a creek, naked and hogtied. This was not a small case. The trials were swarmed with media. Nobody had wireless mics at the time, so everyone was just lassoing their shit, tripping over Channel 5. God damn it, Fox. And the verdict came down guilty for all 3 of them. Damien specifically sentenced to death by lethal injection, and the other 2 sentenced to life. Now, Rainbot had initially messaged me that this doc adds some updates. Okay, I'm not sure what a follow-up story would really all entail, especially a 2.5-hour one at that. I assumed the 3 people charged for the murders would reveal more in prison interviews that wasn't revealed at the time and tie up a lot of loose ends. But to my surprise, we slowly started to introduce the idea of wrongful imprisonment, police misconduct, and a public fight to release these 3 at the time 16, 17, and 18-year-olds that were accused and convicted of murdering 3 children. And part of it's introduced to us by a woman named Lori, who had been writing letters to Damien back and forth for years and years, and they were together essentially. She was fighting to clear his name, and I thought, okay, I see we're gonna talk to the loonies for a bit. Isn't he dreamy? That guy killed 8 people. Well, if looks could kill. But then they're showing me meetings in large venues, protests, attorneys working diligently to fight for these boys. And they feed you their defense, their evidence, the prosecution's lack thereof, and moving through it. I'm still in the boat of, okay, there was some flimsy police work at play. These motherfuckers didn't dot their I's and cross their T's, but
through the power of stereotyping, essentially, they still randomly got the guys who did it. The proof is in the pudding, and we don't have pudding, but we still got Cosby. Do you follow? And just when you thought you were on the fence, they hit you with their strongest piece of evidence. And those convictions start to look awfully questionable. That prosecution was rotten. And I can't even believe that alone was enough. Like, was the defense also just ass? You guys couldn't defend against this shit? Come on, it's just quasi-corruption. I'll tell you what I didn't like from the very beginning, before I even knew what I was getting myself into. I didn't like any satanic association being brought up in a courtroom as anything more than a fleeting descriptor. Like, there's this officer telling us I was kind of the expert in this regard, I guess, you know, regarding crimes of the occult. He even made an instructional video so police could familiarize themselves with satanic cult activity. And they watched it on company time. Is that not insane to you people? Listen, me personally, I don't like to put my own bias here. Me personally, I'm ecstatic to find out that my local police department can correctly identify the sigil Baphomet. When do we teach them how to aim? I'm exaggerating, but like, look at this shit.
Another area that you might find satanic ritual carving is in the stomach area.
Didn't have a dummy on set for this one? Really? You bought the pillars, the concrete slab, you got the eerie lighting. Hey, should we like buy a doll or something? Nah, let's just get an actress. Yeah, let's just get a young blonde actress. We're already at the store. There is no way they didn't have a spare CPR dummy sitting in a closet somewhere, gathering dust. Or better yet, use your stomach, jerk off. We need a tummy. You got a tummy. When this man was speaking, I couldn't help but think of the dork from Hell House who swore he was the underground expert of drugs and the rave scene and literally could not name the drug that he kept referring to. This appears to be cult-like activity. Sounded dumb when I first heard it and was incredibly frustrating by the end of it because it seems like they desperately needed a motive and thought, we'll just dive into the angle of the occult and lambast them that way. We can scare the jury into a decision. So I'm sure you want some details. I gave you some key ones, but I do recommend just watching this one. There's a lot here. Now, one big point of evidence from the prosecution was actually a confession that came from Jesse Miskelly himself. Or did it? From reports, I guess Jesse wasn't all there mentally. They say it in different ways, so that's how I'm gonna say it. And through interrogation, he seems to just never get his story straight. Not like he was purposely lying, but there was just no consistency in his supposed confessions. You listen to some of the audio and it sounds like the police just nudging him towards a cliff, walking him to the assumptions that they needed verified. Jesse's trial was the easiest conviction they had at the time because of that confession. But imagine if that confession was treated as hollow as it sounded. There are even a couple people that regret or recant what they said at the time of the trial. Witnesses used by the prosecution to paint the defendants in a negative light. One of them, Vicky Hutchison, met with police at the time and was instructed to like basically get in good with Damien to then just turn around and use that against him in court. The section that I personally enjoyed the most was the section on Dr. Frank Peretti, the medical examiner during the trial, showing these horrible photos to the jury and giving them his analysis. Because after all, he is a doctor. They do not hold back on this man. So I guess at the time, Arkansas was one of the last states to still have a prosecutor-controlled crime lab. Basically meaning the people running the forensics for the trial are not independent. They are working with the prosecution, which isn't necessarily a guarantee for lies and corruption, but a little influence can't be overlooked. They tell us that Dr. Frank Peretti is not even board certified. He failed his board exam twice. And listen, I'll be fair, I failed a few exams in my life. Why do you think I'm doing this shit? You thought I was top of my class and then bought the camera? The fuck? The petty cherry on top here is Peretti references a book by Dr. DeMeo in the trial. It says he's on the first name basis with the forensic pathologist, Dr. DeMeo. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what we call credibility. So, let's keep on that. They reach out to Dr. DeMeo, showing him all the evidence, and he straight up says, the autopsy work is exquisite. However, the interpretation from the findings are completely wrong. Looking at the wounds, he suspects that they are post-mortem injuries, and even more importantly, post-mortem injuries from animal activity. You're not gonna fucking believe this, because I didn't. I don't know if I do still, but they tell us that it was probably alligators snapping turtles causing a lot of these injuries on the bodies, especially
the genital mutilation. And I don't know if I've mentioned the genital mutilation up until this point. I'm so sorry if I haven't. But it's important because there were people in the trial talking about how they did that, why they did that, recounting what happened, a story they were told. And obviously, if that's not true, your story is instantly garbage, even though that testimony helped put those boys behind bars. And they don't just reach out to DeMeo for a slam dunk here. They reach out to multiple forensic pathologists that all arrive at the very same conclusion of post-mortem animal activity. Yet Peretti was up and down the courtroom parading this knife around, saying this is what caused all of those injuries. It's clear as day. And then we end with Terry Hobbs, Stevie Branch's stepfather. And you just kind of gotta watch this segment. There is an unfortunate amount of growing evidence that suggests that Terry Hobbs may be responsible for this. And I'm not gonna go JCS psych on you, but this man can't look innocent to save his fucking life. DNA on the scene matches Hobbs. We learn about his violent past. We hear some disgusting, albeit allegations concerning him and his stepchildren that involves Stevie. A neighbor claims to have seen him flagging down the boys that evening that they went missing. A friend of his starts to realize that he was probably being used as an alibi for Terry because their stories don't match that day. And then I believe a family member and a friend of the family, they all come out and just straight up tell us that, yeah, we got told that he did it. That was like the little secret in the family, that he did that. By the end of it, after so many people fought and got in the ears of the right people, they offer the West Memphis 3 a plea, an Alfred plea, where you plead guilty, yet maintain your innocence. What the hell does that mean? In simpler terms, at least in this case, if they agree to plead guilty to murdering those boys, they will be released from prison. This will avoid a retrial and avoid any possibility of the three filing a civil lawsuit afterwards. And there is some hesitation on Jason's end specifically because he just doesn't want to concede to the state that he did something he did not do. But after some time, they all agree. They take the pleas and are released. And I guess that's the happy ending, even though to us, if it's Terry, if it's not Terry, the person who did this or the people who did this are still out there. And listen, by the end of it, I don't know whether these guys are guilty or not. Like, what if it really is that the dumbass people on the prosecution were accidentally right, and the dumbass people on the defense are just more accurately wrong? To me, the smoking gun, more or less, this one vapes, is Terry Hobbs and his complete inability to defend against the allegations levied at him. He's sticking to a story, but with more evidence and new allegations, that story starts to fucking stink. The only person that comes to his defense in the dock is his sister. The authorities and those in power don't defend him. They either just stand by the decision because it was proved in court that thing's never been wrong, or they say, hey, by the end of it, they pled guilty to murdering those children. Case closed. Good night. Next doc.
The Fire That Took Her is a look into domestic violence and one of the worst examples of it, fair warning. On August 2nd, 2015, Michael Slager and Julie Malinowski would pull over at a gas station. They would argue, Judy would throw a cup of her soda at Michael and he would respond by circling to his truck and proceeding to douse Judy in gasoline. And in about 30 seconds time, Michael would circle back again with a lighter and set Judy ablaze in broad daylight. I hadn't heard of this story prior to watching the doc, so I was taken aback at one. We are shown this happening. The video was taken from a nearby bank from an ATM that's always recording, and as you can imagine, the video quality is rather poor. I think that's why we're even shown it. Anything mildly clearer, there's no way in hell we see this footage or it's censored. Regardless, I will not show you it. As grainy and choppy as it is, with context, you can pretty much see exactly what's happening. And then I was taken aback at 2. Judy was still alive when she made it to the hospital, but with about 90 to 95% of her body burnt, and to the extent that it was, doctors prepared for the worst. And soon. This doc just sucks. It's a great doc. It just sucks. I watched this twice, and both times, once the credits hit, I let them run for about 2 minutes as I just sat there and let my mind fall into the abyss, having to force myself to then get up and be like, all right, let's go write about this now. It's another look at the system and how it will inevitably let people down. But even before that, how purely evil somebody can be. Michael Slager is a piece of shit, and I saw zero redeeming qualities to that man throughout the doc. He's got a laundry list of run-ins with the law, a lot of them being domestic violence and menacing. Menacing being using threats or actions to put someone else in fear of imminent danger, injury, or death. It is assumed that when Michael found Judy, he chose her for a specific reason. You see, Judy was placed on a large amount of pain medication and became addicted after overcoming cancer twice. And it was that second time when she became addicted to the pain meds, and that unfortunately later formed into a heroin addiction, which she eventually went to rehab for and became sober. Michael found sober Judy and started bringing her home heroin, forcing her to relapse. And it is then that Michael had all the power in the relationship. And he was a Class A manipulator, even manipulating Judy's mother to turn her against Judy, thinking she was the problem, calling her saying, man, Judy's doing all this crazy stuff. What is going on over here? As if he wasn't directly supplying that issue. Even weaseling money from Judy's mom to help pay bills, when in reality, Judy's mother was in fact paying for the very drugs that Michael was buying for Judy. And keep in mind, as far as anybody else knew, as far as we're told, Michael did not do drugs. He just supplied. Michael claims to have never laid a finger on Judy, although her mother had noticed a bruise on Judy's face when they were together. Judy's sister had gotten a call after Michael had allegedly choked Judy. Multiple calls were made to the police throughout the relationship, and it seems that more of them were made from Michael. A detective speculating that this was just another form of control, trying to show police that I'm just worried about her. I'm dealing with my drug-addicted girlfriend over here. I just want to make sure everything's okay. Please don't look at my priors. Judy would hide in hotels and was beyond paranoid that Michael always had an eye on her and that he would kill her if she shared too much. The police were well aware of their relationship and the claims both of them were making, but law enforcement did not intervene. Judy decided that the only safe place for her, away from Michael, was rehab, and Michael offered to drive her there, which she accepted. Now, I'm sure some of you may reasonably ask, why didn't she just leave? If she was trying to get away from him, why would she let him drive her there? And I try not to put too much weight into those questions because it's easy to read and hear these stories and make a decision for her. But I wasn't in her shoes. You know, you hear enough cases about DV, or maybe you've been in close proximity to one. It's not always as simple as, oh, I can just leave. And it is that very drive where they would end up at the gas station that day. Now, this is interesting because we can kind of loosely relate this to Vincent Chin's case. That judge, as moronic as he is, took Vincent's lingering after the incident into consideration for the punishment he handed down, even though Vincent died just 4 days later. This unfortunately had to be taken into account with Judy, because she was somehow still alive. The prosecutor tells us, as horrible as it sounds, they were delaying the case because they were waiting for Judy to pass away to charge Slager with a homicide, because as of now, he was being charged with aggravated arson and felonious assault. But Judy, against all odds, was conscious, able to recount her experience, speaking with family members. Slager had been trying to sling this bullshit story of gas accidentally got on Judy, and he was lighting a cigarette for her and she caught on fire. The ATM recording thankfully immediately shut that shit down because you see him pouring gas on her. So now the angle was, okay, I poured some gasoline on her out of anger. Yes, true, I lied about that initially, sorry. But then, in a 30-second window, they both somehow completely calmed down, and Judy was taking off her sweatshirt, so Slager didn't think anything of it when she begged him to light a cigarette for her, which he did, accidentally setting her ablaze. Because, hey, on top of that, Michael was the one that extinguished the flame. He pulled a fire extinguisher from his truck. It seemed that it was only after a nearby person ran up trying to help, but he did do it. It's on camera. The defense's case would be that he did not knowingly set her on fire. Now, obviously, that's a tough defense to sell. With all of Slager's priors, video evidence of the incident, and the improbable possibility of Judy testifying at the trial. Although she was in no condition to do so, her condition did slightly improve, and she wanted her story to be heard. So as they all prepared for jury trial, Slager's attorney laid out his chances, and Slager pled no contest because it was apparently important for him to not plead guilty. He refused to acknowledge what he did. So Judy's small chance of testifying was shut down, and Slager was sentenced to 11 years in prison, which sounds like a lot on paper, but the man who set a woman on fire and had her fighting for her life day in and day out would see the light of day once more. If I'm not mistaken, he would be released in his early 50s. It was understandable that the defense went for this to avoid a jury trial, but it was odd watching the prosecutor push for this as well. His explanation was that Judy's testimony was a bit of a bluff. They weren't actually 100% certain that Judy was actually capable of testifying, and given her condition, there was no telling how much longer she would be with them. So let's say Judy gave her testimony, then passed after months, years, it would give the defense ample time to prepare a defense for that exact testimony. And with that sentence, the family was gutted, along with Judy, and we see her reaction to a lot of this. Judy wanted more. She wanted justice. The family wanted justice. And the prosecutor was ready to come right back for more as well. That's when the idea of Judy testifying at her own murder trial was presented, which was unprecedented. But taking her deposition and using it at her subsequent homicide trial via video was a possibility. However, that presented more challenges. Judy was on so many pain meds that her competency would be brought into question. So to avoid that, they would have to wean her off the majority of her pain medication to consider her lucid enough to provide testimony, which, remember, she was in pain with all the pain medication. I can't imagine how painful that was for her. A nurse commenting that her tolerance for the pain meds was already extremely high because of her past narcotic addiction, so that made it even more of a challenge for her. In addition, Michael, that stupid piece of shit, wanted to be present in the hospital room during her deposition. It's his right to confrontation, to have a face-to-face confrontation with witnesses who are providing testimony against you. He even wanted to cross-examine her himself, which thankfully was seen for the disgusting intimidation tactic that it was, and the judge overruled it. Nobody was allowed in that room during her deposition. And we see it. She testified for 3 hours. The defense having to try and discredit her testimony, bringing up her usage of drugs, possibly affecting her memory of how it happened. But Judy stood her ground, and she did it. And less than 5 months later, Judy would pass. She had somehow survived for nearly 2 years after her attack, providing testimony to help solidify Slager, staying in prison and no longer hurting anybody else, and also presenting Judy's Law, which is a bill that increases the prison sentence for people who permanently disfigure or maim their victims. And that was passed in Ohio because of Judy's case. But now we're back to this piece of shit. Slager still wanted a trial, wanted to prove his innocence, and if they were to proceed with that, well, the state wanted the death penalty. Slager just refused to say that he was guilty. He really cared about that, even though his attorney told him that the odds were not in his favor and that the jury would most likely turn around and sentence him to death. The attorney obviously didn't want to walk Slager into a death penalty, so he had his daughter visit him to try and persuade him otherwise. And it is only then that he decided to plead guilty to life in prison as long as the death penalty was off the table. And at the trial, they fought to still show Judy's deposition because they wanted her story to be heard finally. And it was thankfully played. And obviously this doc hopefully served as a megaphone for her story as well. At the end of Judy's deposition, they actually asked her what she wanted to be done with Michael. And she said for him to be charged with murder and sentenced to life in prison. She didn't believe in the death penalty. And oddly enough, it seems that was probably the most favorable thing done for Michael, because the judge wanted to abide by Judy's wishes. Otherwise, I think Michael might be rotting in a grave than a prison. And to be fair, I don't know which one better serves him. There is no equivalent, at least not a legal one, for what he did. Disturbing, heartbreaking. We talk with Judy's family, and I could never imagine having to deal with all these legal issues on top of grieving such a horrific attack and loss of a loved one. My heart goes out to them. And just hearing about such a despicable person is bound to just break you a little bit for the day. Next doc.
The family I had. This documentary is weird. The headline of this doc would be a 13-year-old kid named Paris who murdered his 4-year-old sister, Ella. But the doc hardly focuses on the event itself. It's really a close look at the family, their past, their present, history repeating itself, breaking the cycle. And because there's so much history there and so many different people being interviewed, there are some very questionable moments in this doc that are very, very loud. Let's talk about it. February 2007. Paris Lee Bennett was only 13 years old when he persuaded his babysitter to leave his house early before his mom came home from work. That's when he proceeded to go into his little sister's room and stab her 17 times. He then called the cops crying, telling them he killed her because he was hallucinating and she looked like a demon to him. We spend the first chunk of this doc learning about Paris and Ella's relationship growing up, how they were inseparable, two peas in a pod. But there's also some worrisome footage, looking at it through a current day lens, like Paris being a bit too rough with Ella at times. And there is a jaw-dropper line from Paris when he's asking his mom, Charity, what her least favorite word is, or least favorite sentence. She doesn't answer because that's a weird fucking question. So Paris takes a guess.
Kill Charity's children? Paris.
There is so much, in fact, too much history to discuss with the family, like combing through Charity's past. Paris's father left shortly after she got pregnant. He ended up returning later, but then something was amiss. Turns out he was schizophrenic, suffering from visual and auditory hallucinations. So he was out of the picture. Ella's father was an alcoholic who dragged a police officer after he stopped him for drunk driving. So that just left Charity, a single mother who had just kicked a drug problem and who will unfortunately soon relapse. It's a very serious tone doc, and I watched it on Prime, but I had to watch it with ads, which if you don't know, they just jump cut to those during your watch. So Charity would be sitting there saying something heart-wrenching, and then it would just be like, get 5 boneless wings for just $1, only at Applebee's. So I think this is a good doc, but I do think it is a very easy doc to give up on before it's over. Like, there was a point where I was sitting there thinking, where are we going with this? Where do we go from here? How are they gonna talk about this for another 40 minutes? No disrespect, but I give a lot of documentaries the benefit of the doubt until far too long, and then I think, what is this bloated piece of shit? I'm looking at you vanishing at the Cecil Hotel. I could have traveled there and done my own research in the same amount of time. This doc likes to play pickleball with your loyalty, with the way that it slowly trickles information to you. Like, you'll be watching, supporting Charity 100% in all of her decisions, and then all of a sudden, I don't know, Charity's mom Kyla's kind of got a good point. Oh, so Kyla was just gonna leave that out? Charity, what are we doing here? The doc shows the complexity, specifically from Charity's side, of wanting to still love your son even though he took away your daughter. And she does end up supporting Paris, but also admits to being terrified of him. We talked to the family, and apparently everyone knew something was wrong with Paris growing up. He wasn't sociable, he wasn't affectionate, he would slam his head against the wall, amongst other things. And like I said, all this information comes in spaced out bunches, which makes it all the more frustrating on the viewer end. The prime example of this being, after Paris's sentencing, Paris's assessor told Charity that Paris is a sociopath. But Charity did not buy in. It took her another 6 months to even consider the thought, and that's when she ordered a psychopathy evaluation. And the last doctor she would speak to would tell her to stop spending so much money on her son, and instead start spending that money on getting a new identity and hiding from her son when he's released. But even with that, she still doesn't know if she can step away from him. Which you can't fully blame her, I guess, but there is more. 6 years after Ella's murder, Charity had another child, Phoenix. His father also left. And Paris knows about Phoenix, even writes him letters. But Phoenix can't read them right now because they contain some adult content, because Paris talks about his environment, prison. And yeah, Charity's terrified of exactly what you're thinking. But for me, the punch in the face finally arrives when Charity reveals to us that Paris had tried to stab her in the past. He was not successful and he was taken to psychiatric care. And once he was evaluated, they told Charity that Paris had homicidal tendencies. And she refused to leave him in treatment because she did not think it would help. So she brought him back home. She was told that in November 2006. 3 months later, he would take his sister's life in February 2007. And listen, it's very easy to watch this and think of so many ways that this could have been prevented, that something could have been prevented. This doc's got me backseat driving a fucking tragedy here. But this still goes into so much more than that. There's an entire section dedicated to Kyla, Charity's mom, that is bonkers. So get this. Her husband was murdered in 1980, and a month after his funeral, Kyla was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder. But don't worry, she was later acquitted, even though there was a boy who claimed that he knew that she paid a hitman, even though she had apparently asked about a murder contract out of curiosity. By the way, they had remarried 57 hours before he was shot to death, and she was a key manager in the company that he owned, and the policeman who drove her to the police police station remarked that she seemed happy on the drive there. And they found a napkin where she drew a map of the house showing what door would be open. Acquitted. I don't know, I'm trying to imagine myself at the scene of the crime when everybody shows up and like I know I totally did it. I feel like I wouldn't want a lot of cameras on me. Acquitted. She is frolicking through this part of the interview, by the way. She's just talking about how he was a shitty dad anyway. And she also later says, you know what? Our bloodline is filled with manipulators. Me, Charity, Paris, Ella, we're all manipulators. Me, not so much anymore. Because she says she doesn't need to do it. And she gives a pretty reasonable explanation as to why.
I don't have a company to manipulate. I don't have drivers to manipulate. I don't have a jury to manipulate. So.
Charity's father was terrible. You know, some days I wish he would just drop dead. So the doc ends with Charity trying to rekindle her relationship with Kyla because they have a bunch of problems between each other that I didn't even mention. Their reunion is awkward as hell and I refuse to report on it. Here's a clip.
He tells me the back of his feet are the part of him that he got from his grandma.
His Achilles heel, maybe.
So you're saying he got his weakness from you?
I guess. But nobody will ever know what it is.
Hey, Achilles got killed.
Unfortunately.
By Paris.
And although that is the end of the doc, that is not the end of the story. I really don't want to talk about this part, but it's going to be brought up in the comments if I don't. Charity later wrote a book that had some extra details in it. Keep in mind, Paris seems to change his story often, but evidence is evidence. Apparently, Paris says he was browsing graphic porn, even looking for snuff films in the hours leading up to Ella's murder. He apparently did that to get himself mad, and I guess he also sexually abused her that same night, as authorities found semen on the bed and on the body. I guess Paris also said that he murdered her to cover up the abuse. I don't know. There is more to this entire story, like the fact that apparently Paris did this all to hurt his mom. He knew her children were everything to her, so he thought of a way to take away both of them in one fell swoop. Overall, I do think it's an interesting doc. I don't think it's so much disturbing as it is surreal. You see the history, you see the actions, you see the results, you see the possibility of history repeating. It's like you're watching a movie, like you know what's gonna happen and you wanna stop it, but there's nothing you can do. It's a lot. Nowadays, as far as I was able to read, like Charity lets Paris talk on the phone with Phoenix sometimes. And she does that because, quote, I am setting an example for Phoenix, an example of how unconditional love and forgiveness look and behave. Piers Morgan also interviewed Paris in prison, and there's a bunch there, but he says that he does want to spend time with Phoenix when he's out, because he will get out. When he was sentenced, he got 40 years, but he's eligible for parole in 20. That is now 4 years from now. Like I said, it's a lot. Streetwise is such an outlier because I had to double check that I was watching the correct thing when it started. This doc looks and feels like a regular scripted movie. Like, I thought I was gonna watch a brutally honest look at the lives of homeless children in Seattle, but my B-roll might have you think that I'm watching Sandlot 2. And that isn't a criticism, it's actually more a compliment. It's kind of impressive, really. So Mary Ellen Mark had initially gone to photograph the homeless youth in Seattle for a Life magazine article that was written by Cheryl McCall. And once she was out there and connected with a bunch of them, specifically Tiny and Rat, they have nicknames, she told Martin Bell, the director, that there is a film here, and they got to work. We learn about roughly 10 or so kids on the street. We see dozens, but in terms of any type of backstory, it's about 10. We have Rat, a kid who was sick of being the middleman in his parents' divorce. His dad had previously told him if he ever got caught selling pot to not come home because he'd kill him. And once Rat was on the streets, he quickly got into trouble and decided, I guess I'm never going back. He lives in an abandoned hotel with another homeless fella he trusts, and they have to do what they have to do to get money and food. So they dumpster dive, panhandle, dine and dash, or even better, call pizza joints with a big order and never pick it up, banking on them being forced to throw it away, where they then hit their dumpster and have free pizza. Which is silly, kind of smart. I don't know if that'll work anymore. I know if I work that pizza joint, I'm taking that fucking pizza home. But it's not just petty crimes. Rat also just fucking robs people. Like, as we're watching him smoke and drink, he's talking about how he had to use his friend's 45 to, quote, go roll a queer, aka just rob a gay dude, because that's the era. That was all the rage, apparently. Is it Garrett to rob a gay dude or a straight guy? Thoughts? Reach in your pocket and show me what you got. I mean, put it in my hand. Cash, money. Give me that wad. Does that gay? Brad eventually develops a loose relationship with Tiny, who's also a kid, 14 years old, and life for the girls on the street is quite different than it is for the guys. Tiny turns tricks and hops in the car of random old men, which we actually watch happen. This is all real. We watch an old man pick up this teenager, soliciting her for sex. Tiny has been raped multiple times. She's had 3 different STDs. She's gotten busted a handful of times for turning tricks. And I was fucking baffled when I saw Tiny at a diner being served by her mom, her living mother that is in her life, giving her food at her job. You just hear it all here. Terrible families, terrible upbringings. My mom hates me. My stepdad beats her. My stepdad touched me. My mom abandoned me. My dad kicked me out. I don't know my parents, and I probably never will. For all I know, he could be one of my tricks. Tiny's mom is an alcoholic, and they get into fights constantly. And when discussing the fact that she knows what her daughter is doing, she tells us it's just a phase that she's going through. Dwayne is 16. He doesn't miss his parents as his mom is, quote, somewhere in San Diego and his dad is in jail. And we hear a conversation between them that is just depressing. There's no other way to put it. He tells Dwayne about his business plans once he gets out, what they can do together, but he also scolds him because he knows what his son is probably up to on the streets. He tells Dwayne that he's unfortunately just like him, a con man. Calls him a tough guy who's really just a punk who's gonna end up in jail just like him if he doesn't stop doing what he's doing. You're all I got, and I'm unfortunately all you got. I love you, and I'm gonna make it up to you all this lost time. And we see Dwayne in and out of the picture talking with the other kids, and then we see him charged with selling pot as his worker tries to figure out what to do for him. And near the end of the doc, the social service worker narrates that there had been a suicide one morning. Dwayne had hung himself. And at his funeral, his dad shows up with a security guard because he's still an inmate. And the only others present are social service workers that had worked with Dwayne in one way or another. It's tragic, and Martin Bell's decision to not use any talking head interviews in this documentary and strictly audio interviews overlaid with the footage that they shot just hits so very hard in a moment like this when we hear Dwayne telling us that he wants a girlfriend, a house, or a car or something, have a little money in the bank, get a job. That's what he expects out of life. Not much. As the shot cuts to his open casket. There's no happy ending here. This doc is just, look at this. There has been some follow-up interviews and even an entire documentary dedicated to Tiny herself. From what I've read, nearly half of the people we learn about have all passed for one reason or another. Like Lulu, a girl who shied away from no one, always tried to defend the young girls in the street and took beating after beating for it, eventually defending another girl in the street and getting stabbed for it at only 22 years old. A girl we don't even speak to, but that is in the footage of the doc, would actually end up falling victim to the Green River Killer, Gary Ridgway. It really just is a bizarre look into this reality. I also can't believe some of the shots we get, as I'm under the impression that they were just on the go with the kids and would have to set up shots quick. I think this documentary is just more sad than anything, but it's almost like, because of the way it's presented, my mind tries to protect itself by having me think that this is just a movie. But that final scene with Dwayne always knocks me out of it. And that's Streetwise. If there was ever an out-of-left-field doc thrown into these videos, it's this one. And it's not close. Like most docs I've covered, general bad things, story associated with that. Sorry to leak the formula. This doc is about the origins of Norwegian black metal. 3 words I've never combined. Like Dutch rockabilly lo-fi. Does that exist? Probably, but it doesn't have a shitty doc attached to it, does it? Well, not shitty, but I don't really like this doc, but at the same time, I am interested in the contents of it. And before you continue to wonder why a couple of band members are on today's docket, it's because a lot of them did a lot of crazy shit. This doc is rather unorganized and just chaotic at times. We discuss the birth of the Norwegian black metal scene, its underbelly, and there's also an ongoing story with an artist, which was personally lost on me. I understand the fascination this fella had with the style and the aesthetic of the black metal scene. That's sick. I guess I just didn't really care for its rather heavy inclusion in the doc. It was just this weird side plot that was just like, I don't stop cutting back to this person. And I guess it was more frustrating because we don't really dig into the music and we don't really dig into the crimes. It's more so whatever the figureheads we're interviewing wanted to tell us at the time. And then we just move on, no questions asked. This doc is not here to debate the morality of anything discussed or challenge anything said. This is just a raw peek into that time and the opinions of the figureheads of that movement. So I've ended up doing a lot of research outside of this doc. And truth be told, I was gonna bail on this one until we started to talk about Dead, the lead vocalist of Mayhem in the late 80s. We don't learn a ton about him, but we are introduced to some of his antics on stage. He would self-harm during performances, and he was one of the first to take on the corpse-like face paint in that scene, falling in line with his stage name. He was said to be rather depressed, and not too long after, he would take his own life via a shotgun. I've just realized how insane this is going to be to even recount, but Euronymous, the co-founder and guitarist of that same band, Mayhem, was the person who discovered the body. So he obviously called the police. But not before going to get a camera and taking a photo of his deceased bandmate. He would go on to share that photo with others, and it would eventually become the cover of one of their bootleg live albums. Kind of fucked. Right? This is apparently a debate of sorts. I get it's ingrained in the history at this point, but this is a photo of a 22-year-old who clearly had issues. Reading up more on it, Dead was said to be very introverted, would often isolate, and just didn't seem to have much of a sense of humor. He would apparently have dead birds under his bed because he wanted to smell death. Apparently would sometimes huff a dead crow before going on stage. He would self-harm off stage with his bandmates, and they would try to get him to stop. Dead had an apparent fascination with death, and ignoring a lot of rumors and some tension and incidents between Euronymous and Dead, this unfortunately seemed inevitable. And listen, people like to throw Euronymous some slack for not only taking the photo, but sharing it, citing it as a way of coping with his bandmate's death. Like, he's taking all this pain, so he's like, I gotta disperse this pain. But to me, that instantly falls apart when you learn that he apparently took multiple photos, and the cover that you see was not the scene that he walked in on. He, in fact, rearranged the scene to take that photo. He moved shit around, later giving out bits of his skull in necklace form to other musicians. Reading into this, it's honestly too much. Aside from what we're even talking about here, there are conflicting accounts, a lot of opinions. I'm on the first story of this doc, and I was sitting there, I had 13 tabs open. I started reading Lords of Chaos for more information because I just felt like I was being lied to at every corner, and I kept learning a new thing with each bandmate talking. And getting informed is great, but I had to reel myself in because half of this isn't even discussed in the damn doc, which is what I'm supposed to be focused on. I'm not here to be the connoisseur of Norwegian black metal. I'm here to tell you about what the doc told me. So, documentary. I don't listen to any type of metal, but that's not really needed to take an interest in these events. The scene would later garner mainstream media attention because of multiple churches being burnt down and them writing to the paper taking credit for it. The media would run with it and be like, oh, who's doing this? Black metal? What is that? Satanist? Yeah, that makes more sense. That works. Put that in the headline. And they just started labeling everybody in the scene as Satanists, which just wasn't true at the time. If anything, they would claim they're Satanists just to like kind of make them seem a bit more rad and evil. Varg, another pioneer, releasing music under the band name Burzum and also playing bass for Mayhem, really muddies up the stories for me, because I think he just fucking lies about everything. And like, he was apparently very much setting churches on fire because he says he was against Christianity in Norway, right?
Everybody can relate to Odin and Thor and Freya in Norway because it's our religion. We are not Christian.
But then, like, he also would deny it. The way the confessions of that even got to the paper is weird because he, like, funneled it through Euronymous. And he's like, but then Euronymous changed it all. And it's like, what was happening here? They were just trying to get attention on them, but then they got all the wrong attention on them, and the cops got him. After that happened, there were apparently copycats just committing arson left and right and leaving satanic symbols because they're like, that's what we're supposed to do, right, guys? That's what makes us cool. Varg vehemently denies being a Satanist, even though that's not even the worst label that you can give that guy. He goes off on tangents here and there in the doc, but this fella's got questionable views. YouTube took down his channel he was fairly active on post-prison for some of the shit he was saying. He was also suspected of inciting racial hatred and terrorism and shit like that. Old news. Even ignoring that, him and Euronymous had some beef. And Varg is telling us that he heard Euronymous was planning on killing him, luring him in, hitting him with a shock pistol, and then torturing him or some shit. So Varg, along with another musician, a guitarist from Mayhem, travel a very long distance to arrive at Euronymous' door at a very early hour. He doesn't tell him he's coming, but he's telling us, because he's describing the story to us, why he's in prison, I believe, and just talking to us there. He's telling us that he's doing this to settle a contract and not deal with it anymore because he was like, that was what was causing the beef. And I don't know what happened that day. But even while listening to Varg's retelling of what happened, it doesn't make sense. Even before I knew that he was just kind of lying about all this, when I was just kind of buying into his bullshit, I was like, you're losing me in this one. Apparently, Euronymous attacked him first, because Varg came in aggressive, and then Euronymous kicked him down the floor. Then Varg throws him down, and then he says he saw Euronymous going for a knife in the kitchen. He just knew he was going for a knife in the kitchen, so Varg pulls out his pocket knife and then prevents him from going to the kitchen. This is the same order he says it in. This is an apartment, by the way. Even just with that, I'm like thinking floor plan. I'm like, so you saw him and you're like, he's going to the kitchen, and then you got a pocket knife and you got in front of him, so he has prevented him from going to the kitchen, right? And then he says he sees Euro then attempt to go to his bedroom, where Varg believes that he had a shock pistol and a shotgun. But instead, he just leaves to the stairway. I think they would call that trying to escape. Varg's talking like he's just immediately reading his mind for every move. Like he didn't stop him from going to his bedroom. He could have gone to get his gun and won that fight. It just sounds like he was leaving, right? Varg chases him as he's leaving because he says he thinks Euro and the guitarist that's waiting on him planned this to go this exact way, and now they're gonna get his ass. Walked right into their trap where Euronymous narrowly avoided death in his own apartment. After stopping him, trying to escape, a lamp is apparently broken in the process, and Euro is only in his underwear, and he's now on the floor where there is glass everywhere. And he attempts one last time to attack Varg, and then Varg stabs him in the head, then drives off with the guitarist. Self-defense. Except Euronymous had 23 stab wounds when police found him, and the guitarist would later confess to police that it was a planned murder. And we watch Varg just tell us this bullshit for a couple minutes straight. But like I said, they're not here to challenge any of that, right? Facts, opinions, who cares? We're here for the music, which is fast-paced, raw, and just generally encouraged to sound rough. Give me a shitty mic, it'll add to it. Give me a shitty amplifier, trust me. I'm not joking either, this is the recipe. You hear snippets throughout the doc, but I don't really think you get the intended effect unless you go directly to the source. So while writing this, I went to go listen to some Darkthrone, In the Shadow of the Horns, Burzum, Dunkelheit, Mayhem, Chainsaw, Gutfuck, all real things I just said. And you know what? It's not my thing, right? I'm not gonna lie and say I'm bumming this on the way to Target, but there were moments and aspects of it where I would scrunch my face and think, that kind of fucks. Okay, I get it. I also want to give a nod to Fenriz because he's kind of our guide in this doc. He has a ton of screen time. He's a musician, another pioneer who was one half of the black metal duo Darkthrone. And I find him so interesting, especially pinned up next to everybody else, even when he's talking about crazy shit or saying something kind of fucking just goofy.
Oh, maybe I can put this in the middle. Maybe that will be cool.
He seems genuinely likable. Just a chill dude, regardless of how hectic the scene he's a part of may be. So along with diving deeper into the crimes and music, I wish we talked to Fenriz more, rather than hearing Varg talk about how our world is poison and we're all idiots. The doc is somewhat disturbing, especially because, like the music, it is very raw. Like if this was cleaned up 4K and the background music wasn't fucking drowning out the people talking, I think it would kind of lose that feeling of distress. Kind of got like this begotten thing going on. It's like, man, this kind of sucks to look at and listen to, but that's kind of what's causing the problems. Like they talk about a murder and then a crappy black and white photo of the victim sticks on screen for a bit with some black metal chiming in, and it's randomly eerie like that. But I do want to say, after bringing up a lot of the negative in this doc, because that's, you know, they do focus on that a handful, Fenriz is a nice beacon of energy to attempt to balance this doc out, but overall, I still personally wouldn't recommend it to anybody unless I piqued your interest and like this is your thing. But to Fenriz, we thank you. Next doc. Okay, this is the one. So fucked. So beautiful. Quick blurb, this is about Nasubi, a man who wanted to make it in the entertainment biz who eventually gets a big opportunity for an unusual gig that becomes rather harrowing. I think it's on Hulu if you care to watch it, but if you don't, let's talk about it and let's spoil. Japanese reality television. They were on it first. We stole their whole flow, but we damn sure did not steal this idea. There was a show called Denpa Shonen in 1998, and producer Toshio Tsuchiya had a rather crazy idea. And you'll hear this a lot, right? Some of the best ideas come from these fucking psycho creatives because the basic bitch boy in the writing room would never even fathom the thought. So someone like Toshio will make the thing that's captivating, generational, while we can look back on it and question the hell out of their morals. So by pure luck, Nasubi is selected to be a part of Toshio's new idea for a show, which he doesn't know what it is. And after he wins, they take him on the spot to an undisclosed location. Camera already in place, and then he tells Nasubi to strip. And Nasubi is aware of Toshio's notoriety, so he's not thinking he's about to get his cheeks clappuccinoed. But he is wondering, why do you want my cock out? Regardless, he obliges and is told the challenge. He is to stay in this bare bones room and earn everything he needs to survive by entering mail-in sweepstakes with the magazines and postcards that have been supplied to him. He is to continue entering and surviving until his winnings have totaled 1 million yen, which was about 8,000 USD back then. And before you think, oh, I've seen Mr. Beast videos like this, no, you have not. Here's all the fucked up stuff. Nasubi was told that most of this was not gonna air, which was a lie. Toshio only told him that so he wouldn't overthink what he was doing on camera. Nasubi didn't sign any paperwork, no contract, nothing. And he never asked about anything like that because he was a fresh face in the industry. He didn't know any better. He barely knows what the hell he just signed up for. Also, when I use the word survive regarding the challenge, that is not hyperbolic. These guys are off their rockers. He had running water, but he did not have food. He had to win food. So for a while, the showrunners thought, well, I mean, we can't let him die because then we don't have a show. So, with all of their generosity, they would feed him a few crackers here and there just to keep him alive long enough to win some fucking food. By the way, I don't know how deep in the sweepstakes game you guys are, but after filling out 900 plus postcards, Nasubi won a total of dick all. It wasn't until day 17 that he won his first prize, which were cartons of fiber jelly. They didn't do much for his earnings, but they kept him breathing. And since he was blessed with his first edible prize, they stopped giving him crackers. So they're playing with this man's life, realistically. But not only that, they are exploiting, making a mockery, and profiting off of him without his knowledge. Everything is being recorded and edited in real time to premiere Sunday nights on Dempa Shonen, where the world will tune in to watch this silly man with a long face dance around naked and fight starvation and isolation. On day 28, Nasubi luckily wins his second prize, an 11-pound bag of rice. But of course, these jerk-offs couldn't even leave him a saucepan or utensils, so he tries leaving the rice in hot water overnight. That does nothing. Gross. He does have a gas ring, so he attempts to cook rice by putting some of it in the used fiber jelly carton just by the fire for a couple of hours. Don't know how it didn't incinerate, but what do you know? It's edible. He has rice. And listen to what Kagawa, the director, says about this so nonchalantly.
ご飯が当たらなかったら死んでしまいますから。だから企画は中止でしょうね。
Thank God the show isn't canceled. This is gonna ruin the tour. Few things. Nasubi is purposely being withheld from any interaction with the crew, or really anybody in general. He's not like decompressing with them after shooting for a bit. He's just in the room. He doesn't even know where the hell they went. They're next door, by the way. And obviously, since my boy is naked, they had to censor his meat. And no, the eggplant emoji hasn't surprisingly been in rotation for 26 years. Nasubi is the Japanese word for eggplant. He was given this nickname because of his long face, something he was bullied for as a child. But that's why they're using an eggplant. It's just a coincidence at this point. Nasubi has a diary he writes in, which is actually rather nice to get some of his thoughts out. Journaling's healthy and also lucrative. They published everything in his diaries and they became bestsellers in Japan, once again, without his knowledge. So, Nasubi eventually got better at winning over time, starting to pick up on trends, I guess. I don't know, winning's winning. It beats trying to eat dog food.
But? Disgusting.
What is it, Peterson?
I'm not sure. I feel a disturbance.
He now has a lot of shit. And as if it couldn't get any more humiliating, Toshio read someone say on the internet that the show was basically fake. They'd film him writing and winning prizes, but he didn't actually stay in that room all day. So Toshio, instead of ignoring that random article or comment, I don't even know what it was, I'd rather not know, and just continuing to have one of the biggest shows in Japan, he decided to also live stream the room. No longer would Nasubi get the faux generosity of a cut down edit. Every second, minute, hour was now being streamed of that room. But Gigi, what about his meat? What about his meat? I'm just gonna pay a room full of goobers to navigate the Meat Blocker 9000 for 24 hours a day. That's how you spend the big bucks. God forbid Nasubi moves a little too quick to the left or just decides to beat off on camera. The little privacy he still had was now gone. Day 155, Toshio Tsuchiya wakes him up. But not because he has earned the 1 million yen, but because the location of the room was doxed by the media. So they moved him to another room, and the challenge continued. And they just lied to him as to why they did that. They're like, you'll have better luck here, jackasses. Day 205. He's visited by a doctor because he's openly complaining about feeling like shit and having these random symptoms. The doctor clears him, says he's in good health, and brushes him off when asked if it's healthy to continue doing this. You're young, the doctor says. That's all ignoring the fact that Nasubi had been starting to imagine shadow people outside of his room talking to each other, constant body aches, struggling to sleep, his hair falling out. But yeah, look at his funny faces, dude. He's all right. Now, you might wonder, how bad can we really feel for this guy? Can't he just leave? Yeah, he can. The door's open. He's not locked in. Not like me, I'm always locked the fuck in, you know what I mean? But he tells us, in the psychological state that he was in, he wanted to avoid causing trouble, like an attempted escape or something even more radical than that, which he thought of, by the way, a lot, but he said he didn't have the courage to do it. So he thought staying was just his safest option. Tsuchiya enters his room on the night of day 333 and starts letting loose party poppers on his face. And the poor guy is legit so out of it, he has zero clue what's happening. It's like he just found a caveman frozen or some shit. But this shitter just keeps blasting him off in his face because Nasubi finally hit his goal of 1 million yen. So it's over. And the crowd goes wild. But you notice, there's still half a dock left. And then you see them yet again put an eye mask on him as they take him to the airport and fly him to Korea to give him some Korean barbecue that he had spoken about wanting when the challenge was over. He's taken to an amusement park, has a great day. Toshio buys him a jar of kimchi, and then the eye mask comes off. And big surprise, he's in another room and is told to strip. Tsuchiya is really proud of this moment. He's sitting there just fucking gassed about it, just jerking off a cinema. Look at that. I can't believe I did that. I'm so crazy. Because he's just fucking with him. Even more, he is propositioning another challenge. The Korean sweepstakes challenge. It's different now. New challenge alert. But he's not actually gonna do it, is he? He does. He does do it. In the show, it's rather glossed over, but in reality, Nasubi and Tsuchiya had a 3-hour conversation once that proposition was made. I had zero clue what Toshio could say to convince that man. Apparently, the magic words were, if you could hold on just a little bit longer, you could grow another level as a human. What? This man's mental is in shambles. You took advantage, you manipulated a man who wasn't all there when you spoke to him. So of course he accepted. The fucking Stockholm syndrome, you monster. And it's not acknowledged. I don't know if it was mentioned in real life, but I wish Nasubi pieced together that wait. The challenge is over. So if you're asking me to do this again, that must mean you either A, fully believe now that this can be a successful product, or B, this is a successful product. You had leverage, Nasubi, but you're so poisoned by the fumes of your own stench that you couldn't work that out. What is in it for me? Are you paying me money? Am I getting royalties? Are you promising me spots on other shows? Talk to me, Toshio. What is in it for me besides leveling up as a human? What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? What is that gonna do for me? That means just as much as my endorsement level on Overwatch. You know what's crazy too? Nasubi is Japanese. To the racist in the audience, that generally means that he does not know Korean, but he is in Korea with Korean magazines, being forced to write postcards in Korean. This bastard learned Korean as he survived on a jar of kimchi and then started bodying the challenge because he's a pro at winning sweepstakes now. This time it was not 1 million yen. It was the price of an economy flight back to Japan, which was about 47,000 yen. And he absolutely smoked it. So much so that they decided to raise it to a first class ticket back to Japan without telling him that they did that, which is about 81,000 yen. And one day, after surpassing the goal, the new goal that they put in place, he starts murmuring to himself, they're like, I feel like I passed this, or I feel like I should have reached the goal already. And it feels like it was only then that Tsuchiya flew to Korea to tell him, let's go. He doesn't tell him he's won. He just puts an eye mask back on him again and goes back to Japan by boat to avoid attention. He didn't even get the first class flight back. Who did? Did fucking Toshio get one? Cause then I'm mad. They had his eyes and ears covered and he takes off the mask to be in yet another room. Toshio leaves Nasubi there, and then Nasubi just begins to strip because this is just procedure at this point. Little does he know, he is in a makeshift room in front of a live audience, being broadcasted live on television. And that's when the walls fall down, the crowd goes crazy, and I'm surprised he didn't give him a heart attack right then and there. Nasubi is naked. Nasubi, you're naked. He's naked. And they stick mics in his face and tell him, you've completed the challenge for Korea, dude. And that's also also, when the host tells him that everything he has been doing for the last year and 3 months has been being broadcasted to the world. Everybody in this room knows who you are. Everybody watching at home knows who you are, and they've seen your ass. They've seen your ass. They took a year and 3 months of this man's life and revealed that all to the world without his consent. Sold 800,000 copies of his private diaries. And it pisses me off that they still let him strip in the fake box. They couldn't do him one single fucking favor. Let him still have a little bit of dignity. And even for the interview, nobody puts a blanket around him until the interview's over and he's walking off stage. That's when the guy comes from the back. Oh, let me cover you up. It's crazy that you're naked. Why? No one cares at that point. This is cruel. And I can't believe they showed his first words after the stage, which was, "I was tricked, take it in." And of course, the cameras in his face continue. He gets to YouTube it and watch his own reaction. These motherfuckers are really ahead of their time. But I couldn't help but wonder, did he get any compensation from this? Because I don't think it's mentioned in the doc. I never heard it. I just kept thinking it. He got paid, right? Please tell me he got paid. There is no way in hell that this man isn't at least a healthy 100,000-aire after this, right? I found an AMA on Reddit of Nasubi. It was posted by Hulu official, and I just have to take their word that their answers were funneled through him. He had the sign. But he says, for compensation, I made 10 million yen for 1 year and 3 months, and that includes the money from the sale of my diaries from the show. Now remember, 1 million yen was about 8,000 USD then, meaning for everything he endured and all the books he sold without his permission, he made about $80,000, which is criminal. I'm looking at you, Toshio. I don't give a damn about inflation or how strong the yen used to be. The show averaged 17 million viewers every Sunday night, 800,000 copies sold. But most importantly, besides the analytics, you lied to this man. You took everything from him. 80 grand is nothing compared to what he is owed. Not even 100K, big dog. Some royalties, some shit, a gift basket. Did he even keep the rice? Nasubi tells us that he lost his faith in humanity. Genuinely, not in the stupid way people on the internet say. Genuinely lost his faith. He struggled to talk to people past that. He didn't know where to look when he was speaking to them. Like, look at clips of these stupid idiots barging into his dressing room and bringing a tape measure to his face because face long. Go away, lady. Anyways, we fast forward a bit, and an earthquake and tsunami hit Japan in 2011. And Nasubi slowly starts to find his purpose, visiting survivors back home. People are ecstatic to see him. Nasubi is a very popular figure back home. They're very thankful to have him visit them. He helps clean what he can, but he knows he can only do so much as one person cleaning. And he wants to do something for Fukushima. So he decides, I'm gonna climb Mount Everest, and I dedicate this climb to them. He wanted to inspire, he wanted connection. He had to do something extraordinary for his people, and he knew he was the one that had to do it. But even more unfortunately, while summiting, an earthquake then hit Nepal, and Nasubi had now found himself in the middle of an avalanche on Everest. 19 people died, and around 150 were injured. And right after the avalanche, Nasubi began rescuing other people as soon as possible. His guide spoke very highly of him and his demeanor and just how dedicated he was to doing this. He knew this was his destiny. So Nasubi had actually failed to climb Everest on 3 separate attempts. And it's crushing yet beautiful to watch him return home and have a little welcome crew waiting there for him. I didn't think this doc would hurt my heart, but man, I had the fucking wambulance on speed dial. It was getting hard, I'm not gonna lie to you. Tsuchiya actually reached out to Nasubi after all this, appeared on a show he had, I think, and Nasubi still holds a grudge, and Toshio could feel it. Toshio talks about what he would give Nasubi for everything he's done to him, so much that he says he would even consider dying if that's what Nasubi wanted. There's remorse there, thankfully, but still. Nasubi tells Tsuchiya if he could help with crowdfunding for his next expedition. And apparently Toshio busted his ass to do so, and it was funded. And with a flag of Fukushima that the locals signed, he heads back for a 4th attempt, and he reaches the top. And I'll let Nasubi deliver his message to you guys. It is a beautiful ending for Nasubi. What a fucking champ. It is beyond messed up what they did to him. The disturbing factor really creeps in with just blatantly taking advantage of a man while like his mother watches from home and can't do anything about it. He's shortchanged and traumatized by the end of it, but still found a way to come out on top. Literally. Next doc. You will not find this doc on a streaming service, but it's not impossible to find. Any sleuth out there can sniff it out. This doc focuses on an old state penitentiary in Puerto Rico named Oso Blanco, which has an ugly history. This doc is peculiar, I think's the word. There are these sections that really draw me in, especially when we're talking to so many current and former inmates. And then there are these random moments, theatrics I would call it, that just make me not necessarily laugh, but they are a tad distracting, just a little bit. It's like these little rocket power montages out of nowhere. I'm sure that makes zero sense when I'm talking about a fucking fucked prison. Examples. I think this fella, Francis Santiago, is a phenomenal speaker and a golden asset to this documentary. But the style of his confessionals, like these random Dutch angles with this old school scratchy DJ beat playing in the background, why he's like, and then he fucking chopped off his head. It's like straight out of an old Tony Hawk menu. It's just sometimes it comes off like this over-the-top 90s anti-bullying PSA, but instead of these kids yelling slurs at you, it's Francis talking about decapitated inmates. And it's supposed to be taken very seriously, which I was doing, but it's always like, you fucking, do you hearing this shit in the back? No? Okay. Oso Blanco was built in 1933, home to some of Puerto Rico's most violent criminals. The prison being over capacity is an understatement. Holding up to 2,400 inmates, Oso Blanco had a capacity of 1,132 inmates. Eat your heart out, sardines. But it's a good thing that with all those inmates, they had top flight security of the world laced around the prison, right? They were understaffed, even for the intended capacity of the prison. Cesar Flores, a correctional officer for 20 years, he recalls having a dozen guards for 1,600 inmates. So that was about 3 guards per cell block. Now he quickly says this, so I don't know if he means that was like the max staff, like that's the Black Friday crew, or if that was just the rotation, but regardless, that number sounded crazy to me, but I needed a comparison. So I looked up and found that Oklahoma prisons have about 6 prisoners per correctional officer. So for around 1,600 inmates, they would have about 265 guards employed, which I'm assuming would call for more than 12 fellas working at one time. And by the way, Oklahoma is the most understaffed prison system in the US. That prison was 2 shanks away from losing 1/6 of their defenses. And listen, if you don't care for the atrocities that occur behind the walls of a neglected prison, this doc will scare you off in the first 5 minutes and you won't have to worry about trying to make up your mind on whether you like it or not. The next sentence I'm gonna say is gonna sound insane, but when I'm talking about the atrocities, it isn't even as simple as, because was that prevalent? Damn near rampant? It sure sounds like it. There's this constant discussion of this ongoing bidding war on new inmates. You either fight once you get there, or you become someone's bitch. There is this terrible story told of 2 brothers who enter the prison, and their dad is actually already an inmate there. Per usual, the crew there is chirping, but the dad intervenes and tells him, hey, those 2 are my sons, and if you want them, you have to buy them from me. And he sold his 2 14-year-old boys for 2 cartons of cigarettes. So the boys get in there and they go up to greet their father as you would, and he introduces them to everybody. And they were quickly lured into separate locations and later returned described as, quote, covered in blood and feces. Those boys later hung themselves in their cells. If you want to continue being unsettled here, another unsettling fun fact is that from 1973 to the day this prison closed, there were 61 undocumented escapes. Meaning, they never found those guys dead or alive. But stories floating around tend to lean more in the direction of those were men that were murdered and dismembered so viciously, every part broken down in a meticulous but gruesome fashion, that there was no body to document. It was a soul quite literally eaten by the prison. In addition to all that, and the gang war that would come to be, the doc questions prisons themselves, revealing to the audience that the prisons made some of these men worse. Little to no support in and beyond prison. The money poured into punishment, but the money pinched in rehabilitation. And for the second half or so, we focus on this gentleman, El Jíbaro, Don Angel, I believe his name is, who has not only spent the majority of his life in prison, but has seen the worst, participated in the worst, and endured the worst. There's a fucking room in Oso Blanco that is just a dungeon, somehow worse than the average living conditions there, which are terrible, but it's just a dark room. And this man lived in there for over 4 years, sleeping naked on a steel platform, along with all the other terrible shit happening in the prison. He ends up being the unintentional candidate to pose the question, what are we doing exactly? What do we want out of keeping this man locked up, especially like this? Now, to be fair, this man committed crimes. He wasn't just accidentally ding-dong ditching houses and then he hit this and he was like, ah, shit. He's committed crimes. He tried escaping from prison multiple times, touting himself as the prisoner with the most escapes in Puerto Rico's penal system at the time. You hear about all the terrible shit he's done and he's upfront about it. It's not like he was just the observer of the prison. You had to get your hands dirty or else it was gonna be you on the chopping block. And after decades of being imprisoned and never having a smudge on his record again, he says for at least 31 years, he fought for his freedom with this unconventional, lifelong brotherhood between prisoner and guard. And at the very end of the doc, El Jíbaro, Don Angel, is finally released after, I think, 47 years spent in prison. And listen, I didn't reiterate everything the doc said, so if you got a fiery opinion on his release, I recommend just watching the doc and then forming your opinion. I will admit, prison docs are tough for me. It's so incredibly easy for me to say, you did something heinous, throw away the key. Who cares? It's complicated hearing prisoners complain about how they got the shit end of the stick, when you think of the people living in those conditions who didn't commit a crime. What about them? How do your needs outweigh theirs? But then that game becomes a tricky bitch if you start to play it. This whole measuring, it becomes a bit much. Overall, the doc's weird and very off-putting very quickly. It cools down in the second half, becomes a little more, you know, hitting the heart. Some interesting animation, which I didn't even mention, which does a lot for it, to be honest. But regardless, yes, this one is disturbing. And you know what? If I piqued your interest, sure, I'll recommend it. It's a quick watch. If not, I would say probably avoid this one. Oh boy, I get to talk about this one. This is just gonna be me explaining a bunch of shit and then getting mad for the latter half. Fair warning. So there's an interesting layer added when a doc somehow includes an interview with the perpetrator in question, because they almost never take that interview for the doc unless they're crazy, are fully convinced they are innocent, or are fucking crazy. It's obvious, or at least it should be. The doc's gonna make you look terrible because what you did, what everybody else saw, was deemed terrible and or criminal. But alas, I introduce you to Anna Stubblefield, a professor of philosophy who, because of her mother, grew up working with a lot of people with disabilities, learning about them, caring for them. She is the woman you will learn to slowly hate. The doc takes a second to get there. I can see some people bailing on this one early, and I really wouldn't blame you. We're fed these breadcrumbs, and then at the drop of a dime, we're driving straight uphill. And we don't stop. I don't know how much we could realistically chop off though, because I do think it's really important to clearly set the stage for Derek Johnson, a nonverbal man with cerebral palsy. I mean, other than that, this documentary is controversial. The case is controversial. And I think a decent part of that centers around facilitated communication, a technique used to help, for example, someone with autism be able to clearly communicate what they're trying to say with supported typing. So in this technique, the facilitator helps stabilize their arm and basically guides them to what letter they are trying to click, forming words, sentences, thoughts. We learn about this and see examples of it early in the doc, and I'll admit, I thought, that's incredible. What a beautiful thing. Anna eventually begins to work with Derek using this technique. And Derek not only begins to communicate through typing, but he excels, and he excels rapidly. Thing is, which we learn later in the doc, facilitated communication is a scientifically discredited technique. And there have been many controversies surrounding this technique. And in the doc, we're told by Anna the things Derek would type out. In fact, the keyboard she used logged everything that was typed into it, so we're often shown exactly what was typed in when she is describing specific moments. So through FC, Derek becomes introspective, being very blunt about his disability, his desires, racism. It's damn near poetic. He starts typing, albeit with typos, grammar issues, but with what he's saying, he sounds like an author. which Anna is, and I hate that I have to make it seem like I'm picking on Derek here. Fuck you for that, by the way, Anna. Derek started going to literature classes. He wrote an entire speech for a panel. Remember, Derek has been nonverbal for 30 plus years. It is incredibly difficult for Derek to walk. To communicate that he's hungry, he might start banging on the fridge. Sometimes he'll start hurting himself, possibly out of frustration. He's fully cared for by his family and loved by his family, and they clearly want what's best for him. But even with the possibilities shown of assisted typing, it's difficult to read. Just knowing I am being heard makes me hopeful, but hoping is not going far. Mother's hoping goes not for naught. Hope is functioning, but going deeper in freedom. I believe going beyond hoping, just not limit hoping. But hoping is not just hoping, it gets better. Genuine hoping means juggling justice with hope. Quote Derek. I would like to add, nobody was able to replicate these results with Derek. His brother and his mother could not get Derek to type out anything, not one word. But Anna somehow got him to write naught. Even much later in the doc, Dr. Howard Shane, the director of the Center for Communication Enhancement at Boston Children's Hospital, spent about 3 hours with Derek and had no luck. In hearing all of that, you might be thinking, well, how the hell did the family not raise any concerns when Anna started saying that he's doing all this shit? How did they just buy into all this? And the sad answer is, why would they not want to believe it? Derek's brother always believed he was special and that there was more to him than what was on a doctor's note. So they're hearing all this amazing news and progress from someone with some credentials, and from what they're told, Derek is happy. He is elated that he finally has this outlet, but that's only one issue. Anna's telling of the next part is hard to listen to. This is a sick woman who is delusional and predatory, and she smiles through all of the retelling. She develops a relationship with Derek, keeps it a secret for a bit, and then she tells us in detail about how, point A to point B, starting with a kiss, Derek apparently typing in to ask to touch her breast, and yes, eventually sex. I'm sure you all understand how consent is an issue here, because the only consent present is on that keyboard that Anna has been helping Derek type on. I feel for the family so much here because you can just feel the anger boil up when they talk about it, but they restrain themselves so well. Because you see red starting to form, but they're still just trying to calmly finish telling you this story. And who would even think it would get to this? This crime, where Anna would later go on trial for 2 counts of first-degree aggravated sexual assault. And a lot of things piss me off in the doc besides the obvious that I just stated. So, can I just say, Anna describes falling for him because of how intelligent he is, how he has a way with words. Look at all this smart shit this guy's typing. Wow, this guy's good. So good that I'm willing to break up my already existing marriage and family for it. It's like the fucking Obama meme. The low-key racism, by the way, is crazy, because through more examples, it comes off like Anna's trying to be this white savior, telling the family, you know what? Derek doesn't like gospel music anymore. He likes classical. Turn this off. Derek doesn't like beer. He only drinks wine now. Oh, Derek really wants to take this African-American literature course. Also, by the way, I have written a book on race relations and anti-black oppression, but he really wants to take this class and flex his thoughts. And the worst offense to me in that regard, very early on, she decides to ask Derek what he would like to be called. Because, I don't know, what if he doesn't like the name Derek? I don't know if you know this, but none of us had a say in that, Anna. But when asked this, Derek apparently types in D-Man. He wants to be called D-Man. Pronounced Deman, as Anna says it.
I called him Deman from there.
And she tells the family this and whatnot, and she refers to him throughout the entire interview as Deman. And after we learn everything that happened, it is aggravating having to sit here and listen to her still do that. Calling this mother's son that you assaulted a name that is not the name she gave him. Almost like still claiming this fucked up ownership of him. Anna was found guilty on both counts, sentenced to 12 years in prison. A happy ending? Hardly. Anna appealed her conviction and the panel decided in her favor, ruled that her defense was limited because court dismissed any testimony related to facilitated communication. I mean, can you fucking blame them for doing that? She just served 2 years, 2 of her 12 years. She's out now. Would you look at that? The bad ending. Apparently, at least she'll never work in teaching again, but still a shitty, bitter, shitty ending. But you know what? Should we cue up a sonata dedicated to Anna's accomplishments real quick to have everyone sign off? I can get it started if you want. If you want to just. No? Okay, just checking. I don't know if you guys wanted to take note. Okay, I gotcha. This doc is infuriating, and it is disturbing to see this woman not only be capable of this, but do it with such utter confidence, and even tell the audience, I didn't do anything wrong. Next doc.
All right, Mr. GG. What's up, man? All right, so I've got a disturbing documentary for you for your series. I watched this one a couple years ago. It's called Keep Sweet, Pray, and Obey. It's on Netflix. It dives into the FLDS church and the atrocities they committed against all of their members. It has quite heavy evidence, per se, so be warned, but it's definitely one of the darkest documentaries that I've ever seen. Good luck, you've been warned.
Alright, a few things. I normally would not do a docuseries just for time's sake, so this will be my first of the series. Also, this will be the first entry that I've already watched, back when it released in 2022. I'd already mentioned covering some of the more popular suggestions in a recent episode. You're abducted in plain sight, something wrong with Aunt Diane, don't fuck with cats, even though I've already seen them. So I thought, this entry would actually be a perfect icebreaker for that. Because I didn't remember many details about this one, but I vividly remember thinking the ending to this one was the worst shit ever. The Fundamentalist Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Thank God that they shortened that to FLDS. That's a gobble of a title. This isn't your father's theology. Let me run you through the rules for these guys. First rule on Jeffs. This man is the prophet to everybody here, aka the representation of God on earth. Now, there are not multiple prophets, unless you talk to his accountant. The FLDS very much believes in polygamy, having multiple wives. So not only is that allowed, but it's actually a badge of honor. The more wives, the more respect you got. So you would probably think, well, shoot or shoot. People are gonna think I'm whipping lunges the way I'm just proposing all the baddies. But the problem there is, you don't really decide who your wife is. The prophet does. But what the hell does this geezer know about love? He doesn't. In his eyes, he's trading product. You can go to him with your daughter, or he'll come to you, and then he lets God take the wheel. Oh, you're ready to marry your daughter away. Okay, well, let me see. Well, he's telling me that she needs somebody kind of tall, you know, somebody kind of strong. Somebody who's 85 years old. Prophet had like 23 wives then, drastically varying in age. On old pervert in power, someone ring the bell. Now everyone here is driven by the promise of the afterlife, reaching the highest degree of the celestial kingdom. Because according to, and let me check my notes, they are the one and only true people of God. But how do you reach the highest degree? Well, if you're a man, you must have at least 3 wives while on earth. That's right, we're basically betting over-unders for the afterlife. So basically, to get those 3 wives appointed to you, you kinda gotta get him good with the prophet. One example we're told about is a man bringing his 19-year-old daughter to Rulon. Rulon saying, well, you're gonna marry me. Everyone obviously agrees, and now the dad coincidentally gets that 3rd wife that he's been waiting for. Just a little you scratch my back, I commit a federal crime. Also, as far as the women, a little less detail and fun achievements here. They apparently still get a stamped early entry into the afterlife, but I mean, you guys are still happy just being wives, right? Someone's got to clean the celestial kingdom. Rulon's wives weren't allowed to work, go to school. They are with Rulon. They keep sweet, meaning always happy, pray, and obey. Obedience no matter what. So yeah, this 86-year-old is having sex with these girls. The guy can barely fucking walk, is pissing himself, and these poor girls are so detached from the world that they don't even know what sex is. One of them saying they thought babies came from kissing. So when Rulon tells them to do these things, they're thinking, this feels wrong, I don't want to do this. Also at night, each woman, not even talking about his wives, would line up to kiss the prophet goodnight. And we almost clocked the last goodnight when he got a stroke in 98, but unfortunately, evil is often resilient. So this is all bad, right? Women are treated like cattle, and there's this weird spousal MLM disguising itself as a religion. But it somehow gets worse. Warren Jeffs, one of Rulon's sons, starts to get in real close to his pops as his inevitable demise nears, and the little suck-up's plan works. Once he gets any kind of power, even before his dad dies, he starts making everything shittier. He takes all the books in their library that are from the outside world, and he throws them out. They start cutting sections out of science books. He writes a curriculum for the girls to have nothing in their brain except the prophet's will. He is pre-tightening his grip on an already brainwashed population. He starts hurling out threats of the world ending, saying that a piece of the earth with those righteous enough will lift up as the world burns. People are scared, and Warren tells him, we gotta move to Short Creek at the Utah-Arizona border. That's where the earth will lift. God picked it himself. So everyone sells their homes, gives up their businesses, and goes to Short Creek. They settle in, and now we wait. Any day now. This concrete, sky high. I did have to do some laundry though. I don't know if we have time. Obviously nothing happens. And Warren says, it was a test. God has granted you more time. Another chance to become more righteous, more obedient. Lock in. Now I also want to say everyone is taught that the prophet cannot die. When he does, he will rise as a young adult and have more sex. I don't know. So when Rulon actually kicks the bucket in 2002, people are confused. Again, people are literally waiting for him to rise. He's getting buried and they're like, wait a minute, we can't. Can we do that? What is he gonna do when he wakes up? But like also, I mean, how long does this usually take?
Okay, throw us up.
Warren then tries to speak as Rulon, convince everybody that he's the next prophet, but people don't buy it. This fucking tweet? God had all these choices. Must have closed his eyes, called Island, and we got Warren. But with some manipulation and help from Rulon's now ex-wives, claiming they had dreams that he was indeed the next prophet, they buy into it. And here's a couple extra reasons why Warren is just a sickly little freak. For starters, my guy was cozying up to his sisters not too long ago. And keep in mind, this is in a community where someone has like 62 siblings and 3 moms, marry their cousins. And even then, his brothers were like, dog. They went and told their dad Rulon and he brushed it off. Yuck. Warren starts to then marry Rulon's ex-wives. My guy called dibs on his dad's widows, aka moms. My moms? And now with Warren in charge, even more rules are changed. More restrictions are placed on the women. There is a surge of underage marriage, which... This guy? A pedophile? That guy right there likes kids? Looks are deceiving. He would perform the marriages for many a man and many an underage girl. Anybody who left the FLDS would be branded as an apostate, which I thought was like some clever biblical insult, but it's quite literally just someone who no longer follows the religion, which no shit. But it's tough to leave the FLDS because nobody's financially independent. The church owns everybody's business. Everybody's terrified of eternal damnation if they upset the prophet. And because everybody has these big ass families, you are leaving so many people behind. And you're also told that the outside world is evil. Eventually, the FLDS and Warren start to get attention from the authorities. So much so that Warren gets up and moves people to Texas now, telling them I'm only taking some people here, only the righteous, which ends up being a lot of children. So he's splitting up families overnight, and he wants full control. And who's easier to control than the children? With his paranoia ramping up, he's starting to lock down even more. He's got guards, he's got cameras, he's making sure everybody is in full obedience mode. They're checking in on people's houses to see if they have a photo of Warren hanging up. Imagine spending 3 hours getting the feng shui just right, to then have to put this goofy ass face in the middle of it. He's kicking people out that he doesn't trust, why their families stay. He's got all the free labor he needs to build whatever he wants, so this maniac builds a temple, and at this point, he's getting more and more attention. And one of the girls who escaped steps forward and tells police that she was a child bride. And Warren is charged with 2 counts of accomplice to rape. But they can't find Warren. He ends up on the top 10 most wanted FBI list. And believe it or not, this motherfucker is out and about. No, not churning butter at the ranch. He's at Disney World with his favorite wives. He's going to Mardi Gras. He's going to strip clubs. He's buying porn in his hotel rooms. He's living this life that he's demonized to all these people, not even fucking shared with them. They don't know about Disney World. He's having money discreetly brought to him via the new innovation of man driving car with money in a box. One of those dumbasses gets stopped. They said they were giving him an average of about $300,000 a week. Just in case you forgot how much money this operation was bringing in. But the IRS wants to send me letters. Gee, sorry I bought a Brunson jersey. Nixon 7. August 2006. They pull over Isaac Jeffs, Warren's brother, and Warren gets caught, just like the dweeby is, eating salad in the back of that truck. Pick up those croutons. And he is thankfully found guilty. But unfortunately, here he is in this Blue's Clues-ass fit, still telling his wives what to tell everybody else. When he's able to call, everybody gathers around to hear what he has to say. He's still pulling all the strings, and even with this conviction, nothing really changes. I would be shocked if they even knew what the charges were. They have no contact to the outside. He just tells them that the apostates fought to get him arrested. 2008. Someone makes a hoax call to the crisis hotline pretending to be a girl in the FLDS. But they don't know it's fake, so CPS gets involved and they go investigate. And while they're there, they see pregnant teenagers. In comes the police, and their plan is to take all of the children out of there. So 300 plus kids are taken out of their homes, put on buses, and sent to a holding area. Now this is good news and bad news. We're happy that the kids are out of that environment, but the question is, now what? What the hell do we do with all these kids? Send them all to foster homes? Is every mother there a bad mother? How do we prove that? The media gets involved and the optics of this stink. Warren uses the media and has these simple, humble women go on a press tour crying over their babies that were ripped from them. Even though Warren was already doing that. But there they are on Larry King. Oprah is visiting the FLDS, and the Texas Supreme Court, under all this heat, return all their children to their families. But it can't end there. Sure, we put Warren away, but we only got him about 10 years. There must be more evidence we can use to pile on this guy. So with some informants, they're told that there should be a secret room with all the records of everything they need. Every marriage, everything you need to throw the book at Warren. So they make entry into the temple, and the 4th floor is all white. And they find a room with a bed in it on an altar. And they also find a safe, which they bust open, and there's all the records. The evidence of him marrying off 67 underage girls, having 78 wives, 24 of them underage, and the absolute worst part, they find these recordings, and we're given audio of what would happen in that room with the bed. You can hear Warren, his wives, disrobed, being encouraged to touch each other, all as he rapes this 12-year-old girl. And we only hear part of it, but it's just sickening. He's convicted on 2 counts of sexual assault of a child and is sentenced to life. And at the end of this doc, he is apparently still leading the FLDS from prison the way I described earlier. And if you're curious like I was, nope, still alive. This doc is a horrifying peek into this life that I guess many people still lead to this day. It is disturbing, it is depressing. Thanks for the reminder, Expo. Next doc. Dr. Donald Klein was the best-known infertility doctor in Indianapolis. If you wanted a baby, if your husband was shooting blanks, you went to him. And as an infertility doctor, he would artificially inseminate women with the sperm of either a medical resident or a donor. And for the women wanting their husband to be the donor, but were having issues, Klein would simply align his chakras, morph into the ovary whisperer, and use the husband's sample, and voila, they were pregnant. Somehow. First things first, this chubby schmuck deserves to chew on a curb. This guy just pisses me off more than anything. He would use his own specimen. That's the story. Medical residence donors bullshit. He would nut in the other room, come back, use that specimen no matter what you asked for, and these women would carry and then deliver his baby. And nobody would know anything about this until many, many years later. And when that first domino fell, the numbers started to rise quickly. Old Donald here was the Genghis Khan of evil, shitty doctors. The total number marked at the end of production of the documentary was 94 children. That's at least 94 women he violated, and at least 94 families he would later traumatize. Dr. Donald Klein is still alive, by the way. That was me casting a spell. So there are far more details which will make you cringe, be sad, but let me say, strictly as a documentary, I have thoughts. This is a Blumhouse production, which is really weird because I didn't even know Blumhouse did documentaries. Because they don't. But you totally start to see it in the overproduction of this doc. It can be a bit unnecessary in some scenes. It just starts coming off like a cheesy B horror movie. I think the worst offender is some scene in the middle of the doc where 2 of the kids are staring at each other from afar and they're like, what if we're brothers? What if we're half siblings? We'll never know. You could just be looking at anybody and they could be a part of your family, and it's weird. And this is gonna sound mean because of the subject matter, but the doc begins to feel a bit monotonous at points. We proudly give a voice to the victims, but after like the 5th story of, I went on 23andMe and I got all these hits, what could that mean? I was bamboozled. So there I was. Bamboozled. You start to think, maybe we could have diced this up a little finer. No? I get there's a lot of people to get to, but it does help that they bring more to the story than I initially thought. We have a little section of conspiracy theories concerning his incentives for doing this, which I really enjoy, but we don't really give it too much of a chance to breathe, which I get why. You don't want to get too lost in the sauce when there's no hard evidence for it. I mean, we gotta get to more interviews. People are making my ancestry accounts by the minute. I kid. I do wish we jumped a little bit more into that. That was kind of interesting. They were talking about him being like racist and shit, wanting to just have multiple kids serving for the Lord. Crazy people shit. But I can sum it up. This is the type of guy he was. In my opinion, I think this is the best scene that sums him up. Through mounting pressure, he met up with 6 of his children. Well, because they kept asking him and eventually asked his kids that like live with him that he claims they needed to talk to him, they needed to ask him questions. questions, so he pulls up to the meeting, gun on his hip, just in case one of them, God forbid, wants a hug. Keep in mind, he has denied all of them at this table previously until he was forced to be like, all right, you guys got me. You guys are my kids. You here that are present are my kids. But I only did this when I could not find a donor in time. I wanted to help your families. There wasn't a medical resident available, so I thought, so I did it, and it couldn't have been more than 15 times. I kept tallies. And at the table, he starts like interviewing them, asking everybody what they do, taking notes like he was making a tier list of all his unclaimed children. He even had the balls to pull out scripture like, you guys might need this. Yeah, I got a few things you might need too, pal. But that's the type of fella he is, even after he's confronted with, I was gonna say his demons, but they're his kids. He tried very hard to stop the story from being reported on. He called his daughter Jacoba, who was spearheading this movement, multiple times trying to get her to stop. Telling her things like, hey, you're gonna ruin my life. I've got a wife of 50 plus years. You really wanna ruin that? Hey, how about you suck me, Donnie? God, I hate this guy. Some docs make you sad. Some docs, you're disgusted. This was just a lot of anger. Unfortunately, at the time, it was determined that although Klein's actions were heinous and despicable, there was no actual crime committed, which threw everyone for a loop. It was not legally, it was not battery, it wasn't fraud, there wasn't a medical malpractice from nothing. There was nothing to throw at him until they were able to reference communications he had with the Attorney General where he lied about not doing this, about these people not being his kids. So the best they could do was hit him with 2 counts of obstruction of justice, which he obviously pled guilty to avoid a trial. And even though Jacoba was involved in the trial, they could not take into account the bigger picture, the multiple accusations, the pain he caused. They just had to prove that he lied and that Jacoba was indeed his daughter. So whenever Jacoba was speaking and the testimony shifted away from that, objection. Silenced. That doesn't pertain to this. There were multiple letters of support for Dr. Klein, as he was a loved member of his community. He was popular in his church. The judge apparently seemed sympathetic to Dr. Klein for whatever reason. Oh no, this poor old man. And it's only his first offense, come on! He couldn't have done anything for decades and gotten away with it. He was charged with just 2 level 6 felonies and a $500 fine. No jail time? Imagine that. The best we got that was not reported in the doc, according to Fox 59, was that Donald Klein and his group, Indianapolis Infertility, settled in 3 civil cases filed by 3 donor children and or their families. 3 other cases are pending. Was it disturbing? Very much so. It's sickening. I barely touched on details, like the fact that Dr. Klein was the fertility doctor for a certain mother that he violated, and he would end up being the doctor to her daughter, which was also his daughter. So as a grown woman now, he was her fertility doctor, her gynecologist, giving her breast exams. Can you fucking imagine? Curb. Would I recommend it? Sure. Not one of my favorites. I think you can watch this one very passively. Next doc. Curb.
I've got mine. Tears beyond control.
I probably should have realized what I was signing up for when this bad boy wasn't on the front page of Netflix. This wasn't on Wired's must-watch docs of 2016. Dead Hands Dig Deep is a look into the world of Edwin Borsheim, the former lead vocalist for the band Kettle Cadaver. Ever heard of him? I would doubt it, unless you were a Temecula Valley teenager in the mid to late 90s, which in that case, small world, thanks for watching. Edwin was a performer. If you were at a Kettle Cadaver show that was not getting shut down by police, you were going to get a show. Edwin would often self-mutilate on stage prior to getting on stage. Off stage. And when I say that, I don't mean like David Blaine stabbing an ice pick through his hand and then removing it. I mean, Edwin would rig himself up like a Temu saw trap. Staples, chains, pins, nails, let your imagination run wild. Or actually, wait, they just show you. Never mind. I say it all the time, these docs are pretty much always fully blind watches for me. And listen, I'm a big boy. I can watch a couple hokey pokies and sleep great. What I didn't expect was just how much his dick and balls were involved. Well, you see, what he would do is fish hook his foreskin and then leash it to his neck. What? Why would he do that? Oh, you've got footage of that as well. Got it. I watched a man crucify his ball sack onto a small panel of wood that then kind of behaved like a little floating platform for dick and balls. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you put this video on while eating your dinner? That sounds like user error, dumbass. So before I lean too far into the onstage antics, I want to talk about Edwin the person, because we speak to him about his past, his present, and his life from the outside in, from the perspective of the people who know him, was in a decline. He was abusing alcohol, drugs, struggling with loss, and isolating himself rather aggressively. At this point, the band had already been broken up for a bit, and Edwin had lost the love of his life in divorce, a laundry list of trauma acting as his shadow. While watching, I couldn't help but think of another documentary I reviewed, Until the Light Takes Us, which focused on the birth of the Norwegian black metal scene. There was a vocalist nicknamed Dead who would self-harm on stage, was fascinated with death, and would unfortunately eventually take his own life. Fenriz here was also a part of the scene. He had a very particular way of being, but I was caught off guard when I would see him to be affable, surrounded by all this other crazy shit we would talk about. And I couldn't help but vaguely combine the two when thinking of Edwin. Now, I do want to differentiate here a bit. Edwin didn't just self-mutilate on stage. He would do other things as well, like pretending to fuck a dead coyote on stage. I don't know where he got the coyote, maybe by the painted entrance of a tunnel. But in the same way Fenriz caught me off guard, so did Edwin. When you watch a guy breaking bottles over his head while his dong's out, puncturing his arm so blood can leak into a chalice that a girl will drink and then spit in his face, you might think, I don't know if I'd invite this guy to my fantasy league. But there would be moments where Edwin was randomly charming, genuinely funny, and sometimes even just a little dorky, which honestly made his story just that much more unfortunate because through his troubled nature, there was a guy who just wanted to go back to his teenage years and jam out after school, playing in his garage, pretending to play to a big crowd. There was a guy who wanted his stepdad to approve of him, congratulate him, notice him. And it's complicated to discuss, Edwin, because I don't want to sway the paintbrush in one direction here too much. I wouldn't blink for too long around Edwin. Like, do I think this guy wants to harm people outside of his sadomasochistic pleasures? I don't know, but I want to say no. But then, do I believe him when he begins the documentary by telling us he daydreams about murdering innocent people? Yes. It's complicated fearing this unpredictable snail. He apparently looked at this documentary as therapeutic, reflecting through it often, talking about how he thought his stepdad was this maniac, until he had to look at himself blowing his top in front of his ex-wife's stepdaughter and realize not only was he wrong, but he was somehow worse than the false image he had created. But you really kind of take away what you want from this doc. I know it'll be mentioned in the comments if I don't mention it. He made these two wooden figures to represent his ex-wife and stepdaughter that are just in his home. And sometimes he speaks for his ex-wife, puts on the mask that's on that wooden figure. It's a lot. And last thing I quickly want to mention, because it just caught me off guard, he talks about sleeping in a coffin, which probably sounds crazy to most people, but then he kind of explains his reasoning, and I'm not gonna start doing it, but it's oddly kind of inspirational.
I consider every night as my own funeral, for be it good or bad, you know? And then can you imagine if someone all of a sudden after your death just wakes you up, wham, you're alive for one more fucking day, pal. The fuck you gonna do today, right?
And from what I was able to find, apparently a little over a year after the release of the doc, Edwin took his own life. And honestly, there's so much more to unpack here regarding Edwin and even some of his bandmates, even though this is a rather short doc. I would say if you're interested and can stomach a lot of the things that I alluded to and more, I think this doc is solid for what it's supposed to be. It's absolutely disturbing, no question about it. In fact, on my first watch, I'll tell you how intelligent I am, I thought, I'll just watch this one on my flight. So there I was, seat 10A, iPhone in hand, just punctured foreskin footage, lighting the aisle of my fucking red eye. After I realized what I was gonna be watching, I poetically tucked the phone in between my thighs down here and just kind of hunched over. And I fast forwarded all dick-related shenanigans, not only because I was on a flight and I didn't want the flight attendant. It was like, you want some nuts? And I'm like, fucking bad timing, lady. But because I just didn't want to watch that shit anyways. The footage in the doc was upsetting me. But don't you worry, the trusted journalist that I am, I did watch all of it on my second watch, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. So, just so you know. Next up.
99 and 9/10% of the people in this room told you they think you suck as a person.
The last stop centers around Elan, a school for troubled teens. This school was isolated in the woods of Maine. It was more so a camp that used forms of therapy to change these kids' lives for the better. And this is one of those docs where you think, how did that exist for so long? I don't so much like the doc as much as I like the cast that is talking to us throughout the entire doc, basically, because the story is told through ex-residents of Elan, who were all kids at the time. Teenagers. The cast of ex-residents are so diverse, and some of them are genuinely great storytellers, which does so much for this doc. We're constantly cutting through their testimony, and I think it works really well to not only keep the pace up and give multiple perspectives of the same events, but it also helps mimic the chaos that we'll soon get to. And the director of the doc was an ex-resident himself. And here's my criticism of the doc. I can't help but feel confused at the vision. Because Alon sounds undeniably horrible. But then there's like a, but what if this was for the better moment near the end? You know, the people at Alon really just wanted the best for us. I actually learned a lot. That's what he says. Which is confusing. Pretty much every other resident does not support that claim by a mile. And the director is the one that spearheads this conversation. You can't smack me in the face for 100 minutes telling me that these children were treated like animals, worse than animals, and then just turn the camera around to yourself like, who knows? You know, if I didn't go to Alon, maybe I'd be dead. Maybe. But is that the bar to softly validate Alon? Hey, at least you're alive. Even though you may not want to be because of Alon. There's more to that as well. I'll talk about that at the end. So they walk into Alon and see kids scrubbing floors, staring at the wall, dressed up in clown suits, and many of them quickly get a taste of their first general meeting. What that is being lined up in front of your classmates, cursed out by staff, belittled. And near the end of it, they signal the Avengers, aka everybody watching. It's like a thing where they're just like, hey, who's got feelings for them? And everyone rushes you, gets in your grill, and just tears into you until you feel small, small, small. Joseph Ritchie, the executive director of Alon, who actually opened Alon for drug addicts who were primarily 18 and over, but then they saw potential for new residents, younger residents, so they tried taking in runaways, promiscuous young women who got pregnant at an early age, thieves, rapists, pedophiles, people from mental institutions, kids with autism, Asperger's, murderers. Notice the absence of a connection here. And I guess I gotta bring up Michael Skakel. Who's that? Why are we talking about him? Well, Michael Skakel is Ethel Kennedy's nephew. Ethel is the widow of Robert Kennedy, brother of JFK. And in 1975, 15-year-old Martha Moxley was murdered. Michael Skakel went to Alon and allegedly confessed to the murder there, which, at least what I got from the doc, this apparently put Alon's mistreatment in the spotlight, but he was convicted in 2002, and Alon did not close its doors until 2011. So, sure. So there was a hierarchy at the houses. You'd begin as a worker, and as you moved up through the hierarchy, you would have more authority, responsibility, and you were encouraged to rat people out. Because if someone went off track on your watch, that was your ass, and you'd be shot down back to scrubbing clean floors. Below the directors of the house were assistant directors, and right below them were staff, which would be the final level of that hierarchy for the residents. Re-entry into staff, where you would be until your departure, or you could just stay. So just so we're clear, the people guiding these troubled teens were troubled teens who had been whipped into shape, but quite literally had no worthwhile experience, no legitimate background to be working with these kids. So why didn't they just leave? Why didn't the kids just run away? Why didn't they gun it? Oh, they tried. And some of them escaped, but they would send out trackers that would find them consistently. And your work was cut out for you when they would bring your ass back. They'd have multiple eyes on you, keep you away from doors, have you restrained to only a specific amount of tiles in one room. The punishments were fucking insane. Like, you would have to wear a sign that says, I'm a whore. And if anybody asks you about it, you'd have to recite these insults about yourself as to why you are a whore because you held another kid's hand. You could get paddled by multiple people multiple times till you're black and blue, or you get thrown into the corner where you would stand facing the corner, and if you got tired you would then sit and face the corner. Rinse and repeat. You could do nothing else, which sounds like a timeout to most people, right? They're like, that sounds like the least worst punishment. You eat at that corner, you sleep at that corner. That punishment could go on for months, meaning when you wake up, time to start looking at this corner again until you fall asleep. That would just be your existence, staring at a fucking wall. It breaks my heart listening to Mary O'Brien's story here, because keep in mind, she was shipped to Alon when she was 12.
I had this imaginary friend when I was in the corner too. Her name was Emily. She was a colonial girl, a few years younger than me. But even her presence didn't help when people were allowed to come up and swear at me. It was so humiliating that I used to make her go away while they were doing that. because I didn't want her to hear me being called all those names.
These were kids. And now I also have to bring up the ring. One of, if not the last resort for a quote-unquote bully, somebody who tried something violent or threatened somebody, or whoever, because they don't really give a damn. So a circle of people form around you. The bully puts on gloves and they would match you up with someone who should whoop your ass. And you might hold your ground. You might hit him with a nice little 1-2 buckle my shoe. But when that round's over, guess what? Fresh legs, new body. Next round. Ding. It ultimately did not matter. You could not, would not win. They will send the kitchen sink at you until you have learned your lesson and gotten your ass beat. Dude, even if you behaved, they could take aim at you for being a goody two-shoes. Everybody was gonna get theirs. We then get to the part where they talk about if Alon helped these kids, like I mentioned. And that's when we get to a member of the Alon staff, Missy, who supposedly wasn't a monster at Alon. She seems happy and joyous. They show her telling a little George Bush joke. Everybody laughs. She says she's straightforward, that she obviously followed protocol, but she would try to talk to the kids. She would try to listen to these kids. One of the ex-residents recounts her being kind of nice, which was rare. And then you're listening to Missy talk about how some things were wrong at Alon, but some things were brilliant. And that's when the doc starts to tell us, hey, some people's lives did change for the better. Like Peter here graduated, and he hasn't picked up alcohol or drugs since. In fact, Alon claims that 2/3 of all of its former residents are now leading productive lives. Source, I said it. So the state investigated, and out of 117 former Alon residents, 70 had been arrested and one was serving a life sentence for murder. And that's when we start to hear from the other former residents. Alex struggled to adjust to the real world and has been on a 5-year on and off drug bender popping oxys since he left Alon. Tracy went to college right after and did everything she felt like she missed out on. Partying, raging, and she ended up hooked on heroin, started stripping, felt like dirt and just wanted to get higher and higher to forget about it. Her interview was filmed at an addiction recovery center. Peter managed just fine leaving Alon. The way he was taught to deal with his emotions was something he carried with him. So he hit college, met his wife, had a family, but then at 33, something broke. He couldn't deal with anything anymore. And it hit him that he was robbed of his childhood, something he could never get back. And within 3 years, he was shooting up 25 bags of heroin a day. Liz hears the screams from the kids in her life to this day. Mary went to the school for the blind. Since birth, she had been at the line between legally blind and visually impaired. But she had a hell of an imagination and loved to create, and she felt like Alon wanted to take that away from her. She has been in counseling for years. Julie recently got the psychiatrist recommendation that sent her to Alon, where they suggested that she needed a warm, psychotherapeutic, structured environment, or else they believed she would kill herself. She was sexually abused, physically abused, diagnosed with PTSD, she has night terrors, and most of the time she is dreaming of Alon. And another update that I found beyond the doc when I was digging around, Julie had actually recently gone missing. She was wanted in Illinois just over a month ago, and she was found, but did not want to willingly go with officers. She tried to pull out a handgun, shot, hit a wall, but she is now facing charges of attempted homicide of a law enforcement officer. Jayla talks about how she knew once she got to the needle, the next thing would be death. She didn't know how to handle being social. Her cousin had to take care of her because she couldn't even get groceries without worrying about a loud environment or a large group of people. She never had panic attacks before Alon, and she passed away 7 years ago. Dave's probably got the most odd conclusion here. He actually ran away and met a guy named Sticks in the woods. He was a Vietnam veteran who helped him survive in the woods, which he lived in for about 2 years. And now he teaches wilderness survival. Let's go Dave, I guess. Jeff stole a car trying to escape Alon, so he went straight from Alon to prison for 2 years. Doug never felt hurt by Alon's words or restrictions because he never had anybody to call. He was hurt that he didn't get an education. He was sent to another school and he couldn't read the books. He drank, got arrested, started robbing people. He had to eat. It's nothing he's proud of, but he had to do what he had to do. Missy says she was happy she worked at Alon, but she's not happy that everybody didn't get a specific experience and felt like they were abused or whatever else. She says she will still sleep well tonight. Year after year, Alon would adjust a few things, but New York State was sending some learning disabled kids to Alon, and Maya here wrote an op-ed. The state went in and did an investigation and then chose to no longer send children over there because of all the bullshit they saw. Yet the state of Maine never found anything. Why? Because Maine would announce every single time they were going to show up to the school. New York didn't do that. They just broke the doors down. And you know why Alon supposedly actually closed down? They got hit in their pockets. Because of Reddit. An ex-resident made a post discussing Alana and it went viral and straight to the front page, informing the world about what the hell Alana had been doing. So when people would look up Alana, consider going with them, you would see all these testimonies. And Alana officially closed its doors in 2011. We get one final send-off from our residents, and it's heart-wrenching and heartwarming at the same time. And I most definitely have to add, some of you probably think the school didn't even sound that bad. Rest assured, I've given you the cliff notes. And after digging beyond the doc, there seems to be some controversy over the story that the director has given us. Like, why was the sexual abuse left out of the story entirely? There seems to be many claims in that regard, yet it's not mentioned once. The multiple deaths at Alana, why were they not mentioned? Missy was apparently dressed up to be a lot better than she actually was, which would obviously infuriate and crush a lot of the victims that are watching this. And it seems too like Alec and Doug from the doc have also passed. It's a rabbit hole, and I can't definitively tell you much, but it does skew my viewing of this doc more. The last stop is obviously disturbing, but it really hits me when I see the child come out of these adults talking to me. Like, Mary and Doug's story are both very powerful for very different reasons. Do I recommend this doc? I don't know anymore. I just know the supporters and the detractors of this doc just want to make sure that people do not turn a blind eye to the ugly side of the troubled teen industry.
Jesus Camp is nothing short of infuriating. It almost seems like make-believe. You guys know some of your popular mega church pastors get memed on a lot. Rightfully so, because most, all, are lunatics with an absurd amount of influence. We get brought down to another level when all you see are the faces of children. Becky Fisher is the ringleader here, but she is not without her trusted disciples, if you will. It's brainwashing in its rawest form. It's raising an army of people who will believe all, if not most, of the harmful rhetoric you spew. This woman and crew indoctrinate children and dress it up real cutesy-like. By dress it up, I mean, they invite families over for a seminar, have the kids come to camp. I think they call it Kids on Fire Camp? Hold on, what the fuck is the name of the camp? Kids on Fire School of Ministry. It just rolls off the tongue. And listen, I'm not talking about just learning about God or your average Sunday church sermon. This is something different. This is tenfold, and not just contained to religion, even though Becky might think otherwise. From the start, they're aggressively dismissing science and condemning public schooling. Not for the actual reasons it should be condemned. They're placing burdens on regular kid activities like dancing and telling ghost stories. Like, this girl just likes to b-boy in her spare time, but she has to constantly remind herself to dance for God and not for the flesh. And I don't even know entirely what the fuck that means. Not for the flesh? The first thing I thought of was don't be a slut to this 8-year-old who likes to fucking you got served in the privacy of her own room. I tried looking it up and it sounded like just don't do it for the glamour of it. It almost sounds like don't have a hobby. If you're gonna be really good at pool, I don't know, make sure you're giving your props to J-Man. I don't really understand. So during Jesus Camp, Becky randomly just starts dogging Harry Potter by saying warlocks are enemies of God. Don't make heroes out of warlocks. No, I'm sorry. You must have watched the remastered version. Warlock?
You're a warlock, Harry.
I mean, I'm sure they're similar, but is Harry ever referred to as a warlock? And I'm not exactly the Harry P. lore database here, but I know I've seen more Harry Potter than this fucking lady. Just to stop there, she also says, back in the day, Harry Potter would have been put to death. Enjoy the book fair. Chamber of Secrets, more like Harry's a fucking warlock and should be hung. You know how Dare tried to swear us off drugs at an early age and failed? In all fairness, I just think they didn't have enough time. I don't really remember, but all they had was what, like 1 week out of the school year to mold a sober Sally for life? This is like the evangelical equivalent of that, except it's just nonstop in these kids' faces. It's at church, it's at home, probably in their fucking dreams. These kids are just like a bunch of drones. The evangelicals we see have their own makeshift Pledge of Allegiance, which, yeah. She scares and traumatizes these children, looking at them dead in the face. The devil goes for the young. And how convenient that I am in a room of young. Devil's got the scope on you right now. Who's gonna let him take the shot? It's just grade A fear-mongering. It's just chaos. I don't know. There's kids crying, speaking in tongues because she encourages that a lot. There's people yelling. This fucking lady's on the mic going, oh! Oh!
that must help with something. The only lighthearted thing in this doc is this Hillary Clinton moment. And by Hillary Clinton moment, I'm referring to, now I don't know who created Pokemon Go,
but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Boo! You stink!
and instead she says,
Unlike McDonald's, this is not about how fast you can go through the drive-thru. You want something to God, you're gonna have to cook a little.
Which granted isn't as bad as the Pokemon. Wait, never mind, she's still going.
You need to stay in the pot. Let him simmer you in the Holy Ghost.
Double stack your faith. How can you be loving it if you don't love God? BTS? Saweetie? Where's the Ezekiel meal? Becky Fisher is also either delusional, manipulative, or a cute little culmination of the two. Because she tries saying that she doesn't go after her kids politically, as she dedicates an entire portion to a very in-your-face pro-life segment, and also has kids give prayers to this George Bush cutout. I also love the ending to this, not because it's a happy ending, but it's silently powerful. These kids are out and about trying to give cards and flyers to have people essentially convert, and the girl says this.
Do you think people actually think we're trying to like sell something? I mean, we're kids. What are we selling?
Disturbing? Yes. It's like material to get enraged to. I was in disbelief half the time to what they were throwing in the face of the children, and then you just hear these 10-year-olds giving religious TED Talks. I think back to The Most Hated Family in America, the 2007 documentary about the Westboro Baptist Church, where it was just pure hatred in response to what I was seeing. You know, I'm sure some hypothetical people would hypothetically want that group to be hypothetically Tokyo drifted by semi, and that's present in this doc. But now we're strictly focusing on the youth, and we're seeing innocent sponges soak up hateful nonsense. So there's a little extra hurt there, right? When you see adults doing this crazy shit, it's more just anger, I feel like. Like, fuck you, you're grown, I can punch you in the face, I won't feel bad about it. But you hear a 10-year-old saying this shit, it's like, dude, you just want to shake him and be like, no, go watch fucking Jimmy Neutron, dude. So it's messed up, but it's no cause for night terrors. I'll be okay, because I'm sure that's what you're worried about. Let's move on.
Ma'am, what is your address? Ma'am.
Immediately, I don't love this documentary. I think it just takes too long. It should have been an hour 20 as opposed to an hour 45. Although, as always, I am glad that the story was told. The Price of Honor covers the story of Sarah and Amina Saeed, two girls who grew up with a father, Yasser Saeed, who would ruin them and take everything from them. Their mother, Patricia, is in the picture as well. She's interviewed, talks to us about everything, and you don't know it yet. So this may sound harsh. It may even sound harsh after you know it. Patricia is a fucking waste of a person. And don't get me wrong, I'm not comparing the two. Yasser deserves the absolute worst that this world can bring, but don't be fooled by the grieving mother on screen. This doc really puts the viewer in a tough spot because I gave her as much lenience as I possibly could, because we've talked about people in abusive relationships before, where it's very easy for the audience to say, why didn't she leave? Why didn't she try this? Why didn't she do that? And it's rarely that simple. So as frustrated as I became with Patricia as I heard her start to, with shown evidence, lie to us, and also still somewhat somehow defend Yasser's honor, I tried to remember. Patricia married Yasser when she was just 15 years old, and Yasser was about 30. She would have 3 kids by the time she was 18. Yasser was abusive, controlling, tried to distance Patricia from her family, and was unfaithful on numerous occasions. You throw all of that at a 15, 16, 17-year-old kid who is now having kids of her own. I can't imagine the type of damage that would cause somebody, so I'm holding that there. And yet, she still managed to make me turn on her. And it doesn't even really take that long, because very early into the doc, we start with some of the worst. The 2 young girls come forward at one point and accuse Yasser of sexually assaulting them in detail. They are 8 and 9 years old. Patricia calls CPS and takes the girls to the hospital to get them examined, and they apparently discover no evidence from those examinations, but that does not rule out sexual abuse. The police take Yasser in for questioning, and he was apparently very upset that he was even being questioned about this, so much so that he started harassing Patricia's parents and calling them nonstop at all hours of the night, threatening them, driving by their home, and he was actually arrested for retaliation. But eventually, the girls would tell police that they lied, that they made the whole thing up, and the police now had nothing. Through the testimonials of Patricia's sisters and aunt, we hear that Amina wrote a letter to Connie, her aunt, telling her that they were being forced to tell the police that they lied. By who? Well, it sounds like Yasser and Patricia. Patricia would also find out about that letter, go searching for it in Connie's house, and then take that evidence away. Shortly after, Yasser and the family leave the state for a while, and then leave the country for a while. All very normal things to do after being accused of something like that. They go to Egypt, and while in Egypt, Yasser begins planning to find a husband for Amina, to, as they say, whoever was essentially the highest bidder. And Amina obviously didn't want to get married off to some 40-year-old man, but Yasser made it clear that she didn't really have a choice. Patricia's interview bits are constantly spliced in right after a testimonial, or multiple, or just a straight-up police report that is saying the complete opposite of what she's about to claim. One example, out of many, Amina was beaten. Once Yasser discovered that she was talking to a boy, he kicked her in the stomach, kicked her in the face, messing up her braces. The clip right after with Patricia, she never had braces. He apparently even messed with one of Patricia's younger sisters who would take care of the kids, and she was terrified to go there now because of Yasser. And the best Patricia's got is like, yeah, I've heard bits and pieces, but I don't know. Okay. Assuming this isn't deceptive cherry picking of the interview, any thoughts on that, Patricia? Not even a lazy ass, oh, that sounds horrible if it did happen. Like, I don't know if the whole ignorant bullshit act is a defense. You can't admit that you knew about all of these things because it would make you look terrible for staying through incident after incident, even though, in my opinion, the line makes you look worse. Patricia actually says in one of the interviews, honestly, I don't believe Yasser would abuse his daughters. And if you know this story already, you know how fucking insane that sounds to say. He never abused his daughters, he just abused me. Is that really that difficult to bridge in your mind? She even randomly tells us a story about Yasser fucking killing a dude. Like, waited for a guy, ran him over, then killed him, and his dad got him out of it somehow. And you know this story. He's capable of fucking murder. Trying to pull back, is she traumatized? Is she still brainwashed, sticking up for him when she doesn't have to? I won't eliminate that from playing a part, but Jesus. There's a clip in this doc. I'm not gonna show it. I was kind of thrown off that this was even in the doc, let alone exist. It's a clip of Yasser, who apparently always had a video camera on him, and he recorded a ton of stuff, especially his daughters, sometimes in secret, spying on them from afar. The girls are trying to sleep and he's annoying them, and he's zooming in on their feet, making remarks like, nice legs. He tells his son Islam to snatch the blanket off of one of them, which Islam does, as he continues to make inappropriate remarks while zooming in on their backside. It is very fucking uncomfortable to watch. And it's not like this recording was done secretly. This was in the morning, on camera, with the son present. December 26, 2007. Patricia, Amina's friend Eddie, Sarah, and her boyfriend Eric run away to Kansas. It was originally just gonna be the girls and their friends, but Patricia decided to tag along because she too wanted to get away from Yasser. Patricia meets with her aunt, Jill, and tells her, I will not return to Yasser because if I do, he will kill the girls. In fact, she even told the police she was afraid that Yasser would severely hurt her daughter. So she stays at Jill's a few hours, quickly changes her mind and says, we're going to Tulsa for whatever reason, to find a house to rent there. Now, Yasser always kept a close eye on his daughters, their communications, who they were with, so when they left, they destroyed their SIM cards to avoid any type of tracking. They got an apartment under an assumed name. However, Yasser would not act alone in trying to bring them back home. Islam isn't mentioned all that much in the first half of the doc, but I just couldn't help but have a side eye for him because it doesn't sound like he was facing any abuse. I didn't get that impression, and I would be very surprised if he were never present for any of the abuse that his sisters faced, especially since he was the oldest. I just kept thinking that Yasser was raising a chip off the old block with Islam. While the girls are gone, Islam is calling his aunts, talking about, oh, I miss my sisters. I wish they would come back home. I couldn't imagine why they wouldn't want to be here. Yassine, Yasser's brother, is also making calls, sending emails, telling them, hey, if you don't feel comfortable with Yasser here, we'll take care of it. We'll make sure that he's not. I'm sure, Yassine. The girls haven't had the best things to say about their uncles up to this point, by the way. I can't imagine whose side they might be on. And also, Amina starts to worry around this time because Patricia starts to feel guilty for abandoning her husband. The poor guy. I hear you, Patricia. I'm sure Yasser's feelings are at least in the top 40 things you should be worried about right now. After Yassine is able to make contact with Patricia, contact is then made to Yasser. Patricia tells us Sarah talked to Yasser first, then she did, then Amina did, and that they all agreed to go back to Texas. And as far as we're told, that is not true. Amina did not know anything about this. They were going back to Texas, but Amina thought it was to visit her aunt, to put flowers on her grandmother's gravestone. And they don't really clarify clarify as to why Sarah agreed to this, or even if she really did. It sounds like she vaguely did. Maybe she just wasn't as combative as Amina. Keep in mind, Amina seems to be more targeted than Sarah. It definitely sounds like Amina got the brunt of the abuse for one reason or another. That's not to say Sarah is favored by any means, but more so that Amina was despised. So Patricia has now returned to Yasser and is not returning to Tulsa. Patricia then begins to blow Amina's phone up, begging her to come home. Amina refuses, terrified of what Yasser might do, but Patricia continues on, blowing up her phone, and eventually just drives to her in person because she knows where she is and pleads for her to come home, and ends up persuading Amina to go with her. By Amina's communication, it sounds like she just kind of accepted her fate. And right around this point, Patricia also says that Amina asked to come home. She wanted to come home. That's why she went to go pick her up. And that's the shit right there that pisses me off. Why are you lying? Why are you subtly shifting the blame to your daughters? So she returns, and then later Yasser says that he wants to take the girls out for dinner, but just them. So he loads them up in his taxi cab, and at one point during their drive, Sarah would be shot 9 times, and Amina would be shot twice. Somehow, Sarah would be able to dial 911 and actually speak to an operator and tell them, "My dad shot me, I'm dying." The 2 girls would pass, and the taxi cab would later be found abandoned, with the 2 girls still in there. And just in case you haven't been quite sold on the Patricia thing, here's a clip.
Who would think that their father would kill them?
There are a lot of things I'm skipping over here, but I think what's important to point out is that Yasser somehow perfectly fled this scene. This was obviously planned, more than likely with the help of others, and he would actually get away, remain at large, and eventually find himself on the FBI's most wanted list. We do hear Sarah's call to 911. I refuse to play it here, especially with the editing in the doc where they insert these gunshots that are ringing out with this cheesy villainous music in the background. Come on. Now, it was at this point in the doc where I thought, terrible story, I hate everybody, this sucks. Why is there still an hour left in this doc? Well, I haven't brought up Joseph, Amina's boyfriend, who she would be in contact with constantly. There's a lot of focus on their connection, even though at one point early on, they just aren't able to see each other anymore, but we talk with him a lot. Ruth, Joseph's mother, ends up speaking to Amina a lot more later on, and you can tell she genuinely cares about the girls and their safety. So those are pretty big chunks in the beginning and also some of the end. After the killings, we dive into the topic of honor killings. A murder committed by the family due to cultural beliefs, like of somebody bringing dishonor to the family, killing them to then restore that honor to the family, or a woman or girl usually being the victim. Now, I don't mind this quickly being touched on, but it's essentially a theory at the end of the day. Although you'll see many news outlets refer to this theory when describing the crime. I personally think Yasser was just a monster who killed his 2 daughters, I'm sure with some cultural beliefs intertwined in terms of disapproval of their lifestyles. But with all due respect to the purpose of spreading awareness of honor killings, I don't care to speculate on it too much. It really doesn't change the story to me. Although we do spend a decent amount of time talking about it in this doc. Like after the killings, I remember having the thought, oh, is this the second half? Have we now morphed into like a quasi-PSA? It is 7 straight minutes that just feel out of place, but I get it. Like the film is called The Price of Honor. So clearly you were gonna have to address honor killings, but especially right after the story of them being murdered, it didn't fit for me. Credit to the director, she does start visiting the houses of the Saeed brothers to get a statement from them for this documentary, and she's eventually met with death threats, so she pulls back. We then start to poke around at Patricia and everything she has lied about publicly. And yeah, she contradicts herself dozens of times, almost shockingly so. She's got some sketchy pieces of evidence out there. In one way, the doc could just be like a montage of her fucking lying. But I just don't even want to look at this person anymore. They're not in prison, nor will they be. Apparently, the police department did a shit job investigating everything initially anyway. I mean, you can say that the operator for sure dropped the ball when Sarah called. It's hard to listen to because he's essentially ignoring Sarah's pleads. I don't think they heard "my dad shot me." I think they just heard someone yelling, I'm dying, and they just, I don't know if they didn't care. I have no idea. It's really upsetting to listen to because it just ends up seeming like everybody let those girls down. And we end with, I'm so sorry for what I'm about to say. It's a very awkward, quasi-comedic scene where Joseph's mother, who does care about these girls, goes to drop flowers off at their graves. But there's this fucking triumphant, angelic chorus bellowing in the back as she does this. And the whole scene goes on for far too long as she's talking to herself and saying her thoughts out loud. And this is with cuts. She even mentions how shitty this Muslim cemetery looks, which was a point of discussion earlier with Patricia deciding to bury them there because her sisters were like, don't do it here. Like, the grass is all gross. There's no flowers growing. Like, don't do that to them. She did. I'm sure this sounds mean, but here's a clip. Tell me if I'm crazy.
I don't even know what this place is. I mean, look at it.
It's definitely the music. It's the music. If we remove that music, it drastically changes this scene. It's just clashing. Man, why would you put that in there? How did you put that in there and listen to it like, it's so triumphant. This isn't triumph. This is sadness. I don't understand how someone puts that in there, listens, watches it back, and they're like, fucking boost it up, baby. What? One thing I noticed after I read the blurb, and it was like Sarah and Amina Saeed, I realized we don't talk about Sarah really at all. She's kind of in this doc by association. Amina seemed to be the only vocal one, with a lot of her letters, emails, calls, because at the end of the doc, I just don't really know much about Sarah. I don't know what she thought of all of this. And maybe she just never shared anything, so we don't have anything to go off of. But this is very much a story told through Amina. And that's the doc. But there is a development post-doc. An apparent sighting of Yasser in 2017 in an apartment that Islam stayed at. It appears that he escaped right from under them when they tried raiding the place, but evidence did support that he was staying there. So even though that let him know that he was in Texas, it wouldn't be for another 3 years in 2020 that police were running surveillance on a home in Justin, Texas, that Islam and Yassine would show up to. Eventually the surveillance would see another man inside, they would collect some evidence and arrest Yasser Saeed on August 26th, 2020. Over 12 years since he murdered his daughters. He was sentenced to life in prison, and thankfully Islam and Yassine were also arrested, 10 and 12 years for them. I'm not sure if he got any more room for frustration here. Yasser denies killing them, and he fought in court for it. Didn't work out, obviously. I also saw there was an interview with Yasser on Court TV, Interview with a Killer, just last year. And as much as I didn't want to waste 44 minutes listening to Yasser stupidly plead his innocence, I listened to 44 minutes of Yasser stupidly pleaded his innocence. I guess he says this is all political stunt. People trying to get political points off this one. A similar defense to what was said in court. They were like, oh, this was a post 9/11 world. They had it out for this Muslim man in 2008. He says what really happened was that he thought he was being followed while driving the girls. So he ditched the taxi, left the girls in it, and ran away. He thought he was being targeted, that someone wanted to kill him, so he thought leaving the girls that they would be safe. But then apparently whoever was trailing them killed the girls, and then he never said anything about it. He didn't attend the funeral, and he remained in hiding for 12 years because he thought he wouldn't get a fair trial because of the way things looked. How might they explain away the 911 call that says, "My dad shot me"? The defense argued that Sarah was possibly hallucinating after being shot multiple times on that 911 call. So she misspoke when she said, "My dad shot me." He sucks. He's rotting in prison. Good riddance. Is it disturbing? Yes, it's very disturbing. The entire story is disturbing. The clips they show are disturbing. We're fucking seeing people get like murdered when they're talking about honor killings. It's disturbing. Next doc, please.
They take care of the hard part.
Oh, come on, dude. We were just getting the good part. Skip this hat. Are you... Hello?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, Nick. What's going on? Not much, man. Yeah, it's funny. I was just watching your newest upload. Yeah, I was like, yo, I'll get that back, bro. You should have heard me. What happened? What'd you decide on? Rewind? Okay. This one's just going to be fucked up and sad, so let me just get this out of the way now. Duh! It's rewind time. I hate this. Meet Sasha, his father, Henry, and his mother, Jackie. Now, Henry and his camera were inseparable. He was always recording something. He was a family vlogger before family vloggers. And honestly, I didn't like him all for it because of that. Shit kind of grosses me out. But because that's who he was, we're supplied with an infinite amount of B-roll for this doc. We're introduced to other family members and hear about how bright of a light Sasha was as a child. The school's telling his parents that he was gifted and would probably need to take special classes. And then the following year, they would be told that Sasha was having a lot of trouble keeping up, falling behind compared to his other classmates. These changes in his behavior, having these outbursts, and even trying to hurt himself, even talk about and attempts at ending his own life. And of course, you know where this is going. You're looking at one of the uncles they've highlighted, thinking the absolute worst. But instead, we're told of an older cousin of his named Stuart, who actually lived with them for some time after being discharged from the Air Force. He would take care of the kids whenever and had a room in the attic, and he would sexually abuse both Sasha and his younger sister Becca. Now, the timeline is a bit scattered for me personally, but from what I understand, from about 1993 to 1997, sexual abuse was present in that household. Sasha would go to therapy, and through therapy, drawing pictures, which many of them just incredibly unsettling drawings for like a fucking 4-year-old. He drew one describing something that his uncle Larry did to him. So Sasha was not only being abused by Stuart, but also by his uncle Larry Nevison and his other uncle, Howard Nevison, who we're told was the worst of them all. The abuse started when Sasha was about 3 or 4 years old, and from what I understand, I believe Becca's only perpetrator was Stuart. So you're watching this and you're already disgusted and taken aback at this fucking family of child molesters. But what always kills me in these docs are those moments where you hear about how this could have been stopped so much earlier. This could have been prevented. Those small windows of salvation shut by the ones needed most in that moment. For example, let's start with their pediatrician. Sasha had an abrasion on his private parts, and according to his mother, she asked the doctor if it was possible that this was caused by an adult's inappropriate actions. Because all Sasha said was that another kid pinched him, but wouldn't say anything else. The doctor's response? You don't want to open that door. Which, please, enlighten me, Doc. If we report that, they will come to your house, remove your husband from the house. This will become public and be terrible for your family. Okay? You got some fair cons there. Should we talk about the pros? No. Just let me mention one then, which would be possibly preventing my son from being sexually abused again, which I would like to think outweighs all that stupid shit you just said. And listen, I don't love to take aim at parents in these situations. I think hindsight can very much skew our opinions, but I can't not mention it either, because even with what that moron said, why listen to him and think, you're right, Doc. I'm so glad I'm speaking to an attorney. But before I continue, you do need more unfortunate context. Henry was called in by Sasha's psychiatrist and told about these allegations towards Uncle Howard. This was after the abrasion situation. And Henry's response was, well, I know he's not lying because Howard did the same thing to me when I was a kid. And now the doc's flipped on its head. Howard, when they were growing up, sexually abused both of his brothers, Larry and Henry. Henry was the youngest, so because of the unfortunate cycle that abuse is, Larry also did the same to Henry. But once again, having this weird distinction being made between the two, Howard's abuse appearing to come from a much darker place, more aggressive, more violent, him being the one to tell Sasha that if he told anybody, he would kill him. Now then, Jackie, up until that point, had no idea that Henry had been abused, let alone that there was any history of abuse in his family. And she was, upon learning this, I would say justifiably furious that something like that was never mentioned, especially when those people were very much welcomed into their home with easy access to their children. And Henry's reasoning for this, I don't think I have a right to really criticize it as much as my immediate reflexes really want to, so I will just present it as is. He says that he didn't even know what sexual abuse even was, right? He thought what happened to him was this anomaly. And he says, had he known that there was a possibility of it occurring again, that his brothers would have never stepped foot in the house. And since the timeline isn't always exact when we're talking about specific moments, it's hard for me to make specific statements accurately. Like Jackie brings up a time where Sasha and Uncle Howard were up in Sasha's bedroom while everybody's over. She said she felt weird about it, so she went up to Sasha's bedroom that was closed, knocked, asking, what are you guys doing? And Howard said, oh, we're good, we're having uncle-nephew time. And she did not push any further and walked away. I'm not here to play a blame game, I don't think that's entirely fair. It's just tough to hear these parts as well, because in what world do you walk away there? Especially when you're telling us you initially felt off about it. Why the fuck is the door closed? You're in my house, you weirdo fuck. Your family's a staircase away. Jesus Christ. So they discover what's been happening and they speak to police. At this point, they know where to find Larry. Stuart is somewhere, but they should be able to wrangle him up. And Howard is in New York City. And not only that, but Howard is a cantor in the world's largest synagogue. High-profile people walk through there. He's a man highly regarded by his community. That man has sang for the Pope. He might be a bit trickier to corner. Larry gets visited first, confidently denies the allegations for whatever reason. I mean, obviously you're gonna say no, that you didn't do it, but he tells him, give me a polygraph exam. Okay, failed that shit, and he confesses. He's charged early February, facing 17 to 22 years, and they're able to charge Stewart late February. He sees how bad Larry got it and says, fuck that, I'll take a plea. And I guess he also admitted to Larry abusing him as well. He gets about a year and a half and has to go to a halfway house. Howard is, once again, the challenge. They approve their arrest in February, and even in the arrest footage we're shown, there's just this ugly confidence that reeks from him. He ends up calling the head district attorney in Manhattan off his cell phone, and detectives immediately see the power this man really has. Not only that, but there's hesitancy because Sasha doesn't know if he's ready to testify and face Howard in court. And in this doc, there is dedicated time to the good in the world as well. One of those people being Sasha's maternal great-grandfather, Joseph Newlinger, who loved Sasha very much. Sasha loved him so much that when he decided he no longer wanted to share the Nevison name, the name of his abusers, he legally had his name changed to Sasha Joseph Newlinger. Joseph had passed, and Sasha's psychiatrist wanted his great-grandfather to protect him during the court process. So they gave him one of Joseph's yarmulkes to hold on to, and whenever he felt unsure of himself, he could pull it out and put it on to have him by his side. And the day came, and Sasha courageously stood up against his abuser, confidently delivered his testimony, even with the defense trying to confuse this little boy. And halfway through his testimony, he pulls out the yarmulke, puts it on, and continues to testify. Unfortunately, the defense was relentless. They filed motions left and right, delaying the process more and more. The synagogue stood by Howard and even fundraised money for his defense fund. So the defense was playing with house money and took full advantage of that. Howard is being charged with 1 felony and 5 misdemeanors. The felony charge could result in up to 20 years. And at this point, the case has dragged on so long that Sasha's driving a car in the B-roll, and the defense tries to propose a plea. Howard will plead guilty to the 5 misdemeanors, but not to the felony. And although Sasha was initially hellbent on taking Howard to trial and trying to stick that felony to him, he later decides to take their plea. He was worried that the trial could potentially end in Howard walking away completely scot-free, and not only that, look at how much time has passed. He wanted to move on with his life. I couldn't imagine how draining it would be to not only be in and out of court in general, but be forced to relive this horrific part of his life day in and day out in detail. So after a 4+ year long court case, they take the plea, and Howard gets hit with a whopping 12-year probation, which is just fucking preposterous. I can't fault Sasha for not wanting to go through with the trial, but even with that decision, the fact that Howard could walk away with a slap on the wrist and a little head shake of, you can't talk to kids under 12 anymore, okay? Is fucking insane. The worst perpetrator of all 3 men received the most lenient sentence and isn't gonna serve 1 day behind bars. It's a rather depressing reality to think that if Howard was just Howard the librarian, he'd probably die in prison. This one is of course disturbing. It's genuinely sad on both ends of the spectrum. There were happy tears, sad tears, and something we're all too familiar with, just a tiny flash of a happy ending. Girl in the picture is a heartbreaker. My seasonal allergies are really bad, so on my first watch, my eyes were getting watery and whatnot. And then on my rewatch, it happened again. Pollen at the same timestamps. I also want to point out that I have a lot of questions by the end of this doc. I realize there's a lot of information that they present, so we can't constantly pull over and speculate, but I'll save them all to the end because it'll confuse you more if I do it during. The timeline of events is presented to us in the same way they were discovered through investigation, so we will be jumping around quite a bit. You ready? Okay, this story begins in Oklahoma City, April 1990, where a driver discovers a young lady on the side of the road who's alive but hurt pretty bad. She's taken to the hospital and her husband Clarence shows up, and he tells the hospital that her name is Tanya Hughes and she's a stripper in Tulsa. And unfortunately, days later, Tanya would pass. The girls at the strip club would look for Tanya's mom to notify her, yet when they called her, she said, "My daughter died 20 years ago. I don't know who you're talking about." The woman they buried was not Tanya Hughes. So, who was she? Pretty much right away, the doc nudges you that Clarence isn't who he claims to be. This guy's a gangster, his real name's Clarence. And because of that, I very much started to unfortunately think of A Secret Obsession, that bumbling mess of a movie because of the damn premise. Brandon's song, I Love You, Please get out of my head. Don't ruin this for me. Tanya started working at that club in 1989, and her best friend there was Karen. Karen had actually met Clarence, her older husband, and Michael, their 2-year-old son. And it never looked like a pretty picture from the start. Tanya could not go anywhere alone with Michael. She would arrive bruised up to work and eventually be fearful for her life when she tells Karen that Clarence had taken out a life insurance policy on her. Clarence would eventually call Karen and tell her that Tanya had been involved in a hit and run. None of it makes sense to Karen or to hospital staff, because when she visits, nurses tell her they don't think it was a hit and run, they think it was foul play. The neurosurgeon there is also surprised at her condition after what was apparently a hit and run. Tanya passes at the age of 20, and with the later confusion surrounding her real name, her poor tombstone only says Tanya. After some questions about Michael's safety, the nurses recommend Karen to contact DHS. She does, and they come and get Michael and place him in foster care. His foster parents take great care of him. They notice almost instant progress with his behavior, and they actually have Michael for 4 years. However, there is a problem. Clarence still has visitation rights, and apparently Michael doesn't ever want to see him, but Clarence is fighting to get him back. Until DHS takes Michael for a paternity test, and it is determined that Clarence isn't even the father. So his visitation rights are terminated, and his foster parents are now finishing up the adoption process. September 1994. People discover a man tied to a tree in the woods. That man is the principal of Michael's school. Clarence had pulled up with a gun, threatened the principal directly, and forced him to excuse Michael from class. He kidnapped the both of them at gunpoint and drove out to the woods to leave the principal tied up there. And now Michael is missing, with Clarence on the run. Joe Fitzpatrick is a special agent in the FBI who is put on the case. He knows he has limited time to work with, but they quickly discover that Clarence had tried to collect on his wife's life insurance back in 1990. But the social security number he used traces back to a man named Franklin Floyd, the real name of this story's villain. Clarence Hughes was just one of the many aliases he would use. They find that Franklin has a criminal past of abduction, rape, robbery, violence, and had even spent 10 years in prison in the 60s. One day he doesn't show up in court, and he's been on the run ever since. Jenny Fisher, a woman watching this story unfold, swears she recognizes that woman on screen, and she keeps hearing them say Tanya Hughes. But that's not her name. She calls the FBI and she tells them, I know that girl. I went to school with her. Her name is Sharon Marshall. So Jenny had actually seen the same red flags that most others who met, now Sharon, also saw with Franklin. However, when Jenny spoke to the FBI, there was one thing that was disagreed on, and that was Franklin's relation to Sharon. Because the FBI told her they were married. We have the certificate. Yet Jenny told them no. Warren Marshall, as she knew him, is her father. That was her dad all through school. They are not husband and wife. So the timeline is Sharon gets pregnant before college. She's now forbidden to go and leaves the state, and also is forced to give her child up for adoption. She becomes a stripper in Tampa in 1988, Franklin urging her to get into parties and offer sex services to men for money. Her friends at the club are concerned for her and can't believe her father is telling her to do these things. And she also becomes pregnant. Again, this time with Michael. Another girl who worked at the club, Cheryl Comesso, starts to hang out with Franklin and Sharon. Michael's babysitter is at their trailer one day, and Franklin pops in a tape trying to record some wrestling. The tape begins to play, and it's a video of Sharon and Cheryl dancing topless on a beach. He quickly takes it out, and the babysitter is warned to never speak of this. Yet the story does make it back to the club, and apparently Franklin had this shot for Cheryl, saying he would submit it to Playboy to help her career, all this bullshit. Sharon and Franklin would then disappear. At least to everyone they knew there. And Sharon would eventually give birth to Michael, and the two would change their names and get married in New Orleans. Now, the picture on the cover. That was somehow from a neighbor in the 1970s that gave it to police. Just had this photo of Floyd with Sharon. I don't know why your neighbor would have this photo. This doesn't exactly look like a Christmas card. But anyway, something wasn't right, aside from how uncomfortable this photo was to look at. Sharon was 20 years old when she died, meaning she had to be born in 1969 or 1970. And Floyd was in prison from 1963 to 1972. There was no possible way that Franklin was her biological father. And that's when the authorities assumed she must have been kidnapped as well. Which in that case, Tanya Hughes and Sharon Marshall were both fake names. And as of right now, the authorities have no idea who this poor girl really is. Now, Franklin's obviously a piece of shit, but a tad crafty to have evaded police for this long. But thankfully, the FBI is able to catch him slipping trying to renew one of his many licenses, and he's arrested. But Michael was nowhere to be found. Franklin's on television getting dragged away, saying, "I love my son, I hope he's found." Trip on a table saw, buddy. He lies to police over and over again about where Michael is. "Oh, I left him with some rich person. I thought that'd be best." All right. This guy's a fucking idiot. How do we lock him up? Because a murder case is tough to win without a body. So they instead go the Capone route and just throw other shit at him. Kidnapping, carjacking, firearm offenses, and after somehow evading authorities for 2 decades, Franklin Floyd is sentenced to 52 years in prison. So the good news is that this demon spawn is now in a cell, which should be cause for celebration, but we quickly drop back to reality. We don't know where Michael is, and we still don't know who Sharon really is. But by a bizarre stroke of luck, they find that principal's truck that Franklin stole. And underneath the truck, there is a little envelope of photos, which are almost all obscene pornography. Photos of Sharon when she was small, and a young lady that police did not recognize, disrobed and beaten. In 1995, Florida authorities discovered the skeletal remains of a woman but could not identify her until about a year later when these photographs were released and they saw a few pieces of evidence line up. And Jane Doe was finally identified as Cheryl Comessel, a dancer that went missing in 1989. Cheryl had apparently been showing up to work heavily bruised up, and it was apparent that Franklin was doing this, as he would call the club constantly asking for more details about Cheryl's life. He seemed obsessed with her. One day the two got into an argument in the parking lot, and after being separated, that was the last time anyone would see Cheryl. And with that, authorities started to pick up why Franklin left Florida in a hurry. He killed Cheryl Comessel. New authorities would be looking for a father and daughter with the grandson, so he changed their names, married Sharon to make them a couple with a son. On top of that, Franklin's trailer goes up in flames one night as a random man walks in and then walks out. Any possible evidence left there, gone. Which we also gotta figure out who the fuck that guy was, by the way. Because who the hell was this guy buddying up with? We never talk about this bum having a job. It sounds like he would just force Sharon to strip to make ends meet. And if he always kept Michael close, where the hell was he going to make accomplices? Floyd is charged with the first-degree murder of Cheryl Comessel and faces lethal injection. Another one for the good guys, but we would unfortunately still be taunted by the unknown details surrounding Michael and Sharon. In 2004, Matt Birkbeck published A Beautiful Child, bringing Sharon's story to light. He had spoke with now retired agent Joe Fitzpatrick and even managed to interview Franklin Floyd, which resulted in nothing because he just wouldn't shut the hell up and denied anything Matt challenged him on. The readers of Matt's book were up in arms at the fact that there was no ending to the book. We didn't solve the case. How the hell have we not? And just about a year after the book was published, Matt receives an email asking if the DNA of Sharon's daughter would help with anything. Megan, her daughter that was put up for adoption, her adoptive mother caught wind of the book and spoke to Megan about it. The DNA was a match. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children get involved, but realistically, there's only so much they can do. But their involvement does get the FBI to give this one more chance. So 2 FBI agents go to Florida to interview Franklin. And per usual, Franklin's ready to yap. They don't even introduce themselves. He thinks they're his attorneys. And they finally tell him they're FBI and they're reopening the Michael Hughes investigation. And he shuts that down. But after some work, they're able to get some emotion out of him and jump on that. They demand that he answer how he killed Michael. And through tears and anger, he stops and says, "I shot him twice in the back of the head to make it real quick." Tells them he buried him near the Oklahoma-Texas border, which they dig and sift for 2 days and find nothing. But they at the very least do have a confession now. And the agents didn't stop there. They let Franklin keep talking about himself, something he loves to do. Talks about how handsome he used to be. This guy's handsome, his real name's Clarence. Talks about how good of a bus driver he was. Says he met a girl named Sandy who had just lost her 3 girls to the state. And one of the agents stop him and give him a great question. What was your name at the time? Brandon Cleo Williams, an alias that they hadn't heard before. They strike while the iron's hot. They discover how he got married, the daughter's names, where they were born, and they ask him, well, who was the oldest? Well, that's the one you're here asking about. She was born in Livonia, Michigan.
I asked him, what was the oldest girl's name? And what was Suzanne Savakis?
What a breakthrough in the watching of this. We weren't on the front lines of this, but through your watching, you're so invested. You think there's a chance we don't get this answer. And then it hits you. This little girl who was robbed of her life, her family, her identity, who was robbed of her dreams of becoming an aerospace engineer after receiving a full scholarship to Georgia Tech, who somehow kept a smile on her face and exceeded in her academics through this daily living hell, was Suzanne Savakis. They get her birth certificate, and her parents are both still alive. So we talk with Sandra Willett and Cliff Savakis. Flashing back, Sandra gets pregnant. They get married, but Cliff goes to Vietnam. The child she gives birth to is Suzanne. When he gets back, Sandra's seen another guy, gets a divorce, has 2 more children, then gets another divorce. A tornado hits Sandra's mobile home, and when she goes to social services to get help with the girls, they take the children. Cliff's contacted and they tell him, listen, we don't want to break up the girls. Will you adopt all 3? Cliff's 23, unemployed, drinking, messed up from Vietnam, and just didn't think he would be a good parent, so he declines. Sandra then gets approached by a man at church asking her, what's wrong? God sent me here to help you. And that ugly, mediocre bus driver was Franklin. They get together, and early on, Sandra sees red flags. He would do scary things like threaten her to not leave with a knife. One day, she writes a bad check at 7-Eleven and she gets 30 days in jail. And in those 30 days, Franklin takes the kids. Once she gets out, she goes to the police and they ask, well, are you married? She says yes. Well, that's a civil problem then, it's not ours. And apparently, he had dropped the 2 sisters off at an orphanage, but kept Suzanne with him. And Sandra actually faces a little criticism from the talking heads here. One of them talking about how she was also abducted, but her mom, who was not an affluent person, went to every length possible to try and find her to get her back, which she did, and she doesn't believe that Sandra attempted the same. Megan's mom had even reached out to Sandra, I guess to form that granddaughter relationship with Megan, but it sounded like she didn't actually care. In 2017, the group here gathers a bit of money to redo Suzanne's tombstone from a solo Tanya to Suzanne Marie Savakis. And it's a beautiful moment. And the line that got me was when Cliff said that what gets him is that she never knew who she was. And like a fool, that hadn't even crossed my mind at the time. We spent all this time stressing about how nobody else knew who she was. But she was abducted at 5 years old and spent 15 years with a monster who brainwashed her and tortured her. She never knew the girl in the picture either. Who she was, who she could be. Fuck. It's a good documentary, but damn it, this one got me. And since now we're finally at the end of the doc, I do have questions. Even though we covered a ton and I still left some out, I can't not ask just because I like the doc. Firstly, so was it a hit and run incident? That's the way it's described by everybody in the story for the remainder of the runtime, but I'm confused because in the beginning, we're told the nurses don't think it was a hit and run. They think this was foul play. The neurosurgeon tending to Suzanne says she was in pretty great shape for an auto-pedestrian incident. And we don't discuss the investigation of that crime scene at all, which is insane. Like, were there tire marks? I don't know what to look for. Other evidence indicating that it indeed was that? All we're told is that a couple guys in a truck noticed some debris and then found Suzanne. I read that there were groceries on the ground, which we see in the reenactment, but is that the smoking gun of a hit and run? Fucking tomatoes and eggs? I'm assuming there's evidence of it, but would have loved a little bit more confirmation on that. More importantly, Franklin is obviously suspected to play a role in that, but how? Did he strike her with his car? Did he pay somebody else to do it? Did he force Suzanne to walk down this road and accidentally get struck? We end up getting all this information from him by the end of it. I'm surprised we don't clarify this. I know there were more pressing answers to get out of him, but maybe they already know. It just wasn't fully explained in the doc. Also, remember the neurosurgeon tells us she was in pretty good shape. Vital signs were stable, but then says she seemed to have a sinking spell, and it was a mystery to him. She passes away. And at this time, we're told that Franklin had access to her. Is it possible he intervened in some way to make sure she didn't become conscious and expose him? I know it's possible that it genuinely just did catch the doctors by surprise, but I just can't put anything past him at this point. It's proven that Franklin is not Michael's father. And I understand why we probably wouldn't harp on this one, but it does beg the question, well then who is Michael's father? We do hear about Franklin trying to force Suzanne into having sex for money, and that's where my mind went. However, after reading some court documents, in 1987, Suzanne was dating a man named Gregory Higgs, the suspected father. Apparently, she even named the child Michael Gregory Marshall at the time, which sounds insane because I'm reading that Franklin knew about him. Zero clue how he was okay with that. Even this next part is more confusing. I guess even Franklin had called Gregory to tell him that one, Suzanne had passed, but also that he was Michael's biological father, and even asked him if he wanted to raise him. However, after telling him he would deliver Michael to him, he never communicated with Gregory again. Very odd behavior, if true, for someone who had such a tight hold on Suzanne's life. I just wonder what the hell he was trying to achieve with that. The photos at the bottom of the truck. Did Franklin want to lead police to his other victim? The only explanation that doesn't sound like purposely leading the police is he carried those photos around for his own sick pleasure. And instead of carrying them in the vehicle, just in case he was pulled over or something, he stuck them to the bottom of the truck. And whenever he decided to abandon the vehicle, I guess he forgot about them? Because if he remembered they were there, I would assume he tried to dispose of them elsewhere, just burn them or some shit, because chances are they were gonna find this truck eventually and obviously search it. I might just be giving this hideous, unsightly man with a barely passing CDL too much credit here, thinking he couldn't slip up like this, but also I'm glad Franklin gave us this information all these years later. But why the fuck wasn't he dead already? I don't think I've ever properly understood the concept of death row, because what are we waiting for? Why do we have a Fortnite queue lobby for people sentenced to death? Are we short on lethal injections? You're telling me we couldn't just use an axe? Throwback Thursday. Does he have to serve a certain length of his sentence first? All I could find was that apparently there were some issues where he was believed to have mental illness, so he couldn't be deemed competent, which complicated things and delayed things, and before you knew it, Franklin Floyd, still on death row apparently, died in prison from natural causes at the ripe age of 79. Maybe death was too good for him. The doc is really well done. The presentation with the scattered timeline of events works really well. It keeps you glued to the screen and then just twists the knife by the end of it. Yes, disturbing. Deserves its place on this list. Next doc.
This documentary talks with some of the big names behind the Indonesian mass killings of 1965-66. Basically a purge of communists, suspected communists, and pretty much whoever else was in the way, leading to a death count of nearly 1 million people. There's a lot that goes on in this doc, but I like to think that it focuses on Anwar Congo. I'm trying my best to pronounce his name properly. A man who used to scout movie tickets on the street turned government gangster. This old man before you, according to him, has killed give or take 1,000 people. And the fact that by the end of this documentary, I feel anything for this man is nutty. I'll try and touch on everything else a bit as well, but Anwar is the reason this doc is as good as it is. You're quickly introduced to this man as he recalls the pools of blood he would have to deal with after taking so many people up to their death by beating. And with innovative evil, he decided strangulation was the cleanest way of exterminating these people. He shows us his makeshift stranglehold with pride, and he talks about how it has all stayed on his mind, but he forgets it with drugs, alcohol, and a little cha-cha, and he proceeds to dance on the grave of so many of his victims. Now, the director, along with his crew, want as much detail as possible, asking these people to recreate their killings and horrible crimes. They're shooting a movie of them doing these things. A lot of them excited, passionate, and just as anal as any director to make sure it comes out perfect. Anwar will watch back footage of them pretending to pillage a home, holding the children hostage, and it'll be like, I was laughing right there. Damn it. Just nothing here. He's so disconnected from it emotionally, even though he constantly brings up his night terrors. And we introduce more players to the game, and it's so interesting hearing them discuss their crimes, discussing if they should even be discussed, of all things on film, if they should allow themselves to be painted in a bad light even though it's the truth, or even dealing with that internally. One of them saying you have to convince yourself that it was for a good thing. This had to be done. We were just the ones that do it. There's moments of tension and passive aggressiveness gathering all these men together. There's a man who's playing a communist victim in the movie, and he tells them a story of when he was young and his father being murdered during these killings, and the room falls dead silent. The man seems like he's stammering nervously, he's laughing almost exaggeratively,
Keluarga PKI dibuang.
and then quickly follows up his story with like, I'm not saying what happened was wrong, totally on your side guys, I'm with you, right? Ha. The movie could not be louder at this point. Like, it's been fucking 5 decades, and this guy is incredibly nervous just telling his story. I may have misread that part entirely, but that's how it seemed to me, because everybody else was laughing when everybody else was telling stories. This guy starts talking, and everyone was like,
Gua nggak ada namanya pondok seng di pinggiran hutan.
We gotta run it back? One man discusses whether or not what he did was war crimes, the morality of it all. And his response to when he's asked if they are war crimes is dope, but chilling. He basically says, war crimes are defined by the winners. I'm a winner. Period. We end up watching extortion firsthand, and the things some of these leaders say, some of them fondly reminiscing on the female victims they would fully take advantage of during their killing sprees, putting extra emphasis on their very young age. There are many moments to discuss, certain moments that you just can't script, very powerful points in this documentary. For example, there's a leader reenacting a scene, and
he tells them to cut and he says, no, we're doing it all wrong, guys. We're painting a different picture than what we were. You guys are over here hooting and howling, sounding like we want to drink their blood. That wasn't us. We have to stay true to what we really were. You're giving us a bad look. It's crazy. Like, it's like you did one of the worst things imaginable, but you're like, but we weren't this. So, don't fuck this up for us, guys. But we continue to circle back to Anwar, who starts to feel stressed during these reenactments. I mean, you're placing a man with almost certain PTSD, and who knows what else, right back into the scenarios that haunt him. And I love these moments of juxtaposition where you'll hear one of the killers describing what he's done, but on screen, you see his current day-to-day life where he's just testing out an elliptical at the mall with his family, being boomer as fuck. But to cap it off with Anwar, he starts to say that he thinks he felt what they felt in those moments after he plays a victim role in the movie. In addition, he says that he's terrified that this is all coming back to him. He doesn't want it to come back. And although the director isn't there to torture him any further, he assures him that there's no way what he felt was anything close to what the real victims felt in those moments, where they knew they were going to die. And the doc ends with Anwar returning to a killing site and not even being able to be composed anymore, as he dry heaves repeatedly while reminiscing. The majority of the time, you're disgusted and angered listening to these men, how they view their past actions, how they continue to defend it, and how they even praise it. It's a matter of celebration for them. And while you can hear some of them frankly talk about the morality of it all, Anwar is our designated tour guide into the darkness of it all, a darkness that hasn't left 5 decades later. Disturbing? Yes. It's one to read up on what happened. It's another thing to hear people talk about it. And it's an entirely different thing to hear it straight from the source and then try to have them show you what they did. These men do not flinch while discussing their crimes. And while reenacting some scenes, you are a fly on the wall for the closest thing you'll ever see to the actual massacres. These men are killers, and this history that they speak of is not some sort of ancient recording. This happened in the past 55 years or so, and you can bet that although the number of victims is not skyrocketing anymore, as far as I know, that there hasn't been some sort of 180 change of heart reform. And apparently after this was released, Anwar had spoken with the director personally, saying that he enjoyed the film. He enjoyed that he told it how he told it. However, the director has said that he would not ever return to Indonesia because he fears for his safety, because his documentary was publicly denounced, saying that they were twisting things or making things seem a certain way. So there's that. I got a warning for this one. This documentary is part of more like a docu-series with journalist John Sistiaga. Taboo is what the series was called, Infancia, Robada, Monstruo. And these 4 parts that are available on YouTube center around Luis Alfredo Garavito, who I thought was the most notorious serial killer in Colombia, which isn't wrong, but from what I can quickly see, in terms of confirmed number of victims, he's the most notorious serial killer in the world. And even if that stat is wrong, he's damn sure not one to gloss over. So my warning, his target was children and only children, and he did unspeakable things to the estimated 130, 40 to 200 plus range of victims. We thankfully don't really focus on the specifics of his crimes. It's more so focused on the person himself, Garavito, as we interview him in prison. But I will still relay information surrounding his crimes. There are some incredibly tragic moments with family members that are interviewed, and beneath his notoriety, he's also just infuriating as a person. I'm pretty sure I've been more descriptive with worse docs in the series already, but I just want you to know, there's timestamps for the other docs. Also, the entire doc is in Spanish. 1, for those of you who want to seek it out, and 2, my Spanish is functional. I tried my very best to make sure I don't misconstrue anything I heard, but it is possible, and I apologize in advance for that. Let's begin. From 1992 to 1999, Garavito would find countless victims all throughout Colombia. It looks like he only targeted young boys from about the 8 to 14-year-old age range. He would rape them, slit their throats while doing so, or decapitate them, or dismember them, and leave them where they lie. That's as descriptive as I will get, but I need you to know what he did before you listen to what he has to say. John meets Garavito and is interviewing him when he is 60 years old. Now you would think, being the world's most notorious serial killer would land you in a cell with the key thrown away. But although Colombia acknowledged all of his crimes, there is no life sentence in Colombia. I believe it's a 40-year maximum. So during the interview, Garavito tells us that it's possible that he can get released as early as 8 years from the date of that interview, which I believe took place around 2016. That would have his release date be this very year. The only good news I have for this doc is that Garavito died just this past October, exactly a year back. Rest in peace, you droopy-eyed piece of shit. Now then, the things this guy says, the way he talks about all of this, on paper, he might sound remorseful, a changed man. Garavito has found religion and given his life to God. Let's hope last October God stuck the return label on that bitch. Garavito says things like, I did some stuff that is, illegal, morally wrong. I'm a human being with a few flaws, but I'm just like everyone else. The most notorious serial killer in the world is talking like he got his first DUI. Garavito denies being a calculated killer multiple times in the interview. Keeps saying, yeah, that's what everyone else says. Everyone else says that I knew what I was doing. Tells me I'm pretty smart, but, I was just a big Dumbo lumbering around, and when I would find a child, I'd kind of just wing it. Even though he had a diary documenting his travels, the ages of kids, newspaper clippings of those missing children, kept souvenirs from some of the kids. You don't become a notorious serial killer by accident. But he just refuses to give that any credence. When asked why he did what he did, he refuses to give a straight answer. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I suppose it could have been for pleasure, but who knows? I'm not a scientist. He fucking loves throwing that one around. I'm not a scientist. We know, dumbass. Like, you're a serial killer. If you keep doing something, there's a reason why. He doesn't even accept the label of serial killer. John tells him, you're a serial killer. His response, yeah, that's what they say. What the fuck do we call you then? I'm not a scientist, I can't say. You can't profusely apologize through the interview and say, I feel so much shame and regret, but not even accept the label of killer of many people. John calls you a pedophile like 2 minutes before this, and you just nod along, right? How is this the one up for debate? Sorry. In between interviews with Garavito, we talked to 3 separate families that were affected by him, and they're all heartbreaking. John had asked Garavito if he remembers all of his victims. Garavito says yes. So John gives him specific names, even the year, and Garavito does not remember any of them. So John meets up with the older brother of one of Garavito's victims, and he explains how his little brother disappeared in 1992. And it wasn't until just the year before this interview that they called him and confirmed that they found his brother's remains. The heartbreaker, their mom passed just the year before that, and she never got that closure. And this next part stings. I can't believe John would even say this, but he does.
Garavito dice que no se acuerda de su hermano.
Será. We talked to a mother as well, but the worst one for me personally was a father of a boy who disappeared in 1996. The father compares his disappearance to a ghost that follows him every day. And after 15 years, they called him and said that they had his son's remains, but he denied it. And I can't watch this part without breaking down. He tells us that it couldn't be his son. His son was tenacious, brave, a fighter. John tells him, it's all DNA, you can't disprove it. He says that's all a lie. He even had his sister try to tell him to accept it, that his son is no longer with us, but he can't as he breaks into tears. Tells us he still feels in his heart that he's alive somewhere. And the final question John has is, if you had Garavito in front of you, and with zero hesitancy, I'd kill him. And you hear so many people in different situations say, I'd kill him, to help illustrate how strong their feelings are. But when you hear this man say it, it just sounds like the answer. I'd kill him. And we're unfortunately not done with dumb shit, Garavito says. I started to legit think he was baiting John here for some sort of crazy reaction with what he says next. He tells us a story of a cat he found. Another inmate abused the cat died, and he felt terrible. Couldn't believe someone would do that, had a very negative outlook on that inmate and other animal abusers alike, and he was just so distraught about it that is when everything clicked. That's what made him realize, oh, this is the feeling that the parents have for their children. And before the audience gets a second to break their monitor, he quickly snaps into religion. There's gotta be a God. Man won't forgive me, but God will. I just have to explain all of this to him. And John quickly gives his thoughts on that.
¿Sabes por qué perdí yo la fe? Por actos y personas como usted. Está usted loco.
Garavito considers himself ready to return to society, but he says he knows that there are groups waiting for him to leave prison to kill him. He doesn't even go to some of the other parts of the prison because they'll kill him. He constantly sneaks into the conversation how he's sad, he cries at night, he can't be happy because of what he did. Tells us he tried to commit suicide a few years ago, himself on a few different occasions. And John calls him out, tells him, I only see cuts on the top of your forearm. If you really wanted to set sail, open palm. That just for attention? Garavito just no, quickly moves on. It didn't strike me more that Garavito is trying to say the right things than this moment where he says, because of the mercy of God, I am alive. And John's asking him, well, do you believe in the devil? Of course. I believe there is a devil. But you know, for me, the devil, that's me. Everything I did, all that bad stuff I did to hurt people, you know, that can be the devil. He either picked up where John was going and wanted to just beat him to it, or he's just desperately still trying to seem reformed. Garavito also apparently had a drinking problem. One of the patterns the police picked up on was having a specific branded bottle near crime scenes. And Garavito will also slip in how the drunken stupor would drive him to do some of the things he did. One of the prosecutors thinks that Garavito wanted to show off how skillful he was at this, how good he was at taking any form to blend in with these disguises, because he would always put on an act when he would approach children, and that he also had an impressive memory, giving step-by-step directions to where a lot of the remains were, but yet he was hammered often. I don't know. We had this interview with, to me, Garavito's straight up line when asked, do the children's faces appear to you? No. I've asked for forgiveness. I know I've made mistakes. There's no way in hell they don't. And I hate that that would even occur for the kids' sake, but why are you lying about it? Do you think this is gonna hurt your image? Or are you just trying to play John, the audience, and the courts for a fool? Luckily, John's not dumb, and he straight up tells him, are you manipulating me right now? And this chuckly defense comes out. No, why would I manipulate? I don't even have to take this interview with you. I could have told you no, I don't just take any interview. Shut up, Lewis. You see the pattern there, and all of a sudden, you know, you're a fucking coward, Garavito, and you died a coward. The person who surprisingly comes out with a good read on Garavito by the end of it is actually the guard that watches over him and over them during the interview. Talks about how Garavito adjusts to whoever he's speaking to. He's a full-fledged manipulator. And the guard thinks he didn't directly answer John's questions because he wants to see him again. He doesn't want his story to end. But that's where we end. It's a very quick watch. Accessible, like I said. I think regardless of my hatred for this man, and also some of the over-dramatization in the doc, it's an interesting yet tragic watch. Disturbing? Absolutely. I'm sorry if I ruined your day with this one.
You just don't walk away after you've killed a man. I don't care for what reason.
Oh God. Whoever suggested this, fuck you. This person, or multiple people, eat shit. This doc is hard to finish because I don't like sitting with an inferno slowly lighting in my body. Who killed Vincent Chin is not a mystery being solved. We're not searching for a killer. We know exactly who killed Vincent at the beginning of the doc. Vincent was brutally beaten by the father-stepson combo of Ronald Ebens and Michael Nitz. And although he was not technically killed at the scene of the crime, he wasn't there anymore. The emergency medical technician on scene telling us that Vincent's skull was fractured and that there was brain splattered on the street. He was held and beaten with a baseball bat until police officers, who by their testimony demanded they stop, which they did. And I'm kind of unsure what the hell those police officers were even doing before that. It sounds like they took their sweet time to intervene, but I could be wrong. I don't even want to spend that much time on this one because I will lose my voice that I don't already have, but I think it's inevitable. It's a clear-cut, brutal murder in the middle of the street with plenty of witnesses from the beginning of it to the end. And these two men, charged with second-degree murder, hit a plea bargain and pled guilty to manslaughter and received 3 years probation with $3,000 fines. Vincent Chin died at the hospital 4 days after the incident. There are two big emotions clawing at me through this doc. One of them is anger. I've made that clear and I'll expand on it. The other is just this utter sadness, watching Vincent's mom recount everything to us and also be forced to fight to bring justice for Vincent. And this is an immigrant parent. Her English is not great, but you don't need subtitles to see what's up here. It's honestly that much more painful because it hits closer to home for me personally with my mom. She's not familiar with the ins and outs of courtrooms. She's just left there with the burning question of, why are my son's killers not in prison? And it's just fucked every step of it. Now, usually you don't hear from the bad guys, but Ronald Ebens has a whole ass comfy home interview that we splice in throughout the doc where he's just chilling. Now, let me point to the pockets of this doc that fire me up. The initial court proceeding for the murder of Vincent Chin. Apparently, none of the people who had vital information concerning the case are present. You know who is there? Yapping away? Ronald Ebens and Michael Nitz. The brawl started at a gentleman's club. There are dancers that saw how it started. They were not there. The two police officers that saw the murder are not present. Vincent's mom, not even notified. But hey, maybe that's just typical court business. We can stick with that for now, right? The judge was later interviewed and pressed. Should he have not asked for the other side of the case before handing down that sentence? Judge Charles Kaufman's response? Bill, I have approximately 50 sentences every week. That's about 200 sentences a month. If so facto, that's over 2,000 sentences a year. If I keep kicking for another decade, we're talking over 20 big ones. Sentences handed down by the original Kaufman. Eat shit, Andy. What was the question?
I have approximately 50 sentences every week. With 50 sentences a week, you're talking about 200 sentences a month. You're talking about over 2,000 sentences per year.
And there's another clip of the judge where he ends his explanation of the sentence he handed down with, quote, "Had it been a brutal murder, of course these fellas would be in jail now. Had it been a brutal murder." On June 19th, 1982, Vincent Chin was held down in the street as the other man swung a baseball bat at his head. Vincent arrived to the hospital in a coma. He never regained consciousness. He was declared brain dead and died on June 23rd, 1982. Are you seriously putting weight into the fact that Vincent did not die in the street because his body fought and a machine kept him alive for another 96 hours?
The victim lingered for 4 days, which again, based upon everything, was indicative to me that they attempted to administer a punishment.
Administer a punishment. They wanted to kill Vincent Chin, and they killed him. Need I remind you, they only stopped once a police officer identified himself, telling them to stop. So this is the condensed version of the story built from the witness testimony that we hear. They are all at a gentleman's club in their own groups. Ronald fancies a stripper there and throws a little stray at Vincent because Vincent didn't fancy her. Boy, you don't know a good thing when you see one. And it's funny because we're listening to Starlene, the dancer in question, tell this story, and she's talking about how much Ronald has talked to her and bigged her up in the past. Then we cut to him saying,
I think her name was Starlene. That's all I remember. And I wouldn't have known that if she hadn't been at the trial.
Which if he's lying about small shit like this, you know, Vincent then replies something like, well, I'm not a boy. And apparently at one point, Ronald says, it's because of you little motherfuckers that we're out of work, referring to the current climate in Detroit at the time concerning the auto industry. Chin replies, I'm not a little fucker. Ronald, well, I don't know if you're a little fucker or a big fucker. This is weird trash talk. Chin walks up to Ronald and shoves him. He shoves back and they start brawling. There's chairs being raised, Michael Nitz is jumping in, and the fight's broken up. And it sounds like Vincent kind of beat their ass. They're outside now. Ronald and Michael get a bat from their trunk. Vincent says, I'll fight, but put the bat down. And they rush him. And Vincent runs off and gets away. Ronald and Michael hop in the car, even pay a random fella to help them catch Vincent. They spot him at a McDonald's, run up, Vincent runs away, but this is when they finally get him and kill him. I wanted you to at least get the gist of the story so I can continue to highlight everything I hate. Ronald is the epicenter of frustration here, but even these snippets of other people's thoughts on the murder is insanity. Ronald Eben's neighbor says this.
They're really good people, and it could happen to anybody. You know, it could happen to my husband, it could happen to anybody in my family. It's just one of those things.
That could happen to anybody. Remember that whole stint Dahmer was on? Could have been any one of us. Like, we're talking about forgetting our wallet. Happens to the best of us. Come on! There's a friend of Ronald's trying to defend him, and this is what they say.
I don't know the facts, but...
Full stop. Cut her mic, right there.
But in my mind, I see this as an accident.
The way I would prefer to picture this man in my life is more favorable than reality. Also, who the fuck put a camera on me? Am I really the spokesperson you guys need? I actually thought that this fella that worked with Ronald had a bit of a level head, because he told us that Ron had a way of getting under people's skin and that he had been in a few scraps, and I was like, okay, this guy's at least a little unbiased. And you can tell he's still trying to do that, but then he says this.
You hear the stories about all the name calling and stuff like that. Ron's not that way. He's not the type of person that is outward prejudiced. You know, you might have some little comments or something when you're alone, but he wouldn't go into a bar in a public place and call names and really make the type of gestures and things that were said during that time.
Do you hear yourself? He was never outwardly prejudiced, yeah, just in private. The things he'd say to us, he'd never, say to other people. Okay, sure. Now let's mix in alcohol, because according to court documents, Ronald had a long history of alcoholism, and he was recommended detoxification and counseling. Ronald plays dumb, saying he doesn't remember certain things during the night, but remembers others, because apparently he was that intoxicated. And you mix in this tough guy bullshit, you're in a gentleman's club, testosterone is high. Mix in Detroit's climate at the time, where Japanese imported cars were selling well and resulting in layoffs at companies like Chevrolet. There was this animosity towards Asian people because of that. Hence, Ronald's comment. And Ron denies all of this, by the way. Even when asked about that out of work comment, he said,
I guess if you want to construe that as a racial slur, I don't know how you could do that, but I never said that, period.
It didn't have to be a slur to racially motivate the crime, you dingus. By the way, why would the first thing not be, who the hell, that was baloney? I would never say that, no.
I never once said anything directly to Vincent Chin, ever. Later on in the night, I may have, but there was no obscene language, it was just talking then.
Maybe later on in the night? No obscene language, just talk? Are you referring to when you hunted him down? I'm lost, Ron. When did you have this casual conversation with him? The only reason this case was looked at again was because the American Citizens for Justice, the Asian American community, so many people stood up and refused to let this die down. Ronald's opinion on that?
I personally think that a lot of them used it for their own vehicle just to get ahead. They used it to, promote the Asian American and their alleged plight in this country, which I am not aware of that they have a plight, because I know very few Asians, very few.
Okay, so you're saying you are unaware of the struggles they faced at the time because of your limited interaction with them.
And the ones that I do know have always been really nice people.
That's great, but I'm not sure how that affects their alleged plight in this country, as you put it.
In fact, my daughter used to help an Asian kid at school.
We'll throw the case out. What are we doing here? Why all the hubbub, guys? Did you not hear the man? Can someone bring me a pair of sunglasses? Because his saint is glowing. I don't have to piss and yell to tell you that that's fucking stupid, right? Right? Yeah? Okay, thank you. With a federal investigation now and an actual trial regarding the violation of civil rights, Ronald Ebens was sentenced to 25 years in prison. But the story does not end there. His lawyers appealed the decision, and a new trial was ordered due to trial errors. This new trial was in Cincinnati, and people had their doubts about this jury, claiming these people weren't at all familiar with that climate in Detroit at the time concerning the auto industry. There wasn't a prevalent Asian population there. They are that much more out of touch. And whether or not that was the determining factor, that Cincinnati jury found no racial motivation in the killing of Vincent Chin. And once again, Vincent Chin's killers would walk free.
And I didn't even do it on purpose. I didn't walk up and shoot somebody.
The documentary goes much further than I did, but it is a grueling watch for me personally. The story in Aftermath is absolutely disturbing, not in the traditional sense that I talk about with the majority of docs I discuss, but geez, plan like a workout after this one to blow some steam off. Next doc. You want to do this one? Thought so. Pervert Park focuses on the Palace Mobile Home Park in St. Petersburg, Florida, which at least around the time housed over 100 convicted sex offenders. And we speak to a handful of them, listen in on their counseling sessions, watch them live their day-to-days, and then we leave. I don't think the doc heavily leans one way or another. I think it more so is just asking you the question. Have you ever considered giving a second thought to a sex offender and their past trauma, their rehabilitation, their uphill battle to becoming a functioning member of society again? Because everybody you speak to in the doc has more or less served their time already. So yes, they are all registered sex offenders, but they want people to know that they're not just that. And this is obviously a very, very difficult conversation to present to an audience. Humanizing sex offenders. Now, a variety of crimes can force you to register as a sex offender, and that's exactly what we get here today. All different stories, different backgrounds, and each story is delivered to us in a specific way. And I think it's a very interesting experiment in the way they do it, because one story will throw you into the deep end. This is what I did. And then we hear how it happened, and then maybe we hear more about the person themselves. Another story, we'll learn about someone's terrible upbringing, their current day-to-day life, their current impact on their community, and then why they are there. I do think the doc is good for what it's trying to present. I mean, it's also just interesting in general. Like, why the fuck do these guys have their own declared land? Why is there a Waffle House and then Tentacle Acres for pedophiles. It's apparently because of a Florida Justice Transitions program, which helps transition felons, particularly sex offenders it looks like, back into society, helping them find housing, like this trailer park. So they just fucking... I guess that's the point. And the park is labeled as an adult-only community. There are no families here. It should go without saying, these stories are terrible. As of right now, I don't know how much detail I'll go into. Even if I'm being vague, it's pretty bad. You have been warned. Our main narrator is William here. He is the maintenance and security for the trailer park, and we get a little blurb from him to start, but the first crime we hear from is this guy. And I think he's first for a reason. I think it's almost like the doc telling us, we're not trying to hide anything. We're not trying to ease you into what these people did. Here is a despicable crime committed by one of the residents. His actions are exactly what you imagine when you think of the worst our society has to offer. This guy doesn't have a sob story as to how he got here, doesn't speak of any redeeming qualities. This is one of the worst offenses you'll hear in the doc to start, and then you'll hear from everybody else and their stories. I almost don't even want to repeat some of these things, but we're here. I'm assuming you'd like to know. You skipped the ad, but you're not skipping this. This guy, as he puts it, had a girl he was interested in, and she rejected him. He talks about constantly wanting sex with his past girlfriends prior to this, but the way he words this one, it sounds like a stranger or maybe an acquaintance that he asked for sex turned him down. So he says he was angry and he had nothing else to do. So he drove down to Mexico and spent hours looking for a prostitute or a red light district, only getting angrier as time went on. That's when he spotted a young girl with her cousin walking home. He kidnapped her, got her in his car, and drove off. The cousin actually alerted the family and they were able to chase him for a bit, but he lost them. He then raped that girl, and that girl was 5 years old. Now, I don't need to echo your thoughts. It's impossible to hear that and then think, okay, now how do we help him? When I'm sure the majority of you are thinking, violence. Or at the very least, I don't care how much time you spend in prison, that wasn't enough. And I don't want to go into everybody's story in full detail. I will mention a young guy who got to catch a predator. He was caught up in an online sting. He says he was just on Craigslist looking for prostitutes, and the only one who responded was a cop, pretending to be a 30-year-old woman, who then asked to involve her 14-year-old daughter in the meetup. That's apparently not what he was looking for, but he eventually incriminated himself with what he says was just one message. Just one. After the cop kept pushing to involve this supposed teenager. Now, I don't have all their documents on hand. It's obviously possible that these people can lie or make themselves look a bit better when they're telling their story. Although I do want to point out, I believe the directors verified everything these people said with their counselor to make sure that they weren't just directly lying to the audience. But still, Tracy here is the worst story, and it's not close. I know that sounds crazy after the first story I just told you. There are like 14 separate things that are terrible, with each one being slightly worse than the last. Even though William's our main narrator, I'm gonna skip his story because I will not have the capacity to tell you another one after this one. So here we go. When Tracy was young, her dad would sexually abuse her. He would have her go clean his room, telling her he loved her, and he just wants to share this with her. It would happen so often that sometimes all it took was a song on the radio to trigger her father to call her to his room. Tracy confirms that other men that her mom dated also touched her, remembering a certain one doing it because she was already, quote, damaged goods, so what's one more guy? And she says eventually her body wanted those same feelings when she wasn't having them, so she would have sex with her cousins and was beaten for it by her aunt. She craved sex with anybody and everybody. She was put in 5 different homes between 2nd grade and 5th grade. When she was just 11 years old, she started sleeping with a 16-year-old and visiting the doctor for a concern. They told her they needed to put her to sleep and give her an exam. She was bleeding, but they said she was all right, although it appeared that her insides were messed up because of what had been done to her. And eventually she discovered that day they gave her an abortion, and she didn't even know it. She met another man and surprisingly got pregnant. He then tried to run her over with his car while she was pregnant. She left him. Next year married Steve. And then her son Dustin was born. And right around this time she was drinking heavily, so she doesn't remember Dustin's first words, first steps. It's all a blur. And this is when she decided to meet up with her dad again and started sleeping with him again. When Dustin was 8, she stopped sleeping with her dad, and she told all of this to a guy that she was talking to online, Dominic. And as odd as it sounds, this was a tough time for her. And Dominic told her, listen, I'll take care of you. I'll take care of Dustin. I'll send you the money that you so desperately need. I'll take you away from all of this. All you have to do is ask Dustin if he'll have sex with you and let me watch. Tracy refused, but continued drinking, continued spiraling. Dominic continued promising the world, and eventually Dominic got his wish. Dustin would later tell the kids at the YMCA that he had slept with his mom. They would tell an adult, and they called the police, and they stopped Tracy from picking Dustin up that day. They took him to a group home where she could see him under supervision, and the last time she saw him, she apologized to him for what she did, which was something that she always wanted from her father but never got. Dustin would later offend at 13 on a 3-year-old boy, and apparently at the time of the doc, he was locked up for armed robbery, continuing this horrific cycle. Ugh. My mind needs clarity. Pervert Park is a rather short watch. It doesn't really overstay its welcome. There are some interesting conversations had between the residents, like the topic of their crime being a crime of opportunity versus something they knowingly or unknowingly were setting up. I don't think this doc is going to change many minds, but at the very least, I think it will give you pause to at least consider the issue at one point during the runtime. I personally very much struggle to show compassion to these people, but hearing a story like Tracy's, it is difficult to 100% demonize her, writing off her upbringing. Her life was fucking terrible. The worst of the worst were the closest people to her. And she was a kid. What the fuck was she supposed to do? Who was there to help her? Who was there to stop the cycle of abuse? Then you get to what she did, and you think, what the fuck is wrong with you? But the answer is that. All of that. That's what's wrong with her. I've said before, after you cross the line, I stopped caring about how you got there. And I do still feel that way, even after the doc. Every story I heard did not emit the same reaction from me. The majority were met with nothing except disgust. And it's tough because whenever this conversation is presented, it's always the same exact question in rebuttal. What if it was your son, your daughter, your niece? And at that point, all compassion is lost, because there is now a handful of people thinking, I'd fucking kill them. It's a losing battle for these people. Not only because of that, but also because they all get lumped in the same. Outside of this documentary, how often are you listening to a registered sex offender tell you their story? If there was a room of 20 sex offenders, they're all instantly the worst of the worst. I don't care to hear you out. Let a boulder run through this bitch. It's not an easy conversation to present to an audience, but they tried. That's all you can say. They tried, and it's not a fucking easy watch. To end this on not the most negative note of all time, there's a point where William broke the fourth wall and started playing Coin Train while talking to us. I'm paying attention, Dick. You don't need to... Is that a new power-up? Also, there's a scene in the middle that is just like straight out of a sitcom. And I need you to see it because I'm still confused. I've watched it twice, and I don't know what I don't know what happened.
This is gonna sound like a really stupid question. What the hell is that?
That was in my dryer when I went to put my clothes in. It's a sack of rats.
Somebody left it there?
It was just sitting in my dryer. I thought it might be a little bag of socks or something.
Is it disturbing? Yes, horribly so. This will gloom your days to come. Next doc. For fuck's sake. I was expecting something sad going into this, but fuck. I've never seen anything like this. And honestly, I want to tell you very little about this. I'm not going to be telling you anything that happens in this film. If you haven't seen this and your interest is piqued, don't even read the blurb about the film. Don't look into it at all. Just watch it. In terms of disturbing, the source material, yes, very disturbing in itself, but it's also heart-wrenching. And sadness, along with anger, overtake you, and you can't even really take a second to think about how fucked up this is. If I described this to someone else, I wouldn't call this disturbing. I would call it the saddest fucking thing I've seen in a while. Criticism-wise, there's some little odd presentation choices at some points in the doc. Nothing to derail me. Overall, this was not an easy story to tell or organize, because there is so many places to go here. So I think the runtime was definitely deserved, and I think it was done very well. I recommend it, even though I was sat here in this very chair weeping while watching this. Disturbing? Yes. There was a point where my jaw literally dropped, and then it was followed by glossy eyes. It's like something you'll just sit in silence after watching. And maybe you watch it and you're like, yeah, sad, but like you're kind of like being like a pussy about it. Probably totally fair. I'm a very emotional person, so, you know, I have a soul. But this is nothing that like shakes me to my core. I've been around the block on documentaries and fucking horrifying stories, right? So this is an odd thing to put very high on a disturbing doc list. I guess it just doesn't really fit my description of disturbing. Not like my description
is vomit, puke, anal chamber, but it's just really gotta fucking rattle me. And I know I have a specific tolerance at this point, but I just didn't get rattled by it. I don't know. Let's see what's next.
Goodnight, Sugar Babe, The Killing of Vera Jo Regal. This documentary is baffling for a slew of reasons. I think it's the most confused I've ever been watching a doc. I don't even think I would recommend this because of that. Okay, so this focuses around Vera Jo Regal's life, but like not really. Vera was murdered, but through the doc, we end up focusing way more on the family that took her in and the timeline leading to that fateful day. I'll very unfortunately tell you the story, but a few things first. Let me talk about the documentary itself, and this part is gonna be more lighthearted, but once I get to the actual story, be warned, it is a tough listen. The documentary comes off very amateur-like. The PowerPoint-like animations and editing are just simply put, not the best. Not visually appealing. When I was watching, I thought this was from 2005 to 2008. It's a 2013 doc. The story broke 2011. But all of that is not that distracting. Reason being, there are so many other things that will take up your brain power while you watch. There are so many fucking people in this doc. On IMDb, there are 45 people credited as cast, and rest assured, many more are mentioned, but just not credited. For example, Daniel Bixler Sr., nicknamed Big Danny, Travis Puckett, Heather Mock, homeless supposed boyfriend Larry Spencer, real guy by the way, not a joke. For reference, The Family I Had credits 8. The Last Stop credits 25. And Who Took Johnny credits 35. The difference, a handful of the people in the Johnny doc are reporters, detectives, who are just helping to tell you the story. You don't need to remember them. That is not the case in this doc. Everybody is involved in one way or another. And good on you for going all over town to get testimony from everybody and some. But it is just not pieced together in the best way to make a viewer-friendly experience. I was not even 15 minutes into the doc, and I was drenched in information, constantly rewinding. Some of the stories are just disjointed when they're telling them. I was like, wait, what happened? Did we switch? Are we talking about something different now? I would have to rewind it because someone would start talking, and I'm like, okay, who is this? While I'm also trying to figure out who the hell are they talking about as well. You drop in these little Nickelodeon game show name bubbles with a descriptor, but even that shit is complicated. Some people are introduced multiple times, which I'm assuming is to help us keep track, but they're introduced with different descriptors. So you make me think, oh, I guess this is a new person? And some new people don't get a name bubble the first time they talk. And the same people are interviewed in different settings, which isn't that crazy, but obviously doesn't help in what this already is. So basically my viewing experience is this. We see Joanna would always abuse Samantha, but she would... Who's this guy now? Billy Joe Bob Brooks, third cousin of Beavis Brooks who fucked his aunt, okay? Billy Joe just got out of prison, and he actually hasn't lived with the family for 18 years. So why are you telling me about him? That is, until he ordered Uber Eats the same night of the murder in his Tennessee home. They're from Ohio. What the fuck am I watching? I mean, even the very beginning of the doc sounds like it wasn't supposed to start there.
Vera did as she was told and went with her killers, knowing she was going to die.
So we start at the night of the murder and then we rewind, which is very ambitious for what this project lacks. But even then, we actually start by working directly backwards from the night of the murder, taking pit stops along the way. Then we cut to the beginning, and then we go to Sherry's timeline, and then we're off. Last thing, this project is rather gratuitous. And I kind of see two sides of the argument here, but you almost never see a straight, clear shot of the victim in docs, and that's usually done out of respect to the victim. I saw Vera bloodied on the ground multiple times throughout the project. She was not clothed when she passed. We don't see any private parts or anything like that, but we get as clear a shot as anybody could of someone who was just brutally murdered. And speaking of private parts, I have to address this random fucking section in the middle. They're briefly discussing the relationship between the two culprits. It's obvious they're in a relationship. There's nothing to hide there. There is an age discrepancy with the woman who was 17 at the time of the murder, and I think the guy was like 20, 21. And I think that's the only reason we're told this at the time of their arrest, that the girl had multiple dick pics of the guy on her phone, which is so trivial to the entire story. Even if we are focusing on the relationship, because through testimony, we're told they have sex multiple times. It's confirmed by the family. And I don't know Ohio law, but let's say that's statutory. Why is that not the focus the actual act, as opposed to these dick pics when it seems you're trying to emphasize that point. And I don't think I would even bring this up if when you were telling us that, you hadn't shown us the actual photos. I didn't even know what the hell I was looking at first, until I saw the second photo and I was like, oh, that's a hammer on a flip phone. Even if you wanted to showcase this because you had the photos, why couldn't you blur it? It just seems so unnecessary and off-putting. Anyway, there's no way I can deliver the entire story here. This video would be 2 hours. Here is my attempt to condense the hell out of it. And once again, be warned. The Brooks family is led by serial liar, master manipulator Sherry Brooks, nicknamed Sugar Babe. At what point Sherry and the family had convinced Vera to move in with them, even though Vera's mother was very much still in the picture, amongst other family members. And that's when it started. They treated Vera like garbage. She would constantly do housework, massage Sherry's feet, and Sherry would eventually make her son Zachary and Vera hook up. That relationship was arranged by Sherry because she wanted Vera to get pregnant, because Sherry wanted a baby. Sherry is obsessed with baby girls. Yes, this was going to be Sherry's baby girl. So what did Sherry do? She tried to force the delivery of Vera's baby because she wanted her to be delivered on her birthday, Sherry's birthday, early November. The expected date of delivery was December 6th. So Sherry forced Vera to drink castor oil and orange juice, 3 bottles of it.
According to a website with the castor oil industry, the recommended dosage for inducing labor with this old midwiving technique is 2 tablespoons.
And Vera went into labor. And luckily, baby Willadine survived, but spent a month in the hospital with heart problems because Sherry wanted her to be born on her birthday. Baby Willadine was born the day after, and there was Sherry bragging to everybody, hey, what can I say? She tried to be my gift. She was a little late, but she still came to me the day after. Fucking scum. Once Willadine was born, it was no longer Vera's baby. If Vera touched Willadine, Zachary would beat her. Sherry wanted Zachary to sign off the rights to Willadine to herself, which the doc tells me he did. Vera was beat, verbally abused, not allowed to speak without Sherry's permission, not allowed to interact with her own daughter. She slept with a pig in the closet. Sherry would lie to Zachary about something Vera did wrong just to have her beaten. And I have not mentioned this, Vera is intellectually disabled. She has the mind of an 8 to 12-year-old, even though she is 24 years old. And the Brooks family knew this and took advantage of it at every turn. It is just a sad, sad story. Nobody was there for Vera. There are some members of the Brooks family that weren't as bad to her, but nobody stood up for her. Nobody would go against Sherry. Now, were the police ever involved, you may ask? Multiple times, but the family would lie. Make Vera lie. Hey, where did those bruises come from? I fell. Okay, well, what about this time? Oh, a boyfriend of mine from Lima came down, beat me, and left. Do you want to stay in this house? Yes, I do. And the police couldn't force her to do anything at that point. Even though Vera has the mind of a child, she was 24. She was an adult that could make her own choices, apparently. The police were straight up tipped off that Vera was being held hostage in that house and being beaten. They didn't even make a report. Another time, speaking to Vera face to face, Vera looked over to Sherry for approval. And Sherry looked at the cops and said, you can talk to her. And the police didn't even bother to take her out of that home to speak to her. Witnessing firsthand this problematic dynamic, they failed her. Danny Bixler and Nicole Peters were the 2 people that were charged with the murder of Vera. And they were the ones that carried it out, yes. But the endless torment leading up to that point was spearheaded by Sherry, who ended up getting probation for obstruction of justice. Do you know how many people saw Vera getting beat with weapons? Do you know how many people would join in? Sexually abused, humiliated. The poor thing would just sit in her room, looking down, not making eye contact with anybody, waiting for someone to just come into the room and fucking attack her. It is a horrible, horrible story, and that family is overflowing with horrible, horrible people who have not been faced with the consequences that they deserve. Danny and Nicole would beat her relentlessly in the time leading up to her murder. They would get off to it. So they would beat her, and then they would go be intimate in another room. Sherry would keep lying to Danny and lying to Nicole about who Vera was, about what Vera was saying, what Vera would do, just to enrage them, to hurt her and feel like they needed to deal with her. Danny had just gotten out of prison, and Nicole was just bloodthirsty. So after a shit ton of planning, which Sherry denies, they took Vera to the railroad tracks one night. She did not want to leave. She cried. She kept asking why. She looked at 2 people in that family to try and help her, but it didn't matter. She was taken outside, and after being tortured for so long, she was stabbed multiple times, and they tried cutting her head off because they wanted to make it seem like the train cut her head off. They made her strip all of her clothes off, and once they realized that they couldn't cut through all the way, they left her there to die. Because Vera was still alive, bleeding out, naked, and below freezing temperature. And somehow, she managed to move her body to the center of the track, and then she went into a fetal position. And it's because of that last little bit of strength that the train never made contact with her. It cleared her entirely. The conductor saw something, stopped, looked underneath the train, and called 911. The Brooks went to party afterwards, by the way. They were at the house drinking, having a good time, inviting people over and bragging about what they did. Luckily, there was a camera across the street that caught Danny and Nicole dragging Vera to the tracks. I believe Danny was sentenced to 40 years, Nicole to 23. And the day after Vera's murder, Sherry tried calling child services to request custody of Willadine for Zachary. And it was apparently somehow possible for that to happen. So they set up 2 supervised visits with him and Willadine. The first visit, Willadine would not stop crying, and she refused to go with Zachary. They ended up cutting that visit short for that reason. The second visit, Zachary didn't even bother showing up. And for that reason, luckily, Willadine was taken out of that home and put up for adoption. And of course, you hear Sherry talk about it, and she still has the fucking gall to say, you know, if she ever wanted to come back home, she's always welcome here. And there's really, really so much more to get into. Voices of Vera was a group formed to spread awareness of the case and try to bring the Brooks family to justice, especially Sherry. Ultimately, this is just a doc that will ruin your day. I left out terrible things. I didn't even touch on what Sherry would do to children, her own, but just so you know, she's had multiple children taken away from her. I scraped the surface of what they all did to Vera, and I didn't even touch the dozen other stories of all the family members, and I really can't say much else. I don't even really advise you to seek it out. The only positive I can really think of is continuing to spread awareness about that case and what that family did. Well, that was depressing. Whore's Glory focuses on prostitution in 3 specific areas: the fish tank in Bangkok, Thailand, the city of Joy in Faridpur, Bangladesh, and the zone in Reynosa, Mexico. I'd assume this was going to be a behind-the-scenes look at sex work, right? So a lot of shots from a distance, maybe hidden camera, and a lot of testimonials. And it's somehow not that. We are up close and personal, and at first, I thought this had to be some sort of reenactment or paid actors to just show us the process, right? But we just see the transactions of the locals and those visiting front and center. So I'm one, shocked they were able to get these areas cleared for footage by whoever has the authority to do so, and 2, that everyone else fell in line. Not only the sex workers, but also the clients. The Johns, or tricks as they're referred to. Because not one face is blurred. There had to be sketchy interactions between the cameraman and whoever that just did not make the cut. I would be shocked if the cameraman wasn't pressed once. Because there's no shot in hell that everyone was cool with the camera, right? But also, maybe. A lot of the guys take interviews, and they don't give a shit because they're not working around my customs here in the States. Not to say prostitution isn't prevalent here, but it's really only legal in some fucking desert in buttfuck Nevada. These guys are getting off work and thinking, I might stop at the brothel on the way home. I don't know, I got time. It's different. I think the order in which we are shown the areas is very important to how somebody will digest this. Starting with Bangkok, it seems to be the most organized of the group. It's a brothel with multiple employees. The women sit in a glass box as men ogle at them, drinking, eating until they make their pick. They call the woman up like a bingo number, the transaction is made, and off they go. Not to mention, aside from the necessity of work, this for the most part seems to be a choice that these women made. I mean, yeah, you can go into a deeper conversation of nature nurture, but on paper, this is the job they signed up for, right? One consistency through every area is some sort of religion tied into these women's lives. Like the women here in Bangkok pray before clocking in. Praying for clients. Say what you will, but sitting here in a box for hours not being picked means not being paid. The women in Bangladesh will cleanse the rooms and hold boundaries for themselves, such as fellatio, because Allah did not create my mouth for that purpose. This mouth recites the surahs of the Quran. I refuse to do that. And in Mexico, we see women being cleansed along with prayers to Santa Muerte, the saint of death, which is one reason I believe Mexico fits so well as the final piece here. Bangkok shows some women who are trying to convince themselves that they should love this work because otherwise they're going to be miserable. It shows these young women talking about their boyfriends, and you can see them cheering each other on when one of them is chosen. Some stress as well because everybody wants to get paid, and we start to have the conversation of being phased out of this type of work because of age. New younger faces show up, and now you're not getting picked as much. Not to mention, a lot of these girls will then take their paycheck and spend it on bar boys, which is paying these men to hang out with you and seduce you at the bar, and then I don't know what happens past then? I've never heard of it. We got a small snippet of it. Then in Bangladesh, we take those ideas and we view them in some of their darkest forms. Welcome to the City of Joy. This is just a complex with madams and their girls, and no, families are not excluded here. There are children present everywhere. Men walk through a couple levels of women just standing around or either trying to aggressively pursue them. They negotiate a price, and the deed is done. Moving from the casual conversation of boyfriends in Bangkok, we talk to a madam here who doesn't believe in relationships outside of money. If the woman is not making money, men will leave her. Even putting that on her own daughter. Growing up like this, she has minimal choice in what she can do. If she cannot get a man, she too will grow up to be a whore. Her wording, by the way. The cheering on for their fellow sex workers is lost here. This is the Wild West. You'll often see women being very persistent, dropping their prices drastically to just get a customer, or at the very least have them promise that they will visit them in the future. Because for the tricks, this is not a one-time deal. A lot of them come here often. And it's fucking scary for these women. You'll see the aggression come out of the men here, and Lord knows how that carries over when the door locks. You'll see multiple men grabbing these women by the arm and say, no, come over here with me. And it's that subtle aggression, but you just know that's the tip of the iceberg. And I hope with the comparisons here that I'm not belittling what the women of Bangkok go through, but there are clear differences here. This was very much done on purpose. The conversation of age comes up again, and we unfortunately see the grim opposites on that spectrum. An older woman speaks about how she used to have a plethora of clients, but how business has slowed down drastically because time does not stop. The landlord wants her to vacate a room due to her lack of clients and yells at her and humiliates her, but she has nowhere else to go. And the opposite of that is young girls. I don't remember if we're directly told an age in this chapter, but there is a testimonial from two rather young looking girls who speak like they've been a part of this life for quite some time. There are some standout quotes in this section, like one of the girls trying to get customers saying, "To hell with educated men. This is a whorehouse. Here, educated and uneducated men behave the same." The madam from earlier says, "The outside world pushes us out of the way to make room. Those people are our clients. Outside, they are disgusted by us. In here, they love us and our bodies." There's a barber who says the most wild shit. We're listening to local men and why they like the brothel, women they've fallen in love with there, and this guy's very much in favor of the brothel, goes once or twice a day, and he says this, and I'm not gonna repeat it because it's fucking crazy.
এই ফরিদপুরে পাড়াটা যদি না থাকতো তাহলে মনে করলেন যে ফরিদপুরে যত ভদ্র মেয়েরা আছে রাস্তাঘাট দিয়ে চলতে পারতো না সব পোলাপানে
The saddest part is a toss-up with the process of a madam buying a young girl who just seems like she's just trying to block out the world while simultaneously trying to survive. And then another young girl who seems afraid to say what she wants to say, but she does. And I think you should hear it.
আমি কি এর মধ্যে অন্য কিছু বলতে পারি? যেমন আমাদের জীবনটা, মেয়েদের জীবনটা অনেক কষ্টের। যেমন তারা খুব কষ্ট করে চলে, কিন্তু কেন এরকম কষ্টের জীবন আমাদের নিয়ে থাকতে হবে, বাঁচতে হবে? আমাদের কি আর কোনো পথ নাই? এমন কি পথ আছে? এই জবাব কার কাছে আছে? কার কাছে গেলে পাবো আমি?
In Mexico, there is the zone, which it looks like you pay to drive through as women stand outside these hotel rooms. So we've gone from a rather organized nighttime brothel to the Wild West, and I look at this final chapter as the send-off, the wastelands. Like this woman talking about the Santa Muerte who promises to have her die a good death. I don't think it's a coincidence that we hear this guy, one of the customers, drive around complaining that there aren't many women out today because it's so cold, complaining about all the potholes through the drive and the multiple shots of damn near deserted bars with some women just revealing themselves to a crowd of nobody. And this last chapter, if I'm not mistaken, is actually the first where we see any type of nudity. We revisit the conversation of aging out of this with an extensive interview with a woman who's retired. According to her, hasn't turned a trick in years. She brags about her glory days where she would have 40 johns a day, and she doesn't leave any of her experiences to the imagination. She gets far too descriptive about what she used to do. But we also talk about how young girls are roped into this, where the pimps will visit villages and persuade young women with love, the promise of money, or threats of violence, even the possibility of black magic. Near the end of the doc, we shockingly not only see another transaction, but we see the actual deed being done. And I tried debating in my head how necessary this scene is. After so many doors have been closed in front of the camera, here we are. She refuses to give her name during sex and also calls the clock, telling him 20 minutes are up and has him leave. I guess showing how much this is just nothing to her, even though we've obviously been able to draw that by now. And we end with that same woman being given crack by, I think, one of the landladies there, who in return has her eat her out. And the cameraman seems to be in that room for that deed, but that's cut out. So we fast forward, and afterwards that lady tells the audience, the day is Christmas Eve, and here they are. And the doc ends. This is hard to watch. I turned away from the screen multiple times during moments with clients or just after a hard-hitting line. I don't know how I feel about recommending something like this. I suppose if it piqued your interest, you've been warned.
Just Melvin, Just Evil was a vacuum. It just takes so much out of you. It's not a bad documentary. I do have some issues with some editing choices, but this is just tough to watch. It is a grueling hour and 36 minutes, and I mean every minute because there's something there till the very last credit. And I usually don't do this, and as of writing this, I don't know how much detail I'm actually going to go into, because there's a lot. But this documentary discusses pedophilia, sexual abuse, incest, molestation, suicide. Wherever your mind is going with that, it's in this doc. Now then, let's talk about Just Melvin, Just Evil. James Ronald Whitney, the man behind the doc, just goes back home to interview his mom, uncle, aunt, step-aunts, and more, many who were sexually abused by his step-grandfather, Melvin Just. Melvin Just is the demon spawn that tipped over the dominoes to everything you see and hear in the film. He was a child molester who always had access to children, and somehow that's not even it. I had to watch this doc twice because it is very difficult to keep track of everything. I still kind of fuck it up, and for you to truly understand this rabbit hole, I have to give you the crash course. Pay attention. Grandma Faye had 4 kids with Elmer, those being twins, Jeanette and Jan, Anne, who is the mother of the director, James, and Jim. Grandma Faye divorces Elmer, and within a day or two is with Melvin Just. She's also already a month pregnant with Melvin's child. She would end up having June and Jerry, who would be Melvin's biological daughters. Jeanette, Jan, Anne, June, and Jerry would all be mistreated, molested, and sexually abused by Melvin Just. Also, side note, the Wikipedia states that Jim, the only boy, was also sexually abused, but in my 2 watches, I don't remember hearing that at all. As far as I have seen, Melvin only sought after young girls. Could be a fuck up on my end, very possible, but I do want you to know.
Since Uncle Jim was abused as a kid by Grandpa Just, his stepfather, I asked him about their relationship back then.
Regardless, down the line, Melvin would leave Grandma Faye and then hook up with Venice. Venice already had 3 young daughters, and through both of these relationships, we were told that people speculated that the only reason why he got with these women is because they had young daughters. Venice's daughters being Pamby, Denise, and Bobby. And Melvin and Venice would also conceive a child together, somehow giving Melvin one more biological daughter, Janice. You see how this is confusing, you know, not only with so many people, but also the names Janice, Venice, Denise don't help. Janice, once she was much older, would have 2 kids, 1 boy and 1 girl. The girl's name is Clarissa, and yes, even she could not escape the cycle of abuse. Janice denies such a thing. And when speaking to Clarissa, she does not directly point to Melvin as her perpetrator, and James, the director, I'd assume didn't want to interrogate her, asking for names, and let her speak freely. But through what she says, there is heavy insinuation, and it's hard to deny that it was Melvin. James himself also shares with us that he too was molested at age 5 by an uncle. Generations of abuse, a demented piece of shit named Melvin Just, who infiltrated families, seemingly just to satisfy his sick fucking desires, and I still have told you so little. James includes these short Bible excerpts that somewhat divide the doc into chapters while foreshadowing with scripture, which I think tie in nicely. The most interesting aspect of this doc, as grim as that might sound, with so many victims, you see firsthand the different types of effects it can have on different people, some more on the surface than others. For example, June and Jerry are referred to as alcoholics, and they very much agree with that label. And although we can't 100% confirm it, we can assume their predicament stems from the multiple instances of abuse. It's not at all rare to hear These women say that Melvin ruined their lives. But then you have someone like Jim. I mentioned the Wikipedia discrepancy on whether or not he was sexually abused. Assuming he wasn't, you immediately notice a drastic shift on how he recounts his childhood. And James constantly uses juxtaposition to drive home specific points like this. When asked about Melvin, Jim gives Melvin his flowers and dishes him compliment after compliment. It's disturbing to see Jim marvel at what a man Melvin was. He names off some discrepancies, but he's literally gushing at how skilled Melvin just was with a wrench. I've been close to the realm of similar scenarios where you'll hear someone speak highly of somebody who wasn't that great a person only because they were a close relative or because they did something for them, which still did not dismiss the hideous things that they did to begin with. And it's this very sad defending of somebody who hurts you and or others close to you. And you do unfortunately see that in this doc as well. Jim may not have been directly in Melvin's line of sight for his sexual abuse, but considering the fact that he still grew up in a dysfunctional family with a sexually deviant tyrant as a father, you see how that has unfortunately shaped him, because Jim sucks. At that point, he was the one taking care of Grandma Faye, and he has this horrible logic regarding general health, apparently fed by a doctor. There was an instance where he inappropriately touched June, his half-sister. She stays away from him now. And he propositioned Jerry, his other half-sister, to live with him. Which you might think, oh, that's not that weird. Except he doesn't want her as a roommate. He wants her pretty much as his wife. Yes, including sex. He talks about it so nonchalant, like a smug piece of shit. He recalls talking to her, telling her to make something of yourself. Come fuck your half-brother and cook and clean for me. Really step up in life. That brings him to a tangent that exposes his fucked mindset. And even though you know the unfortunate reality as to why he has it, he is an adult that is doing this already broken family zero favors.
I think two consenting adults, whatever they deem is right, is right. You know, to hell with what the rest... Having sex with your daughter ain't right, but there's a lot of guys that do it. To kill someone, that's definitely wrong. But to have sex with a stepsister, I don't see where that is all that wrong.
Well, half-sister. You have the same mother.
Okay.
There's a dedicated section where some of the daughters discuss their attempts at taking their own lives. James's mom doing so often that James would pretend she was already dead to have it hurt less when it was bound to happen. And it does get worse, but let me bring up modern day Melvin, because he's in the doc and he's interviewed by James. During the interview, James faces a man who not only destroyed his family tree, but he faces him knowing exactly what he did to his mother. Mid-doc, James vows to us that by the end of this, Melvin Just will be dead or in prison.
When I'm finished with him, he'll either be in jail or he'll be dead.
And James doesn't beat around the bush, he just directly confronts Melvin about everything. Melvin's clearly very aged at this point, but he's cognizant of what's being said and he responds combatively to everything. Deny, 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 threat, shut up, threat. This piece of shit is parked in a wheelchair eating McDonald's, almost as if James bribed this goblin with food. He threatens to fight James if he doesn't shut up. You can see he's not capable of it, but how that must just still light a fire in James. And James does tell us that he wanted to throw him over the pier and call it a day, but he needed to continue the doc. Melvin Just is very much a monster, but through the doc, you can't help but also pass blame elsewhere. Grandma Faye is also confronted by James, asking her what her role was in all of this. How negligent was she? How complicit was she? And unfortunately, you hear her try to defend herself, saying stuff like, well, at this point, I wasn't fully sure if he was a child molester. You hear stories of her being drunk out of her mind, giving Melvin the freedom to run amok in the household, and even if she woke up one instance, she screamed at her daughter for freaking out and waking her up, and went back to sleep in her drunken stupor. She does say she told the cops at one point, but was left with nothing because she couldn't prove anything. And the worst story of Grandma Faye is hearing how she would almost prep a daughter of hers, 2 years old, to sleep naked with Melvin, who would also sleep naked, knowing full well what was going to happen. And Venice, the other mother Melvin got with, is in full-out denial that she ever took her eyes off her girls and left them in any sort of danger, and even picks at Pamby, claiming she was just that type of kid who wanted attention. Yes, Venice. Your daughter, who was born with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, congenital with no hip sockets, no knee joints, a club foot, who had to be taught how to walk, which by the way, you did not do, even though you claimed to, and who by your account, doctors said that she was mentally retarded who also started to be sexually abused at the age of 5, was a real drama queen. Pardon my French, but this lint with teeth had the gall to say that Pamby's issues sounded worse than they really are. According to who? How tragic. Not only what these girls had to endure, but to some of them, that was their fucking support system. This is the woman that they would instinctively run to for help. I have decided to leave out some of the more graphic details, but I want you to know that Melvin Just was still much, much worse than what I've already described. He also prostituted these girls out, not in a shameful pinch for money. He took some sort of sick pleasure in it as well, because he would go as far as to take pictures of those moments. A very tiny glimmer in this timeline is that in 1980, James's aunts gathered together and testified, and Melvin Just was charged with 12 counts of child molestation and was sentenced to 13 years in prison. He only served 8 because of course he did. And amongst the many effects of what Melvin did, he also encouraged the girls to experiment so they could learn more. So Bobby and Jerry experimented with each other, and June unfortunately moved forward with the vicious cycle and ended up actually abusing Denise for some time. Melvin belonged under the prison for what he did to these girls, and he also belonged there for another reason. One night a social worker showed up unannounced to the Just home and saw Melvin in bed with one of the girls. She told him she was going to expose him and stop him from doing this anymore. Melvin became upset, threatened to kill her, and then a detective working on the case tells us he assumes that Melvin whacked her over the head with a fire poker, and not only killed her, but had sex with her lifeless body as he strangled her. The case had been left unsolved. A detective had gathered information and been sure as snow that he murdered that woman, but just as you'd expect in this tragic story, nothing came of it. By the way, if you think Melvin's aging or even imprisonment changed him in any kind of way, at the time of this recording, Melvin's last documented act of sexual abuse against Pamby was a mere 2 years ago. Pamby was a grown woman, and this sick piece of shit told her that he was going to take her out for her birthday. Instead, he took her out to the woods, and it was no accident that he chose Pamby for this, because he knew she couldn't run away. One of her legs was fused, and the other one was in a brace. And then after it all, he paid her $1, and he told her to keep it a secret. The $1 not so much compensation than it was a reference to how he used to pay the girls for depending on how much he could fit when they were younger. He'd pay them a quarter for every quarter length. And the fact that he still referenced that is insult to injury. It's still continuing to play this devilish game with these girls, just torturing them physically, mentally, emotionally. The final section of this doc is some of the girls not confronting Melvin, but just going to visit him in the retirement home. This is where you see how some of the girls work with their trauma. It's almost like seeing a study done in front of you. One of the girls rushes to hug as she calls him daddy and gives him kiss after kiss. Another panics in the hallway and breaks down. Just disbelief. When one of his daughters asks him what he's been up to, his immediate response is,
"Chasing girls."
James reminds us of his promise and tells us that just a few months after his last conversation with Melvin, Melvin Just died. And the ending scene along with the credits is the burial, where some of the girls are clearly drunk. With the caretaker present, some girls denounce Melvin, others share happy memories, and some say nothing at all. It's a bitter, bittersweet ending to tragedy. So is this disturbing? Yes, very much so. The subject matter is very heavy, and there is no stone left unturned. This happened to all of these women. And Melvin got to live to the age of 71. Justice was never served. I mean, you watch something like this and come to the fucked realization that this is just one of the stories that was documented. I think it's a good and important documentary, but it's a tough watch. Don't say I didn't warn you.
You see, while I could just give Gigi the worst thing I could find that's just a compilation of people dying, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to be a little bit kind, which is why the documentary I'm recommending is Africa Addio. This Italian film was made by the same creators of Mondo Cane, which is the 1962 documentary where the term Mondo film gets its name, if that tells you anything. And to clarify, he asked for it, and I'm sorry to everyone in advance, except of course, Gigi. He deserves it.
What the fuck fuck is this? Why was this made? Why did you make this? Did you just wake up one day and think, oh, I got a camera around here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Let's go shoot this. I asked Wendigoon, hey dude, I do this silly little series where we talk about some interesting docs, some of them a bit more dark in tone. You wanna watch people die? I'm sorry? You should watch this one where a lot of people die and animals die in terrible ways. I was looking more for like a Super Size Me or something like that, you know? Alright dude, be safe. What did he say in the intro? He spared me and didn't suggest people dying? I mean, yeah, there's probably much worse, just straight up you laugh, you lose compilations of corpses, but this is pretty bad still. Africa Addio is a 3-year documentation of the events that followed the decolonization of Africa. Some of those events include brutal, violent revolutions and the slaughtering of Africa's once protected wildlife. Which, by the way, everyone's got their weaknesses when it comes to disturbing. I think it's pretty easy to spot mine out if you watch the series, but the one that I luckily haven't ran into, and that's debatably my worst, is animals. I can't do animal cruelty. That shit hurts my soul. Like, I had to trap a mouse that was in my room last year because he kept hiding and I couldn't catch him. And that made me sad. Imagine me, grown-ass man, bagging up a dead mouse telling him, I'm sorry. I wish it didn't have to go down like this, dog. So gee golly gee, calling me surprised when the narrator tells us, well, with the old laws out and no new laws in, poachers decide it's prime time to run rampant on the once protected reserves. And as we do with nearly every event shown in this doc, we don't skimp on the footage. We hear about the poacher's strategies. This motherfucker's running curl routes over here. This guy's hitting a slant route. We watch it in action, and then we watch these majestic animals slowly die at the hands of these crooked-toothed gremlins. And before I even go on, let me begrudgingly get my compliments out of the way here. The directors of Mondo Cane got some pretty impressive footage, all things considered. I've never seen Mondo Cane, by the way. That does not mean I want to. But as Wendigoon mentioned, Mondo films became these types of shockumentaries, if you will. And although I don't like this doc, these guys did very much risk their lives for a lot of these shots. You can call it bravery, stupidity. There are 2 different instances I can recall where they probably should have died. Like, they were attempting to film Arabs being slaughtered in Dar es Salaam, and there were crowds trying to block the camera from recording the bodies. But they kept driving through, trying to get footage, and eventually a soldier, having a bad day, busts their windshield with the butt of his gun, they haul him out, and apparently, the only reason they don't pop him right then and there is because they check their passports and see that they're Italian and not white. I don't know, that's what one translation said. Maybe they more so meant they weren't British. That probably make more sense. And the other time, to me, which is even crazier than this one, which was being this close to being executed, I believe they're trying to land their plane in Zanzibar, and they are not giving them permission to land. And they decide, well, we're still gonna, because they are trying to document the massacre of Arabs during the Zanzibar Revolution. There are 2 planes. The plane with 3 German journalists lands first and is immediately swarmed by rebels. Our director's plane also tries to land, but sees rebels hauling the journalists away and also pointing guns at their plane. They actually shoot at them and end up setting the Germans' plane on fire. They're able to safely fly away and decide, you know what, we got lucky. Let's fly back tomorrow. And that's what they do. It says they were waving a red flag to confuse the rebels. I think that was just bullet attractant, because there are no warnings anymore. Rebels that spot them are just shooting on sight. And listen, it's one thing to be confident that you're not gonna catch a stray through the heart when you're in the chopper, but the confidence to not have something vital to the chopper get hit is kind of cuckoo bananas. Yo, who got you smiling like that? You're getting shot at, Mr. Pilot. I know they say most of the rebels just got guns, so they don't even know how to shoot really, but dude, as long as the barrel's pointed my way, there's a chance. And on that note, there are staging allegations, reenactment allegations with this doc, which have obviously been denied. And I don't even know what the hell that would change really. What does that affect? The integrity of this doc? Come on, dog. Can you tell I'm upset? And hey, just when we took a nice little breaksy pie from killing animals, the directors hit me with the LeBron meme. Here go 2 more for y'all. The African government are in this weird, fresh middle ground again and open up even the national parks to hunting. So once a week, to supply the markets with meat, they shoot a fuck ton of animals, carve them up, and sell them to butchers. So that's when we're treated to a quasi-poacher trick shot montage for far too long. I wish I was joking. If I overlaid some dubstep, blew out the colors, guess I got my swagger back. Indistinguishable. And for the animals dying on the outskirts of the park, well, we still want tourism for the national parks, so we gotta hide those bodies. They're a bit too heavy to drag away. And sure, the vultures will pick away at them, but that'll take too long. So let's put explosives in the carcasses and blow them up as the vultures are also feeding on them and kill a bunch of them in the crossfire. Genius shit. And also one thing, I understand people do things differently than you or I might. I understand people have to eat. Don't think I'm sitting here saying, wait a minute, people hunt? Animals? And we're just letting this happen. I'm telling you how disturbing it is to watch them headshot, cut open a pregnant hippo, and scoop out the baby. Not exactly my go-to pick for a video. I'm not sitting here debating. Okay, I could watch this baby zebra sniff and whimper at its poached mother at its side, or Nakey Jakey's new upload. What will I eat my quesarito with? And it's crazy that I'm spending so much time talking about these scenes when there is literal murder, human murder as I call it, on screen. They are able to bridge most of the footage that they have. They attempt to draw parallels, and this is technically documented history. Presentation aside, possible skewing aside, possible racism aside. Some people hate this doc, some people think it's just straight up racism, some people claim it's underrated, and people are just uncomfortable looking at reality sometimes. And I've seen some pretty fucked documentaries, right? Heartbreaking stories, stories of absolutely vile people. I've seen some really grotesque shit, just genuinely disturbing stuff, right? But I can't not label this one as the worst that I've seen in this series. It's the most intense footage by far. It shows massacres, executions, war, poaching, animal cruelty, bodies on bodies, and sometimes it's just fucking boring. The biggest crime of all. I don't ever want to rewatch it. And I'm sure, going back to Wendy Goon's intro, that there are far worse in this category. But that doesn't change the fact that I do not like this one. Is it disturbing? Undoubtedly so. If you guys enjoyed season 1 of watching disturbing documentaries, please leave a like, please subscribe, have more content coming your way. Shout out to my lovely patrons, they are right over here. I love them very much and they get monthly exclusives over on Patreon. Sometimes they're late. Gamer subs, code Mr. Gigi, 10% off. I appreciate the support a ton on season 1 and I'm very excited for season 2, I will say. And as always, I am Mr. Gigi and I am out.